and I just heard that there might not be any sound on the broadcast, and I don't know what's going on with that one because I'm definitely speaking. So hopefully they will fix it at some point. So I will just keep on talking, but because there is no sound, I will just show you guys some love that they will try to fix the audio. That's what I'm expecting, and I cannot hear Alex on my side either. So this will be interesting to see how this will be working out. But I'll be here anyways, at least if nothing else, showing my face. But you saw the circuit points. We do have, I think the first game is going to be Helm versus Astragon, at least if we follow the numbers. So I'm not completely sure what is the first match we're going to see, and hopefully we'll have some audio for the match as well. But I'm definitely here, and now we're trying to figure out how we can actually get Alex on the broadcast as well, because I can't hear him, you can't see him, you can't hear him. Actually, you can't hear me either. So now we'll just try to figure out how this will be fixed. And there you can see the stage. So as I said, this is happening at the Agri Technica, and we can see the teams over there. And if you're wondering about my mustache, it's Movember currently. So Movember campaign is going on, and that's why I'm growing the mustache. It's not going to be a permanent look for me, but just for you guys, I decided to keep it for the broadcast as well. So let's hope that somehow the production will fix the audio and also get Alex on board as well. And then we'll see. And now when we have a look, yeah, we do have Astragon players on the stage. I think we saw Helm on the other desk as well. So it should be Helm versus Astragon. The players are looking pretty chill currently. They are not doing much of anything currently. And they are just waiting. So I'll just type a little bit.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, Alex is here. Let's hope that they can actually hear you on the broadcast as well. Hello, Alex. Welcome aboard.
Oh, how are we, Copter? Thank you very much for holding the fort for me there while things got sorted and I got back on here.
Okay, so you can hear me as well, right?
I can very much.
Okay, just to make sure that all the audio routing is working.
Oh, fantastic. So yeah, we're live at Agritechnica. Well, we're not live at Agritechnica, but the FSL is coming live from Agritechnica, which is fantastic. I hope that everybody there is having a cracking time. We are, of course, sitting in our remote studios again and casting it. We will be bringing you all the action over the next 3 days, which is all going to be very exciting. We've got a very busy schedule today, haven't we? I think.
Yeah, let's hope that I don't know if the broadcast is having the audio as well. I hope that they fixed at the same time as you popped in. But I did, meanwhile, as I was completely muted, I did explain all the matches and all the formats and everything more or less about the tournament. But unfortunately, of course, the audience was not able to hear it. But at least you can hear me now, and hopefully, just guys, say something on the chat if you can still now hear us as well, because I don't.
I was going to say I have checked
at the moment.
I have checked the because I've got the stream up on my other PC, and yes, we have audio coming through, so everybody can hear us, which is fantastic. I heard your wonderful introduction, Copter, and it was fantastic. Because I was sitting here with my camera on and everything ready, and just going, "Oh, fantastic! That's awesome!" And then so yes, we as Copter originally said, and as I said a minute ago, we are at Agritechnica. We have 3 days worth of FSL. We have a lot of play-in matches today. I think we've got somewhere in the region of 10 to 12 matches scheduled for today, which is going to be fantastic. One of our biggest days of FSL games or FSL matches ever. So it's going to be a really packed day. Lots and lots of action to come here, and you can see the teams at the moment setting themselves up, getting ready for the first game. Looks like we're going to kick off with Helm this morning.
Helm versus Astragon. That's going to be the first.
Which is that's a big game straight off the bat this morning. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, and the winner, of course, proceeds to round number 2, and then the losing team is gonna drop on the losers bracket. So we do have a double elimination bracket. I think I tried to go all this through, but you didn't hear it on the broadcast. So we do have a double elimination bracket. You can find there the bracket image from the social medias. So go and have a look on the FSL and the Giant Software accounts on the different social media platforms. I think you will have those links below us from time to time. So of course, X or Twitter and Instagram and so on. You can find the bracket. And yeah, on round 1, so we have the first game, just like Alex said, we have Helm versus Astragon. Then the second match should be just the Tractor versus Farming Friends. Then we have Linter versus Valtra. And those are the 3 matches that we're going to show from the round number 1. Then we do have some teams who are directly proceeding on the next stages. We have Trelleborg, New Holland, Mind, Sanity, Krone, and I don't know how this is pronounced. Maybe Alex can help me a little bit, but LUFTHN. I could just call it Lufthansa because it's pretty much the same. And then, of course, we cover the matches from round number 2 as well. And I think we're going to go all the way towards the round number 3 and maybe 4 a little bit today. So pending how the schedule will work out. But yeah, you can figure that out. We can expect that the broadcast is going to run about 7-8 hours, maybe even, pending a little bit from the how the matches will go. Will they be all go into the third game of the series, and so on. So that's more or less the plan. And of course, it's me and Alex currently here, but Terminator is going to be joining us as well a little bit later.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are going into our first game. Straight off the bat, we've got a pretty big one. It's Helm versus Astragon. Helm, of course, at the moment are the team to beat. But Astragon themselves are a pretty strong team coming into this. So, yeah, we'll see what they can do to disrupt Helm if they can. And immediately straight off the bat, Astragon are banning the New Holland telehandler. So I'm expecting them to ban both of those. The big glass Axion TerraTrack has gone for Helm. Third pick to ban is the John Deere 8R on Helm. So Helm targeting the big tractors at this stage. And yeah, there we go. So the Helm Hurl is off the cards as both telehandlers have been banned.
Yeah, you never know if they have come up with something new. So, I mean, when you ban the telehandlers, then, yeah, unstoppable is usually then something that you might want to play with. So, I mean, if you ban the okay, we see that the telehandlers are being banned from time to time, but if you go with the unstoppable yourself versus Helm, and so then it kind of like makes a little bit sense to ban the telehandlers, that you can really try to take the advantage of the unstoppable.
Yeah, and it's really interesting that Helm have gone for the bottleneck. So we have got a bottleneck versus an unstoppable straight off the back here. So it's not going to be an even setup. We are looking at different tactics straight off the get-go. Looks like Helm are going for their standard 2 front loader setup. And in fact, Astragon have gone for 2 front loader setups as well. So both teams looking to get lots of bales back in those final stages by the look of that.
Yeah, let's see. So there we go. The first game of this tournament, number 4. And of course, the first match of the first best of 3. So best of 3 series as always. The same rules, 10 minutes of time per round. And there we go. The battle for the pods is going to start. We can see Bauer and Matse heading towards the pods. We can see Paul from the Helm side as well, going to be heading and trying to get that combined from it. Seems to be getting it because there's nobody challenging it. And now we can see that the this is actually going to be taking. So Bauer Matse was trying to go, but that's a different one. That's one New Holland one. So he's going to go for the other one, and that's going to cost some time. So we'll see how the first bales are going to be starting to build up from here. Major Melon seems to be heading towards the fields. And then we can see he's going to go right behind Bauer Matse. I would like to see what's going on with Helm, and we seem to get this nice lobby music on the background as well. So maybe this is the music what the guys are actually listening while they're driving their utility vehicles. Wooler currently, well, this is a little bit unusual actually, but they do have the first bale already, so that kind of like explains it. So we can see that the delivery of the first bale is already going on, and I'm really confused about the music. So let's see if that's actually here on the broadcast as well. but at least I'm gonna hear it on the background myself. Maybe the guys on the broadcast don't hear it, but I do have on my ears all kind of music currently playing from the broadcast. Major Melon seems to be heading, and we are already way past 9 minutes. And we can see Major Melon trying to toss that down. Helm had 130 points, and this is gonna be a 120 something, I would imagine. And yeah, 122.
122
so 8 points of a difference.
So not a huge amount of difference between the first bales of both teams, well within the point score of a single bale in the bottom. So not even a single bale in the top. So very, very even start here for both teams. But we do know Helm are very good at getting a massive amount of bales in at the end. Bridges raised and silos closed at the 8-minute mark. Or sorry, at the 10-minute mark. And yeah, that is not going to change anything at this point. Neither team is looking to empty at the moment, so silo closed makes little difference. And yeah, bridges lowered would be helpful for Astragon at the moment because, of course, they are suffering from the bottleneck. But again, they're not looking to get a lot of stuff delivered right now, so not much point in going out of their way to get that one either.
Yeah, the silo close definitely will not make a difference at this point, but at least the teams now know that it's not going to be in the next batch of drops anymore, so it's kind of like out of the equation, and that is a very important information for the teams because then they know that, you know, whenever they want to deliver the grain, they can do it like before or after because there's no you know, afraid that it will be closed later on. Of course, they might want to wait for the grain multiplier as always, but yeah, anyways, but yeah. Already 3 minutes done. We can see that no bales, at least for Helm for the moment, and we'll see Astragon's side in a bit. JK seems to be heading towards the silo. We can see this nice screen actually on the side of it. It's almost like a dashboard for the how much stuff they are doing, and we know that these guys are very calculating, so maybe they even have the dashboard on the tractor. JK will be starting to pouring down the grain with the silo. And let's see what's going to happen with the multiplier. They don't put everything down, so that's going to be 2.4 for the moment. Let's see, they don't have any bales to deliver, so it's not going to make much of a difference in the score situation for the moment, but it will definitely put Astragon to think about a little bit what's going on here. JK having a small problem with the route, and now Major Melon wants to have his strike back towards Helm as he wants to even out the multiplier, and these guys are just smiling as we can see.
Well, this is the thing. Helm have to be very, very careful. They have the whole thing against them in the unstoppable is running for Astragon. So if Helm take their conveyor above 2.4, then Astragon are stopping their belt. Anything above that, and that stops their belt, and they can't score easily. So it very much at the moment is Helm trying to play it cautiously, trying to make sure that they don't end up accidentally stopping their own belt, and instead just trying to keep Astragon under control. And Astragon have just sat it back to 0.2 because they know if they go too far the other way, that's going to help Helm out.
Okay, so 5.5 minutes. We can see the drop state did spawn. And we'll be having a look on those a little bit later. Anyways, meanwhile, we can see Astragon has been starting to make those bales. So they do have four bales of ballen, as we can call as well. And so the I think we have a German client. Okay, now we have English on grain and bales. That's making more sense to me. Unfortunately, I'm not so fluent on the German, but I kind of like that we have actually cord instead of grain. So that's actually, I mean. Yeah, but it's not with a C, so it's with K.
No.
But yeah, so bales being pressed by Helm as well currently, as we can see Kalamara's having a bit of a busy schedule to get in next to the silo, so the setups are being built. The multiplier currently 2.3 for Helm and 1.7 for Astragon. And bale multiplier was actually on the drop, so that was being picked by Helm. and it's going to be picked by Astragon as well. And now we can see that both sides are actually currently delivering the grain as much as they can. 2.2 for Helm, and that should be the case even after the grain. I'm not completely sure how much Astragon actually has the grain, but yeah, 27k about remaining for Helm still at the time being. So we'll see what's going to be the final situation. It seems that Astragon has a slightly more grain actually, but it seems that they are not all the grain is currently next to the silo, so I don't think they're going to be pouring it down immediately. So 2.3 is currently, but both teams still, when we have 4 minutes to go, they still have some grain remaining, so they can still pour that down more.
Astragon actually, interestingly, have more bales at the moment. If they can get these bales in on the multiplier, then that actually could give them a good advantage, especially if they can get more grain in there. But, yeah, no, in fact, there we go. They are loading the grain in now. Can they get this up to at least a 2 times multiplier before their bales go in? I don't know. Although they now have excess grain, so they are now getting the last in, and I think it's going to take it. No, it's a 1.9 to 2.1. So it is a 2-point advantage per bale currently to Helm.
Yeah, and I think that Helm actually managed to get more bales using the multiplier as well. They have 241 currently on the points, and Astragon is now about 30 points, 32 points away. So that's going to be about 2 bales that they need to deliver more if they really want to be gaining the advantage. And now we can see that they actually have taken the lead by 6 points. Bale Withering is going to be on the super drop, and we'll see if anybody's going to be going for it. We can see Wooler at least like circling around, and yeah, he's going to drop by and going to pick that up. So he's going to do the Bale Withering, going to take a couple of the bales away from Astragon's side, and that leaves Helm with 10 bales and Astragon with 6 bales currently, and 2.5 minutes on the clock. And the score situation is very even, but it's good to remember that Helm, they have a slight advantage. They will get 2 points more per bale, and let's say that if they deliver 6 bales, for example, the advantage already has been taken away, which Astragon currently has. So I think that Astragon, in the end, they still need to deliver 1 or 2 more bales than Helm at the end game.
And this is the thing as well. You can see here Helm's real strength in these last 3 minutes that they normally have. They have pulled out a massive lead in the bales. At one point, they had 5 to 6 bales more. They currently still have 4 extra bales. No, in fact, they now have 5 extra bales. They just go out there and they press bales like mad. And it's going to be very difficult for Astragon to come back and create enough bales to counter this 2-point deficit. When Helm have more bales and a higher multiplier, that is just a recipe for disaster for Astragon.
Yeah, there's something, I mean, something on the Helm's game currently. It's not so organized as it usually is. I mean, all the bales next to the belt, they were just like completely lying around. They did drop a bale from the belt. I don't know. Let's see how this goes. But I mean, something is telling me how I look at the Helm game currently that it's not so organized as usually. So they are kind of like playing more like a loose farming simulator or something. I don't know if you can call that, but I think that they are like winging it currently, and you know, they are just chilling. To me, it seems that that's the case. I might be completely wrong, but that's how it seems to me, that they are not as organized as they usually are. But they're still leading on the point, so that's not a problem really. We can see the Astragon's belt is like super fast compared to Helm's belt, as the bales are almost like, you know, moving like snails on that belt. But yeah, 30 seconds to go, and Helm, they are just steadily now getting the bales on the belt. We can see Wooler putting 3 of them. Major Melon is going to be crossing the safer route,
This is close.
but doesn't have any problems with it for the moment. But yeah, this slow belt is definitely a problem for Helm, as we can see that they're trying to reach out all the way on top of that belt to get those final bales inside. But he's not going to be able to make it, and this is going to be definitely a problem because this Helm seems to be struggling a little bit. Astragon's going to be 60 points behind still, so Helm, they have a nice lead. There's going to be some last-minute deliveries coming in, and Helm, they will definitely still claim it. But yeah, there was a little bit of, I don't know, not maybe hesitation, but like I said, it didn't look as clean as it usually does.
You're right. That was quite a messy game from Helm, an unexpectedly messy game from Helm. I mean, they delivered 4 more bales than Astragon did, but of that hit right at the end. right up until the sort of the last 25 seconds, Astragon were in the lead, and even when Helm went into the lead, Astragon quickly back into the lead. It was just sort of a lot of very quick deliveries at the end that really won that from Helm. And you're right, it was an uncharacteristically messy area around their hayloft and their conveyor that was causing that, because they were having trouble getting bales onto that very slow belt quickly.
Yeah, but they still managed to get it. I mean, they still won by 100 points, but it was a bit unusual. Now on the pictures we can see that the Helm players are there. We can see the cameramans, we can see the microphone dudes, and as mentioned earlier, the event is happening at the Agritechnica event fair in Germany. So that's of course we do have a bit of a different kind of atmosphere, and of course there's a lot of people who are interested from the farming simulator, and of course from basically all the content that is currently on that event. So of course there will be cameramans, and if you happen to be around, just go and have a look. We have plenty of farming simulator action happening at the Giant software stand or the area. So you can meet the players and maybe the German commentators as well. And we can see now the official streams as well. So we do have the German broadcast on the Giant Software DE channel, if that is what you fancy. If you fancy corn, then that's your channel.
And our teams are currently resetting, ready for the second game of this best of three. Can Astragon pull this back? And they have to win 2 games in a row now in order to be able to stay in the winners bracket. Of course, if Astragon do lose this second game, this is not the end of their journey in this tournament. They will head down into the losers bracket. Every team can lose at least once during this tournament. So it's going to be a hard fight for Astragon if they don't make it through from here, but they do still have a chance to make it through to the finals.
Yeah, I think that this double elimination bracket system, which we have been now using this season, it is pretty nice. I mean, it's nice for the teams as well that they come all the way to the event, and then if they lose the first game, it's not like the end of the show as it was like last season. So I would imagine that if you travel like let's say 500-600 kilometers and then you just like lose the first game and that's the end of it. So it's a bit of a bummer, but now they do have a second chance on the lower bracket. But I mean, of course, from these helmets currently the circuit point leader, we know that they won the last season. They win the previous season as well. So, and they have probably like a couple hundred noble chairs already on their storage because they have been getting those from the victories as well. So Helm has been going more or less undefeated for the past year. And Astragon currently standing on the 9th place on the circuit point. So of course Helm, they are of course the let's say the expected winner, if you can say like that. But they have been losing matches from here and there as well, so it's not like completely out of the ordinary if they would lose. But I don't think have we seen them this year actually that much on the lower bracket, maybe on one of the tournaments, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I'm not even sure that's even happened. I have a feeling that they've gone through on straight wins on everything. Even because the thing is, when they win and get all the way to the end, if they lose in the final, because they haven't lost a match yet, the final gets redone because every team is allowed to lose one match. So yeah, if you're in the winners bracket the whole way down and you lose in the final, you get to do the final again because you haven't lost the match up to that point.
Yeah, okay, so what do we have? We have Unstoppable on the Helm side this time, so they have picked the Unstoppable, and we do see the telehandlers being banned by Astragon as well, so that hasn't really changed. So meanwhile the bans and the picks have happened, as we did speak about the double elimination format more or less, and it's gonna be the second game of the best of 3 series. Helm won the first one, so if Helm will win this one, then they will be of course proceeding all the way directly to round number 2. But let's not go ahead of things. So the battle for the pods is gonna start again once again, and I think that there's gonna be 2 players actually heading straight towards the pad where the Bauer Matsu was going, and also Kalamaras has a bit of a challenge here. Helm, they have a slight slight issue, but Astragon,
Ah,
they will just go straight past by, and they don't go for it. Like either of them will
both
not go
teams have gone
for it.
straight past. What's
They
going
were,
on there?
maybe I mean they just got like past the hills, or maybe they saw something more. Oh, that's the one that I'm looking for, and they will go for
Yeah,
it
is that a
instead.
better bailer over there?
Yeah, and I mean Bauer and Matsu went just sorry, Astragon side, they just went directly there, so they probably won that battle as well. So maybe Helm even needed to come back and he got the other one. But yeah, here we can see that Major Melon's already trying to press the bail. It's not gonna take that long until he has the bail, and it should be coming any second now, and it's gonna be disengaging in a matter of seconds. There we can see also Helm. They do have Wooler on front, and they do have the bail. So we'll see if it's who's driving it. Maybe it's JK. Not sure actually who's currently driving that tractor. But anyways, the first bell deliveries are happening as we speak. And Astragon, as we can see, they're definitely closer. They're not going to swing it. They're going to reverse that in. And that's going to cost some time. So let's see. It should be a pretty even with Helm if they will toss that in. But Astragon will take 129 and they will take the lead. And JK is having some problems. He has found water. And I don't know how you can actually do that on that point of the game. I mean, he was just about to deliver the first bail. It should be pretty standard routine how you will come up with it. But then instead of like going to the bridge, he will just find the water instead. So, and this is going to be about one bail difference, I would say. Yeah, 105. So that is actually 24 points. And that is a huge advantage to Astragon at this point. So that's maybe the chance they were looking for.
That is that is an uncharacteristic mistake there from JK this early on. Normally, the first bail is something that he's in there and he's all over, but that was, yeah, for him to end up in the water at this stage is a big unforced error and has definitely put Helm a little bit at a disadvantage at this point.
Elm Street, it comes to my mind the first thing. Freddy Krueger. I mean,
I'm dropping my
okay,
H's.
yeah. I mean, I think it's like way too early to say it, but I still say it because it's on my mind. So I don't think we have seen JK playing for Helm. That's this season. I mean, he has been more coaching and more like making the strategies and helping out the team. We have seen him on the venues. We have seen him on the chat. On the online events, and he has been more working on the background, I would say. And now he's playing, so I'm just wondering that maybe JK hasn't been playing that much lately, and maybe that's I mean, he kind of like made the mistake, and we saw that he was also on the last game. He was the one who also put that who was stacking the bales. Let's say not so organized. So maybe, I mean, I'm just saying that maybe this changed how Helm currently looks to us. Is maybe that they are playing with JK and they're just trying to figure out the things after a while on a competitive environment how it will go forward. But that's like I said, it's maybe too early to say, but that's the first thing that comes to my mind.
Also, the thing is, there's the other thing to take into consideration is where they are, because I know from when I was at Agritechnica sort of 4 years ago that this is one of the biggest audiences you get for the FSL. I mean, it was absolutely packed. So there's a lot of people in there, a lot of people watching you, and it's the very first game of the day. So yeah, it can be a little bit distracting and a little bit overwhelming with that many people there.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I have never been on Agritechnica, so I don't know. But like I said, maybe I'm just going ahead of things. I was just wondering, like, what could be causing Helm to play so much differently than what they have done on the past. But maybe they're just, taking it easy, and I mean, they know that they have the skills, so maybe they are just, just wanting to relax a little bit and not to stress about the first round matches. Crazy Tool and Speed Limit. So we had the bridges lower than the bridges raised on the previous drops, and now we have Crazy Tool and Speed Limit. So probably teams will go for Speed Limit, I would say, if they will go for the drops. So both teams should be picking that up. And meanwhile, the grain game is just about to start, as we can see Wooler started to pour down the grain. And we can see 62,000 being collected for Astragon as well. And there we can see that the speed limit actually is Crazy Tool. This is interesting.
Crazy Tool from Major Melon. That's an interesting choice. I
It
like
is.
that choice because they have 2 front loaders, so they can get the bales back. They have enough time to do it. They just need to get out there and press them. And I, why Helm have gone for slowdown, I don't get.
I mean, speed
They
limit in a
need
way
they
makes
need something to
sense.
counter this.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Crazy Tool is like we have said that it's so limited. When to use it, when you can actually utilize it the best. And what I have noticed on the past is that the teams they usually when there's if there's no other valid option but the speed limit is there, so they will go and pick that up just in case that it has a slight difference, and then the other teams goes and pick that up as well. So maybe Helm just didn't see the need for Crazy Tool because now they have the speed limit for Astragon, and I don't think that Astragon actually did any kind of um, um, advantage from the Crazy Tool. They do have 13 bales, so maybe they were able to do something with the bales. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll figure this out. And meanwhile, as I was just having a glimpse on the chat, I noticed that Josh Modding was saying that JK has been having way too many pancakes lately, and that's the reason. And I gotta make a confession at this point. Since the last broadcast, I have made pancakes. I think 2 times
Oh.
since the last broadcast, and I almost feel like cheating, to be honest. Like, I should be doing it during the weekend when we have the FSL. So it's almost like cheating a girlfriend. That okay, no, I wasn't there. I wasn't there.
Helm coming in now with some bales at 3 minutes. So this is the point at which both teams need to start getting things in. Interestingly, again, Astragon slightly down on the multiplier. Helm have delivered slightly more grain. The final drops have spawned. Can't see what they are, unfortunately. But yeah, it's Astragon don't have the speed on the belt this time to their advantage either. So they are going to have to fight hard to keep this, to keep the point, to keep the points advantage they have at the moment. I don't know what the bale. Oh no! I mean, even with that crazy tool, Helm still have more bales than Astragon at this point.
Mm. Yeah, I think that's a good. I'm not sure did they actually did they manage to utilize it that much. I guess they had a plan, so maybe they did a couple of bales. Yeah. But I think that they already delivered some of the bales. Okay, so did Helm as well. So maybe that's the reason. But yeah, anyways, 2 minutes to go. So who knows how this is gonna how this is gonna go in the end? And now we can see a Helm advertisement also next to the building, by the way, as we can see on the map. I'm not sure if it's just like a usual Helm advertisement or is it like a team thing. So do we have something like that on the Astragon side as well, showing the Astragon logo, or is it just a general partner sponsor agreement? And yeah, they do have a Helm here as well. So it's a general advertising thing. So as we know, Helm is one of the main partners. Actually is the main partner of FSL, so that is the reason for it. Uro's going to be missing that one bale, and we can see Astragon actually taking the lead at the same time. They are leading by 90 points currently, so the situation has suddenly changed completely upside down. But now the bales are going in from the Helm side as well, as we can see 2 of the bales making 42 points. Uro's going to be stacking 2 of them again on the bell. JK is coming back, and they do want to catch up. And we do have 1 minute to go. JK is like telling the Wooler that, hey, just go away. I want to put these bales on the belt. And now I don't think that they can afford any mistakes because this whole situation is so tight. But of course, as Alex said, the speed of the belt is definitely an advantage for Helm, and they can get these bales clearly faster inside. And Astragon actually dropping one of the bales at the same time as well.
Yeah, a bale falling off for Astragon. There are definitely a few unforced errors here. The speed of that Astragon belt, though, is just hampering them so badly now. You can see Helm with the speed they're going on there. Helm are just racking up the points, and it's close though.
Yeah, they have dropped 2 bales on the Astragon side. Yeah, 15 seconds to go.
Astragon are in the lead. Astragon is still in the lead. 10 seconds left.
It's so tight.
It's going to be ridiculously close.
Oh, it might be just
Astragon.
It's going to be even. It's going to be even.
It's even. He's winning. Astragon take it.
Let's see how the score situation. I mean, they are definitely at least happy about it. So I guess they won it. I mean, it was even
It's
points, so maybe Alex can bring the details about the
it's more
scoring.
Bales in the top. I think it goes down to Bales at that point, and because Astragon, yeah,
Yeah.
one extra Bale it delivered, and
That
it's
was
in the
tight.
bottom.
Yeah.
Wow,
It is.
jeez, yeah, one extra Bale delivered in the bottom, and that's what won it for Astragon by a
Mm,
single Bale. And that's because they were at that 1.9 to 2.1 deficit.
yeah, that was
And
close.
that was it. That was enough to do it.
Mm,
Oh, that's fantastic.
yeah.
Really
Yeah,
well
it was.
played from Astragon.
Yeah, it
Backs
was really
against the
close.
wall.
And I mean, Helm, they did manage to get some points at the end as well. And I just got information that there's going to be a short pause at some point. I'm not sure if it's going to be at this point
I think
or
I think
after the next
after
one. Yeah, but there's going to be a
yes,
television
there's
interview
going to be oh right.
at the
I think
venue.
there's a TV interview about to happen with Team Helm. Although off the back of that, that might not be the best time.
Yeah, let's see
Brilliant.
if it will. Yeah, it should be right now. So yeah. No, we don't have yet the interview coming. Well, we'll just wait. We can see class actually they're discussing with the team as well. So I guess they're trying to organize. We on the middle. We can see the German commentators as always, Homer and was it Redbed?
Well, I was going to say, as always, not quite Copter, because next time that's going to be us, I think.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. On January, we do have an event in the
Yeah.
UK in Birmingham, and we'll be there with Alex on site. So I would recommend definitely anybody who wants to have some Finnish pancakes to join in. I will try to make sure that we will find a way. If not at the venue, then we'll just find another place, and then we'll do a pancake after party for the for the event. So make sure to be there. But yeah, it's in January. I think it was 19th or something like that in Birmingham at the NAC Fair Center or Expo Center.
Yeah,
And
it's
yeah,
the
we'll be
National
there.
Exhibition Centre. So the Burning Man at Lama on the Wednesday and Thursday.
Yeah, it's in the middle of a week.
Very much looking forward to that.
Yeah, that will be interesting. So we'll see. I mean, these guys are definitely discussing something, and at some point, I guess we'll have information about it. I guess they're trying to prep the interview or waiting for the interview, or I'm not completely sure what is the exact situation currently. But yeah, we'll figure that out. And yeah, like I said, that on the UK event, we'll be there sitting on the stage, and we'll try to look as good as always with Alex. And yeah, we seem to have the third game of the series starting. So I guess that the television interview is actually happening after the whole series, or maybe the schedules have changed or something like that. But anyways, so we are definitely heading towards the third game of the series.
So into the ban phase once again. I will be surprised if Astragon go for anything other than the telehandlers here. They do like to keep those out of the hand of Helm, but Helm are very, very good with them. 17th and 18th of January, as Mystic has mentioned in the chat over on Twitch.
But of course, we
Was
still have
live on Twitch
December and
and
Christmas
YouTube.
between, and New Year's Eve. So there's a lot of different holidays before we actually get on the Birmingham. And as that actually said, so this is the after this one we're gonna go for a Christmas break.
Indeed. So yeah, no surprises here in the ban phase. The big surprise actually now is going to be that both teams have already used Unstoppable. Both teams have already used Bottleneck. So going to the third game, what is going to be their choice for Team Perk? Because they can only use a Team Perk once per match. Both teams going for Herbicide? Really? Wow. I'm surprised by that.
Yeah, we didn't see Big Hall at all.
No. I really expected the teams to go for Big Hall.
When have we ever seen Herbicide versus Herbicide? In the past. I just can't remember.
Might be the first.
Yeah, it
I
could be.
think this because herbicide just doesn't get picked.
Yeah,
And I
this is
don't think there was
interesting.
anything in the notes, uh, in the patch notes
Yeah,
prior to this.
the team who's gonna pick up herbicide will win the game immediately. That would be an OP perk.
I'm just wondering if they've made herbicide more attractive as a team perk. That's
Yeah, maybe I'll
you
need
know.
to have a look on the patch notes now when you said it. So
I'm just looking
let's
through
see.
them.
I don't think that there's anything
No, there
regarding.
actually
Yeah,
there really wasn't. There's the only thing that has changed is an improved overloading into the because in trailer
yeah.
in the trailer.
Yeah, no changes on herbicide. So of course, just
Yeah,
kidding about it. But the more about like a technical fixes. That we had some disconnected issues and so on the last tournament. So they did
yeah.
fix these issues on this patch. Anyways, so the battle for the pads is ongoing. So the third game of the series is ongoing, and we can see Major Melon lining up behind Power Matze. And then I guess it will be Wooler and JK who are working on the helm side to get the first bale delivered. And let's see, they are still having the trust on JK on this one. So hopefully he's not going to find the river this time or the bridge or whatever. So let's hope that he actually gets on the other side. Maybe he actually kind of like missed the bridge because he was a little bit off. And this is actually looking to be a good first bale. If he's going to swing that in as it seems to be, it's going to be
Oh
144, 45. But
wow!
JK, he will restore the faith on him.
Wow! So JK coming back in there saying, "Right, that's it. No more mucking about. Let's
Yeah.
sort this," and immediately getting a 14-point advantage here. He is taking the slowest route he can through to go and pick the trailer up, though. So
Now I know
sure
what the
what's going
now I
on
know
there.
what the big meeting was about at the helm stand between the matches. There was like a class there, and then the who was the player from the helm side who was there next. Anyways, so we had a lot of people coming on the helm stand. Come on, even Copter is mocking you on the broadcast. You gotta snap up, and they were slapping a couple times on the face, and and then JK just snapped out of it. Okay, I'll start delivering again.
Yeah, it's they're being hustled. Astragon are being hustled at the moment. JK's back.
Yeah, the teammates and Klaus, they just needed to wake him up a little bit. Anyways, what is said is said, and what is done is done. And now we'll see how the game is gonna go after the first bale. But Helm and JK coming back from the lousy start of the second game, and now we can see that. I mean, it's not a bad first bale for Astragon. 131. It's not the greatest, but it's not like the end of the world. So the gap is 14 points. And let's say that on the usual circumstances, 131 is pretty good. But when you play versus Helm, then you need all possible points. And then, I mean, we know that teams can actually do 150, 151 maybe. So getting 131 is basically, if you keep that highest score possible as a benchmark, it's one bale less than the optimum.
I actually that does bring me back to something from the last game.
Mm-hmm.
If JK hadn't fallen in the river in the last game, then that wouldn't have been even, and Astragon wouldn't have won it.
I hope
So
we
again,
actually see a
one on
replay
first
of it.
bale.
Yeah, that would be nice to see what actually happened. Did he try to go for the breaches, or did he try to go for the safer route? Maybe he was like going very, very fast speed towards the bridge, and then the bridge started to raise, and he tried to like dodge it and go for the safer route with the same speed, and then he just ended up on the water. I don't know, just speculating, of course. 6.5 minutes to go, anyways, and meanwhile, no bales have been pressed. We can see that grain has been definitely collected, so it's about the time when the team should be starting to, fill up the silos. They probably want to wait for the 5.5 minute mark drops to see what's coming up from there. Maybe grain multiplier silo closed. I didn't see those on the first drops, or did I even see the first drops? That's a good question. But at least I don't remember seeing them, so that's maybe an indication that they were not there. So just couple 20 seconds, and then we'll see what's on the drops. And I think after that one, the teams will make the decision what they will pick, and we'll start the grain game.
Seems to be a nice pressing of bales going on, although it seems that Astragon are getting in there nice and early with their bale pressing, actually. They're a couple of bales ahead already. We're going to expect here to, as you said, Klopp, to see the grain game coming up in a moment. Certainly the teams are getting in position. Neither of those drops are useful. And in fact, Helm are now dropping their grain. They're going to take it all the way to 3 times. I don't think they're in a position to take advantage of it. But Astragon need to get out there and even things up. And JK has gone for Crazy Tool. Okay, so he's also in a position to press bales.
Yeah, and the belt has been stopped as well for Astragon. And now because the JK is going to start that crazy mode, starting to press the bales. So let's see how that goes. The bales are coming. Maybe they realized that they actually need the bales. I mean, the bridges, was it lowered? Which we had as another drop didn't make much of a sense. So yeah, we can see only a couple of seconds remaining though. But yeah, I think he's doing a good job, JK, with the bales. And I really like this. I mean, we have seen now on the, I mean, both teams, they pick up the Crazy Tool. So what we have seen now is that because I think that, you know, last season especially we discussed a lot about the Crazy Tool, that, you know, it's very niche. You really need to have a very specific use for it. But now when we have less time during the round, so instead of 15 minutes we have 10 minutes, so maybe it actually makes sense that in this kind of a situation when you have fallen behind, that you in a way, like, you know, plan a little bit, that you can maybe utilize it, because in a way the advantage from that perk is bigger when you have less game time available.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes a big difference to how much you can get in when you're using that perk. It does.
And now they're tied with the bales, actually 12 and 12. But yeah, we have seen now on the first game of this tournament, I mean on the first series, so what is it, like a third game, and we have, that's a bummer.
Oh, Jake, and that's not going to be recoverable.
Look at him.
Yeah,
he's like,
not happy with that.
He's like, I can't believe this. Fix your game, Giant software. How did it bounce all the way there? He was like looking at the admin, if you notice.
It's balancing very well on that fence.
I have never seen that the bale will go actually on the left side of the bridge there like that. It actually stays on top of the fence as well. So, but you know, I mean, all these can happen, and I'm pretty sure that we have on the chat a lot of like real farmers who can tell a lot of stories, like what happened to my bales at the real farm.
You can't make bales out of carrots, Taz.
Yeah.
Just Taz probably can. Going, why no carrots? You can't make bales out of carrots.
Yeah, that's true. Anyways, 2.5 to go. As we can see, Helmis, they have a better multiplier once again. They do have more bales. They do have more points. So everything currently is looking very good for them. And let's see, Bauer, Matze just drops all the 3 there, and just one goes on the belt. Sorry, it's just I mean, I know that was probably the plan as well, but it seemed like, oh, like, okay, I'm quitting right here, and I'll just, you know, drop everything I have on the front loader as we speak. And talking about the perks, I think I'm not sure, was it the last broadcast or the broadcast before, we had some thinking with you, Alex, that what would be a nice perk for this game. So I was wondering, could we get a flat tire or something like that?
Oh, as it, yeah, well, isn't that what the slowdown is? Because that would have the same effect.
I would like to have a vehicle with which would have let's say that, like, you know, it's not about the speed. Ooh. But the control would be more complicated, so you can actually like flip it easier or something like that. But okay, let's go back to the game. We can talk about the perks. We probably have a lot of time on some of the breaks. Anyways, we can see JK doing the jump, and he's gonna lose it completely.
Losing everything.
Everything is on the floor. That's almost like my kids on the kitchen, meanwhile, as they will always just, you know, put something on the floor. But yeah, they're gonna drop all the 3 bales, and they still have the time to recover from it, so it's not the end of the world, but definitely that's gonna drop some of the momentum which they had earlier. as we have 50 seconds to go, and they still need to get all of these bales inside. We can see at the same time as Astragon is doing the work, and they're catching up on the points, and they do have some bales on the belt, but so does Helm as well. So this is gonna go all the way down to the wire once again.
And yeah, it's very much. I was thinking that earlier that this was a much cleaner look from
more bales are gonna drop.
Really changed.
There's a second bale that's gonna drop. They have dropped at least 2 bales. So when you calculate dropping the bales earlier and now dropping those bales from the belt as well, so that's gonna be. I think they have lost some points, but they're still in the lead. We have 10 seconds to go. We can see Astragon having a huge load on the belt, and now it's gonna be time for Helm to do something about it, because those bales are gonna maybe even take them to the lead, and it's gonna be the last final minutes. Helm takes the lead. It's gonna be just a couple seconds of time remaining, and it seems to be Helm.
Oh, that last bale would have won it, and it didn't go in time. Helm take it. That was so close. All 3 of those games were so close.
It was really close.
What a fight.
I'm a little bit worried.
What a fight from Astragon.
Yeah, I'm just like slightly worried about the whole situation currently. I mean, I think that the first game, I said that it looked to be a little bit loose from them. It wasn't the usual gameplay, and then they lost the second game, and this third game was like really close. And yeah, we'll see. I mean, interesting. So I mean, at least we saw that they have the full lineup. So I mean, I'm not gonna go. I mean, JK had a great first bale, but then he dropped the bales at the end. I think that was the biggest reason why this went so close in the end. Okay, it's 40 points, but still, it was very close. And so, I mean, I wouldn't be even surprised if we at some point see different players on the stage as well. But that's just, me. I mean, JK still, they won it and did a good job. But the if they play this like inconsistently, I don't think it's good. That's what I mean. That it's not the same Helm we have seen on the past.
This is that those first 3 games. That is not the tight, clean games that we're used to seeing from Helm. It's really interesting. I don't know whether it's on stage nerves or whether it's just that they've had a switch around of who's playing, but that definitely wasn't as clean and as tight a game as we're used to seeing from Helm.
I know what this is about, actually. I just realized it. I just realized that they have the JK playing this one game only because he wanted to be on the television interview.
Or wants to be on the stage at Agritechnica. I mean, Helm are going to be playing a lot of games this weekend.
Okay. Just kidding, of course, and don't take it too seriously.
Yeah.
But anyways, we can see the crowd, which Alex mentioned already. And yeah, he's gonna realize, hey, I'm in the camera as well. Nice to see you as well. Cheers. And yeah, then we'll see. So we do have the next players lining up on the stage. They're gonna set up everything, and we'll see if we have some replays available at some point, probably after the break, but okay, that's gonna come at some point. But yeah, Helm will take the first game, so that means that Astragon will drop on the lower bracket and Helm will continue, and they should be facing. Okay, we do have a break in 10 seconds. Alex says something.
Yes, we will be back shortly with Just a Tractor versus Farming Friends. Should be a good match, both good teams, and we're looking forward to it. welcome back, everybody. How are we doing? Welcome to the fourth tournament of the FSL's fifth season. And wow, what a 3 games that we started off with today, Copter.
Yeah, it was a pretty tight series. I mean, I'm really looking forward for the replays that we hopefully have soon, and maybe we'll see what actually happened there on the second game with the first bail. But anyways, yeah, very tight series, and Helm, they lost a round, and they have done that on the past as well. But this time, I would say that I think this was one of the closest series which I have seen them to won in the end. So they really needed to work on all of the 3 matches, and it didn't look so easy.
Yeah, it was a very messy start from Helm. We're not used to seeing that from them. We're used to seeing very ordered bale stacking around the bottom of their conveyor. We're used to seeing some very neat, tidy first bales. And other than the last game where JK scored a 145, both of their bale scores were quite low, and especially in that second game where he seemed to completely miss the safer route and end up in the water and caused a 24-point difference, which ended up costing them the game, which was quite something. But yeah, we've got quite a few collisions and things, and just a sort of a very messy start.
Yeah, now we have the replay. So this is still the first game. So we don't really. Let's see what else we had here. So we did have a bit of a mistake here as well, but didn't end up on the water. That's from the Astragon side. And let's see what else we do. We have a different angle. Oh, he just lost it.
There we go.
And is this on the second game now?
That's the second game. That is so. Yeah. JK ended up having a looked like a connection issue almost, or a little bit of lag, and it just caused him to turn further than you'd have expected. So it wasn't a case of actually missing the thing at all. It was a case of it going just oversteering a little bit.
Yeah, but it seems that it's not the only situation where he was oversteering a little bit. So maybe he's just having all the energy at the stage and maybe over trying a little bit. But it can happen. We also saw the Astragon's. What did Astragon's bail? It was actually Helm's bail, which went on the left side of the safer route. That was an interesting one as well. But these things can happen, and they in the end didn't recover it. And now we can see already the next teams on the stage. So the next match should be Just the Tractor versus Farming Friends, who are setting up things. As we can see, they are putting their own headphones, and then they're putting the noise cancellation on top of it. So that they can have their piece. I think they have their comms also through these noise cancellation headsets that they are using, and then the actual game sound coming from the earbuds, which are underneath it. That's pretty common practice in all the esports titles when the players are actually playing on the stage.
Yep. And both these teams here are non-sponsor teams. So both coming in. I don't think either of these have ever made it to the last 16 on a season before. Both these teams have been in previous seasons. So it's they have done well at points. So it'll be interesting to see these two coming up against each other.
Yeah, let's wait and see. I mean, interesting I would say that this is going to be a close series because we have seen that Farming Friends have done pretty well on the previous tournaments. Also, Just Attractive has been doing quite well. So I would say that it's going to be a tight series. Farming Friends and Just Attractive are currently standing 6th and 7th on the circuit points. So Farming Friends with 100 points and Just Attractive with 90 points. Farming Friends, they managed to get a 1 silver medal, so 2nd place from the tournament, and they have 1 4th place. And Just Attractive on the other side, they have got 4th place from all the previous 3 tournaments of the season.
Oh, we're seeing a slightly different set of bans though from last time. The John Deere 8R has been banned, but the JCB has been banned by Just a Tractor straight off, along with the Massey Ferguson Baylor. Now, that's an interesting choice because that has cost them a point to ban that. So we don't see that very often.
Yeah, okay, let's see the perks. We can see Unstoppable being on the Farming Friends side. And just to check what do they want to battle? Well, they want to battle with Big Hall versus Unstoppable. In a way, makes sense. Will be an interesting series. It can work.
I don't know if that was the best perk to choose, especially considering how late they chose it. They can't put an entire Big Hall in without stopping their own belt. So that I don't think is the best perk to pick against Unstoppable. I think that is going to make it very difficult for them.
Yeah, let's see what they have on their minds. We can see the usual ones. We can see Under Pressure Archimedes Runner. Hapax doesn't have a perk at all, and they don't have the time to pick anything for him anymore. So he's just completely without any perk. They didn't have any points remaining either, so that is the reason for it. And we are loading up on the first match of the series as well. So we'll see how this will actually play in the end. But
my gut feeling
there.
My gut feeling going into this is that Farming Friends are in the better position at the moment. They have a perk that really disrupts Just Attractors tactics here. So it's going to be interesting to see how Just Attractors play this. Whether they have some kind of strategy to counter the Unstoppable while using Big Hall. Because that is where they're going to have the biggest issue, is they just can't deliver all of the grain they'll be able to get into that Big Hall truck, and it negates their Big Hall truck to a certain extent.
Yeah, it's really hard to say. I mean, I would say that Just the Truck has been pretty stable, as I said, that they have been getting on the top 4 in all the 3 tournaments, and Farming Friends they have been. I think they are a bit of like a hit or miss kind of a thing. So sometimes they play very well, and sometimes they have a big issues. So it's more like a stability versus something else. Trigger's going to be coming with the first bail, and that's going to be reversed in. It's going to be still like 142 maybe, 142, yeah. So that's going to be a good first bail, especially when you consider that that is actually reversed in. And Hapex is a little bit late. I mean, of course, we don't know what are the facts behind this late delivery, and I think he's going to reverse that in as well, so not going to be swinging it, so they're going to get about 1 bail less point, maybe a 120, 122, okay, so that is exactly 1 bail of a difference, as Alex likes to use these bails as a benchmark, or sometimes even currency, as we wondered how many bails does the one tractor cost, for example.
I was just having a look at the overall standings, and Farming Friends actually are 10 points, have 10 points more than Just Attractor in the overall standings. Farming Friends currently sitting at 6th overall, with Just Attractor sitting at 7th. Both sitting above My Insanity, which surprises me, and Astragon. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, My Insanity and Astragon, this is something we discussed on the previous tournament, that they haven't really been this season getting the results that we were expecting. I think they have gone out in. I think they only have 1 second place, and that's pretty much it. So they haven't been getting any other points so far. I think that's the case, more or less. So they have had like 2 tournaments which have been getting a good results, and then two bad tournaments and 1 good tournament. So they have been missing the stability which they had during the last season. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, they're going to be playing later. I think they made it. Yeah, they made it all the way through the second round of the tournament. So they're going to be facing Krone on this second round game later on. So we're going to see them then, and then we can see how well they are playing this time. Anyways, meanwhile, 7 minutes to go, and Farming Friends, they have that 1 bail lead on points. I mean, 20 points of a difference. Pretty serious faces here on the Just Attractors side of things. Okay, not serious, but focused, concentrated. So they are just having their I don't know if that's a default face, but yeah, very concentrated looks at least towards the screen, as you should be. I mean, if you're competing on the stadium, or on the stage at least, not maybe on the stadium, then I would imagine that you want to be focused on what you're doing.
Krieger coming in here now to unload the grain at the 6.5-minute mark, putting Farming Friends into a nice position on the multiplier. I don't know if they have the bales in place to unload, but they do not need to put any more than that in. In fact, I'm slightly surprised they haven't put more than that in, unless they're just trying to control how much grain Just a Tractor are able to deliver. Because of course, the moment Just a Tractor go above the 2.4, they will stop their own. They will stop their own belt.
Hmm. Yeah. Let's see. When we have the 5.5-minute drops, then I would imagine. I mean, imagine if there would be a grain multiplier. Then I mean,
my lord!
I mean, how much in trouble just the tractor is with the big haul now when they have the grain multiplier? I mean, of course they will not pick that up for sure. It doesn't make any. I mean, they really can't pick that up. Maybe I don't know.
I don't know anything can happen at this point.
Yeah, so
Anything
we'll see. Yeah, and now we can see that we actually. I think this is now a French client, as we have cereales instead of grain or corn. So we had a French client there as well. I mean, of course, if the players are French, so maybe they'll just take those pictures from the player screen actually, and that makes sense. So kind of like the
yeah. So we're
configuration,
following
makes the
just one
difference.
con. So we're looking at his screen at the moment, and hence the French labels and everything.
Yeah. Okay. Well, at least we are learning some new languages.
Just a tractor, and gone for great multiplier. Why? Watch this.
See what's gonna happen with this one.
Speed that's going at.
Yeah, but they're gonna stop now. They're gonna leave 35k, so they will put it to 0, and this is costing time now. So they can't use all the grain. They're still pouring more in off the big hole, and I'm just wondering that Farming Friends, as they are unloading it at the same time as well, are they making kind of like a favor towards Just a Tractor? Imagine if Farming Friends wouldn't have delivered any grain on the game. And then they would have Just a Tractor to break their belt or something like that. But yeah, let's figure it out how this is going to go in the end. Still about 45 seconds of the grain multiplier remaining for the both teams. And but yeah, Justicon just standing there. Farming Friends is going to be trying to deliver something. They will try to take the advantage, but that's going to be taken away immediately by Just a Tractor as they will start pouring it down. 2.2. Look at that. They're just like a 1 second at a time. They're going to be very cautious with it. Farming Friends, meanwhile, they have been getting some bales on the belt. They have 180 points, 200 points now. So they did get something there, and I think something with less than 2.0 multiplier as well. So they didn't get the full points from those. And Janka at the same time, the Just a Tractor side, also putting the bales on the belt. So they will try to score. 7 bales still remaining for Farming Friends. Of course, they got to still do some more, and Just a Tractor having 12, and they have used now all the grain, and they will end up with exactly 2.0 multiplier on the both sides. But Farming Friends, they have a way more faster speed, and the bottom boost gonna be the super drop.
That's the thing with everything being equal on the multiplier and everything. Farming Friends now have the advantage. This is where Unstoppable comes in. They've been able to do all this, and Farming Friends also have picked up the bottom boost, so they can just shove bales in the bottom now and score points. They are doing really, really well here.
They're doing fine. I would not say that the big hole was like a huge factor for Just a Tractor, but I would say that the biggest issue that I saw with it was the time they lost at the silo, because they kind of like needed to deliver the grain in batches, more or less. So that
it's the first time I've seen harvester used at the same time. Ooh, that's stuck in the road. He's gonna fling the tractor over.
He's gonna flip it on a tree. But let's see if no, it's completely stuck, and that's he's
he
gonna be
had to
getting
drop
it
the
away.
weight off the
But
back.
could you
Oh,
could you do that with
fantastic.
a real tractor? Do you
Jenkins.
think?
I think it might be a little
Flip
bit
it like
tense.
that, get stuck on the road and then flip it on a tree.
There we go.
Okay,
FSL
it's
tractor
done.
gymnastics.
Yeah, but meanwhile, Just the Tractor has actually taken the lead on the points. So they have 302 points, and now Farming Friends have 300. So yeah, it's a close situation. So now it's all the way. I think it's going to be a stacking battle in the end. So the bottom boost, I don't think that Farming Friends actually, they had 240 points when they got the bottom boost. So they have made, okay, now they have made 80 points, but I think they made maybe 60 or maybe just 40 points using it. So they didn't really have the greatest chance to use the bottom boost. Of course, the super drop is something that you can't really prepare always, but I think that's the case. So it's going to be a stacking battle all the way till the end. And Janka, now with those gymnasium moves that we just saw, so let's see if he can actually repeat that kind of flexibility on the belt. I think that one bale actually went almost like accidentally on the belt, but I think it might even go in. And the faster belt of Farming Friends is going to be helping them out quite a bit.
Is bales. They have no bales at their belt. I mean, part of that is because they are 100 points ahead of this. But
yeah, let's see what kind of last minute rush is going to be coming.
The bales coming in.
Yeah, they're going to be far away. It's going to be just this to go. So Just the Tractor, one bale is going to drop down. That was
especially with that
bale that I mentioned earlier. And now they're just trying to reverse a lot of bales, actually. And they're going to be getting close, though, but it's not close enough, unfortunately. And Farming Friends will take the first match of the series. And I think it's about 40-point difference, maybe, when we'll see the scores, and then we're going to be confirming it. So Just the Tractor, I mean, these phases are not really moving that much, and it's going to be 58 points of a difference, so that's about 3 bales.
So yeah, and you can see the 3 bales. 21 bales delivered to 20 to 18. So yeah, it was the 3 point difference. And the reason why there was a lot more in the bottom for Farming Friends was, of course, they got that bottom boost, so they just delivered a whole load in the bottom.
But the I mean, Just the Tractor, they had 5 undelivered bales. And I'm just like, of course, there's a relationship between the undelivered bales and the dance moves of Janka. Because, I mean, he was the one who was responsible from stacking them on the belt. So that mistake cost them time. And Janka wasn't able to be, next to the belt operating it. So they didn't have the time to put them on the belt, and that's probably why they lost it. So in the end, even though those dance moves, they were nice, but I think that was actually the key factor why they lost the game.
Yeah, they lost time, and losing time,
yes,
as we've seen so many times, can cost you the game. It really can.
Well, let's see. I mean, we still have 2 matches remaining on this series, and of course now I would imagine that Just the Tractor is going to play with the Unstoppable, definitely. I mean, as they still have it remaining, and I think they will use it. And then it's all about the what Farming Friends are going to be choosing against it. But they still have a lot of options as well. Who knows? They might even play with Herbicide.
Well, that's the thing, because it's now that they have to pick different team perks, we do get a little bit of a mix-up, and I really like that in this season. It's teams have to come up with multiple tactics for multiple team perks, because A, they're never sure what team perk they'll be facing, but B, they can't use the same team perk twice in a tournament, and in a match. And it can go to 3 games in a match. So that means they have to be able to do 3 tactics with 3
Okay, more players lining up, and we can see Helm players there. We can see Lindner players on the audience, definitely. We can see Klaas Eilerman on the audience as well, and a lot of the usual FSL crew. I think I knew that guy was as well. But yeah, we got to be heading to the second game of the series, so we can talk about the audience a little bit later. So just the Tractor versus Farming Friends, the second game, and I really loved how Lucky Looker was showing the V for victory sign. So he has been probably watching a Churchill documentary yesterday evening or something like that.
What are we going to have banned? We have the JCB Fast Track being banned first by Just a Tractor. We don't. Again, we don't see many people using the JCB. I'm surprised. It's a really maneuverable tractor and it's really fast. And yeah, I'd expect more teams to use it. There must be a reason teams don't like it. In particular, we've got the Case and the John Deere, two big tractors being banned by Farming Friends. And then we've got the Massey Ferguson front loader being banned by Just a Tractor.
And then the perks. These are the ones we want to see. Bottleneck on the both sides. So they're not going to use the Unstoppable that I was expecting on the Just a Tractor side. So that's going to be pretty fair and even. I mean, both teams playing with the same perk. So now it comes down to the efficiency of the teams once again. And let's see the points. We have runners coming up, so I guess we're gonna have the usual setup because every time, I mean, usually when they are not gonna take something, they will leave the runner out. So yeah, under pressure on Archimedes should follow on the both sides. That's what I'm at least expecting, or should I say the under pressure? I mean, Jenny is not here, unfortunately. She loved that last season. Every time I did it, she was always on my private messages immediate. Like, don't do it. Did you do it again? In a good way, I mean. It wasn't like a complaint or anything like that. At least we don't have any DMCA claims on the channel, so that's fine. That maybe it helps that I'm not a great singer as one certain Freddie Mercury in the past.
Anything like my singing, never had a DMCA claim.
Yeah, I can completely.
I think it's recognizable enough to actually be.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe we could do some karaoke with you, Alex. Maybe we'll learn some nice Elton John songs or something like that. I'm pretty sure that you can hit the high notes.
Only if you want your ears to bleed.
Okay, maybe at least we're not gonna stream it, so no worries, guys. We'll do it on a hidden place, and we do have a technical break as well. So I don't think that the game was able to handle our singing. There we go, technical break. So we'll see what's gonna happen here, and we're gonna be popping back on the cameras, and yeah, we can talk about something else than singing. But the bottleneck. Yep.
It's odd for us to have a technical break in an in-person one. To be honest, we normally end up not having that kind of issue because everybody's in the same room. But I get the feeling that the internet at Agritechnica isn't massively stable.
Yeah, I don't know how they are running the servers. Are they running it on the LAN, or do they have remote servers, or what's the case? But yeah, I mean, at least it was straight on the start of the round, so some of the players probably noticed something, maybe disconnected or controller didn't work. It could be anything else. It might not be even like a break.
They're restarting the server.
Yeah. Okay, so we do have a bit of a. I mean, we'll see how fast the server is going to restart. But yeah, that's happening. So we just got the information that the server is restarting, rebooting, and. Let's see. I guess it's a Windows device, so it might take a while. You know, it's not like a Linux kernel loading in 2 seconds.
Oh dear.
Well, there we had it. So, anyways, second game on the way, and I guess they're gonna go with the same perks as they have chosen already. So they are forced to do the same selections as they did on the previous game as well, and we know what they are, anyways. And
yeah, we see the teams waiting for the server reset as they get in. That hall, I think that's that's the same hall I think they were in before. Last time FSL was at Agritechnica. Nicely in the middle of everything. And yeah, CCP and I walked about 10 miles over 2 days. Trying to see
this time they actually have a New Holland tractor there.
They do. I believe that's usually a nice T7 Blue Power.
You know all the models so well. I mean, quite oftenly when we have events, there's always something green, and I just love
Yes.
when we have a bit of a different colors. I mean, either it's a claws or an or a Fend or maybe John Deere, as we have seen a lot of those at the events always. I mean, it's just of course accidental that they are right next to the place. So having a blue tractor for a change is really nice to see something else, some other colors as well. I mean, blue or green doesn't really make. They're not my favorite colors. It's not anything to do with that, but the just change is always nice. That's what I'm trying to say here. Maybe I'm just like bad at explaining it though.
Now the team that wins this course will be going through to play against Helm,
Hmm.
whereas the losing team will be going down into the losers bracket to play against Astragon. So either
Yeah.
team, I think, is going to have a hard battle to progress against both those two, especially the way Astragon were playing. I mean, they were playing really strong.
Mm. Okay, server is up, so we should be we should be getting there. And I love the Groot shirt on the Just the Tractors player. Was it? I'm not actually sure. Was it Yanka's shirt? I think Yanka. Yeah, Yanka's shirt had a Groot from the Guardians of the Galaxy. So that's a nice touch. But yeah, so we have the same bands and same picks coming up, so no surprises here. And then we should be heading towards the second game of the series. And Farming Friends, they won the first one, so if they will win the second one, then they will be going to play versus Helm, just like Alex said. And then, but of course, they still need to win it. Anyways, so winning team will play against Helm, and the losing team is going to play against Astragon on the losers bracket. And then that's the game that actually you need to win. I mean, on the losers bracket. So we're going to see that a little bit later. But when the time comes in, then we'll be figuring out who's going to be the first team that's going to drop on that first loser bracket game. And if you're wondering about the bracket, go and have a look from the social medias once again. So you'll find the image with the bracket information on it. And this time I have been actually keeping a little bit more tabs on the bracket. So I do have my paper and pen with the bracket. As
I was going to
last
say
time, I
I have
think
a
we kind of
pencil
lost
and I have a
track.
pad here, and I'm keeping track of everything as we go through.
Yeah, I mean, last tournament, I think we kind of lost the track, or was it the tournament before when we had like this double elimination bracket, and it was a bit confusing from time to time for even for us, like who is now playing and what match we are playing.
Yeah.
And then JK was nice enough that he actually took a photo of his notes and sent it to me on private, so I actually had the whole bracket thing with his marks, like who won it and who went where and so on. So now I'm trying to make the JK's way of handling things a standard for myself as well, that I'm actually on the track all the time. Maybe we can say that's a
And we're
golden standard even.
oh no, we got another technical break.
Yeah, another technical break, and it seems that it's
Lucky Lucas.
Lucky
No, no,
Luker.
no,
Yeah,
no. He is there.
yeah, maybe it's something else. I mean, he's there. Maybe he just doesn't have. Maybe he had a runner perk and he went running and he wasn't in the utility. That's why there's no picture. Maybe.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Anyways, we have a technical break, so we'll see what's going to happen. And there we are. Hello, Alex. Look at the camera.
Hello. Sorry, I was writing stuff on my paper.
Yeah,
I'm trying to get all
but
the
we are getting
brackets
some
down.
information. We are getting some information
Yeah,
about
we
what's
have
going to happen
information coming.
next, and we should be
Ah,
fine. So no worries. We'll continue as soon as we can. But they are figuring out the issues at the venue, and then we'll know. But now twice it has happened at the same time, like straight after the game
yeah,
started. It's a player PC
straight in.
issue this time, so they're gonna restart again.
Okay.
But this time it's not a server issue.
Yes. So they'll still have to restart the server because they'll have to get everybody back onto it. But yeah, seems like one
Yeah.
of the PCs is playing up a little bit. I will take this opportunity to say hello to Fielding, who's come in and said hello to both of us. So I hope you're all right this morning, my friend. And yeah, just looking through the chat, seeing who we've got in there. We've got a good number of people here on Twitch this morning. I will say hello to all of the everybody who is on YouTube as well. Hello to everybody who's watching us over there as well. So nice to have so many of you with us here on a Friday, because it has got a few people off guard. Us having a 3-day FSL rather than the normal 2-day over the Saturday and Sunday. And yeah, a lot of games today, and it is because we are live at Agritechnica. Well, the FSL is live at Agritechnica, and coming from there, I believe they've been there the whole week. We've got the tournament coming from there today, Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, just to clarify, I think it's just Friday and Saturday though. So I don't think we have a broadcast on Sunday.
And we're not live on Sunday. I misunderstood.
At least that's the information that I have, and that is the information that has been marked on the FSL website as well.
No, you're probably right. I have gone and made a presumption and got it wrong. Is probably what that
is. Yeah. Anyways, so third time's the charm. At least I think that's the saying. So let's see if
I've got it wrong.
Will be able to start the game. Sunday. Yeah, as they should now. So let's just wait. We have, of course, the same picks and bans, and then we'll see when the game starts. That we have all the 3 players from both sides actually connected as they should be. And then we should be able to continue the series. So let's see how this goes. Let's see. I want to see. Yeah, Lucky Looker has a runner perk, so maybe the assumption which we had about the previous game, while Lucky Runner had a different image, maybe it was actually the right one. But yeah, so we're gonna.
Yeah, so everything's selected as it was before again.
Yeah, so it's the moment of truth coming pretty soon. The game is going to be loaded. We have the countdown timer, and then as soon as the people will get out of the gates, then we'll see how this is going to go. All the images are loading up, all the perks are loading up. Krieger doesn't have a vehicle or a utility, and we do have a technical break. So this is the fourth one that we are now, third one that we are facing, and probably having a fourth game to start, unfortunately. So we'll see how this goes. But okay, at least I think we have some good rehearsals on the technical breaks, how we handle this kind of a situation. So this is good. And I hope that the audience is loving it as well.
Fielding Fielding made the same mistake as I did. So I saw the dates. I went, oh, it's going to be a weekend event, and we're starting on the Friday, and no, it is just 2 days, today and tomorrow.
I mean, if you happen to be a religious person, so then you might have
not a Sunday one.
Yeah, I mean that God created the world in 4 days, from Monday till Thursday. Then he played the farming simulator on Friday and Saturday, and then on Sunday he ate pancakes.
Pancake Sunday. I was about to say Pancake Day, but that is something different.
Okay,
right,
so
here we go.
We have another try, and this time we are already on a technical break. Okay, so we'll see. We didn't have the picks in the band, so I guess they tried to resume from the same moment, and then we came back into this technical break screen once again.
Not sure what's causing this.
I mean, I don't know what is causing
it. In their vehicles and everything.
Yeah, I'll leave it for the admins to figure out. At least they're getting. I mean, on the patch notes they said that they also added the ability for the players to report the technical issue. So maybe it was a binding misclick issue as well. Who knows? And there we go. Finally, I think we should be okay. At least all the players are moving more or less. And Janka's going to be heading for the pads finally. And M-Tron, meanwhile, do a little bit late, like maybe sleeping on the chair. These noble chairs are so comfortable that I don't feel like playing at all. I will just stay here. But then maybe the teammates are punching a little bit from the side. Hey, come on, man. You got to go for it. We got to win this game. and we'll see how this goes. But yeah, 30 seconds done, and the teams are heading for the fields to press the first bales. And let's see, Mtron having his adventures next to the class combine, class Lexion. Is that right, Alex?
Class Lexion, yep, and the biggest combine in the FSL currently. It's even bigger than the ideal.
Yeah, because I'm really bad with these names. I know that I should be better, but then in the end, I don't think that they have made so much significance for my commentary. So that I know the brands, and yeah, it's a big one or it's a small one, but you have all the technical details, all the horsepowers and everything. So I really trust on your knowledge on those facts.
Coming in with the first bale at 141 with a 127 for Farming Friends. So a complete switch from the first game. We definitely have the advantage with just a tractor going into this game.
Okay, let's wait and see. So yeah, they are leading by 14 points now, so that's a reasonable lead, I would say, that the gap is there. So and we do have the same perks, direct delivery, and I think there was a crazy tool as a second drop if I had it right. So nothing that's going to be taking anything out of the second drop. So I would imagine that the with the drops remaining, we can have a bit of a surprise element on the 5.5 minute mark. But meanwhile, it's going to be back to grinding. So let's get that grain or cereales collected, and then we'll see what's going to happen with the drops later on. But the just the track, just as we can see, collecting quite a bit of it. Going to be pouring something a little bit on the side as well, slightly. But the now it's almost 40k, which they have. Farming Friends, I would imagine that they have about the same, maybe a little bit less currently, but yeah, we're gonna figure that out in a matter of seconds.
They've got a little bit less because of that direct delivery, so they've got a 2.5 times multiplier, which is only the grain only went in at one time, so it's I think it's slightly higher grain multiplier off this overloader. So this should actually now go just to Tractor's Way again. They've got more grain here. They can drop it off, and they can and they'll get a bigger amount from it. However, it all depends if Farming Friends can get some extra grain in. They can get a full trailer and a couple of full combines as well. They could give themselves a really, really big advantage
here. Yeah, I mean, Farming Friends, they have been delivering some, so they do have the advantage on the multiplier. So let's see if they can, for example, try to deliver some early bales if they have some kind of alternative strategy here. And just to point that out, I said it on the before the first game that Farming Friends have been having either a very good games or then not getting. I mean, so they haven't been that stable as just the Tractor in the past. But then the results they're getting are sometimes like really good. So if this is gonna be one of those really good games, I wouldn't really worry about the 14-point difference at this point. And because the grain situation is not that far away from each other when you take the difference of the multiplier as well. So definitely Just the Tractor seems to have an advantage here, but then on the other hand, I think that Farming Friends, they might have something on their sleeves as the second batch of the drops will come pretty soon, and that's going to be, of course, deciding quite many of the things. Like a Looker will be trying to go towards the silo. They are still waiting for the drops to spawn, so shouldn't be starting to unload before the drops are there, because there could be a multiplier, for example, or a silo closed. And let's see where they are. We can see the drops they have spawned, so now we just have to figure out what they actually are including. But I'm pretty sure that the observer will find it, and they're right there, far away. But I just can't read them from all the way. I think there was a crazy tool, maybe. Okay, there they are. Speed up and grain multiplier. No crazy tool. So grain multiplier, exactly what Farming Friends need.
Yeah, that will be very useful for them. Everybody is in position now by the look of things. And Riga is ignoring the grain multiplier. With 15 seconds, that's a big mistake on Farming Friends.
They're gonna wait for the last
Unless
second.
he
Yeah,
goes
there we
back for
go.
that. They really
Yeah.
need it. And yeah, he has. He's grabbed it. And so has Apax. Yeah.
Yeah, both
Now
teams, they have the
that is
multiplier.
bad news for Just a Tractor.
Yeah, but just the tractor, they had 68,000 of grain before the multiplier. And they had a 1.5, so I mean, I don't know how my math is currently, but this tells me that just the tractor, in the end, they should be coming up with the actually pretty big advantage on the multiplier. That's what I'm trying to say here. So let's just wait and see. But this is going to be just 45 seconds remaining for the Farming Friends to use the multiplier. They will try to go now and deliver something on the middle. That's because the 11 ballen remaining for them. And Krieger just waiting for a while because Janka actually having a couple of the bales on the way. Going to be going from the bridge, which is going to be lowering as we speak. 30 seconds to go on the grain multiplier. And they still, I don't think that they have delivered all of it yet. They still have 16k remaining. And now we can see that the operations are starting up more or less. And let's see if Farming Friends can actually score these. One of those is going to drop for sure. The two might go in. There's no bale multiplier, but they still have the 2.2 multiplier before just the tractor will be able to pour down the remaining grain. They are currently unloading it. Janka's going to make a mistake with that one bale, but we'll get one inside.
Oh no, just tractor are running out of time.
Yeah, they will lose the advantage on the multiplier before the bale go in. So they will still get them in, a couple of them, and they are leading on the points, but they will lose the benefit of the 2.2 multiplier.
And Janka now grabbing bales and taking them back. But yeah, they managed to get the multiplier up to a 2.2 multiplier. That has given Just a Tractor a significant advantage. We said it before, it doesn't seem to be that big of an advantage with a 2.2 versus 1.8. Only 4 points difference, but that's 4 points per bale. And that very quickly adds up to needing multiple extra bales just to keep up, let alone to go into the lead. So we're going to see now whether Lucky Lucka can get these bales onto the belt and keep the bales coming, because they only have 3 bales here, and already they're falling behind Just a Tractor. So yeah, they've got to keep him supplied with the bales now for him to keep scoring points and keep them in the lead, because it's a very fragile one.
Yeah, it's a pretty tight situation, but I would say that definitely Just the Tractor, they have kind of like the slight advantage here, as we only have 1.5 minutes to go. So I would imagine that there should be some kind of a mistake, maybe on Just the Tractor's side, for the Farming Friends to be able to turn this upside down in the end. But let's just wait and see. Janka struggling a little bit with that one bale. Will be still getting that on the belt, loads it from the side, because if Farming Friends on the X-ray coming with their deliveries at the same time as well. So both teams, of course, as the last minute starts up, are coming around the belt. Just the Tractor, they have 7 bales remaining, and Farming Friends, not sure how many they currently have. But the all these bales for the Just the Tractor, they need to go inside. The gap is about 70 points as we speak, and I'm a little bit worried about the amount of bales for Just the Tractor, though. Of course, it depends how many Farming Friends are having, but they only have 6 bales. So if they will put out the maximum score, what they can actually get is 540 points. And Farming Friends, okay, they have 6 bales as well, so it's not that much of a problem for the Just the Tractor, to be honest. Farming Friends, they have a little bit faster belt, but I don't think that they don't have the bales to overcome this situation. That's the problem. When you only have 20 seconds to go, it really would need some kind of a huge mistake from the Just the Tractor side. But as we can see, they already have 3 of the bales on the belt going in, so there isn't much they can screw up anymore, to be honest, as they have already put them on the belt, and they seems to be going in.
This bale isn't going
523, 462, and the time is going to go down, and there we go. It's going to be Just the Tractor with the second game of the series, and going to put the whole the series score to 1-1 situation.
So 2 matches today, 2 matches going to the best of 3. This is some great play from all the teams we're seeing today. 19 bales delivered for Just a Tractor versus 20 for Farming Friends. But that multiplier has made the difference and given them about 80 points more. No, 60 points more. So, yeah, really, really impressive play there from Just a Tractor. They were on top of that pretty much from the start. And can Farming Friends come back and win the last one, or are Just a Tractor going through on the winning bracket?
Okay, so we have the third game of the series, and hopefully we're not going to have any technical breaks anymore. So, of course, it's going to be a long day, I would say. I mean, if we have these issues, so we'll see how it's going to go. But of course, now everything is running smoothly. So just saying that you can look at it from the positive side, of course, that we do have a lot of farming simulator content today on this channel. And of course, if you still haven't done so, make sure to follow the channel, of course, and also make sure to check the social medias as well, which you can find from the Discord, from the chat bot. And there's a Discord server for the farming simulator as well. The link is going to be on the chat as well, and then you'll find the social media links from the broadcast graphics from time to time. So make sure to check those out as well, and of course follow the action, what is happening at the FSL and with the farming simulator and Giant software in general.
We are about to head into the third game of this match. Farming Friends taking the first game with Just a Tractor coming back to take the second after a few technical breaks that interrupts the second game. We will see exactly if Farming Friends can bring this back and take the third game to get them through to the winners bracket, or whether it is going to be Just a Tractor who come out on top and take themselves into the winners bracket instead. Teams looking quietly confident as they psych themselves up for this third all-important game.
Yeah, I would love to see how the teams are. I mean, you said that they are like, psyching them after the game. So I would love to see this. Like, yeah, let's go. About like bumping their chest a little bit at the same time. Like, just getting ready to rip the other team, more or less. We can see other farming simulator stuff as well. We can see the PlayStation consoles. I think that's the case, and of course we can see some other players as well on the pictures. Gonna be disappearing immediately from the camera, and now we have the third game of the series starting. So Just a Tractor versus Farming Friends, the third game of the series, and of course the decider match. So whoever's gonna win this one gonna be going all the way to the second round, and the losing team is gonna be dropping on the lower bracket. But I mean, when you think about it, so if you go on the round number 2 directly as a winner, then you have to face Helm. And so I don't think that there is that many good options, to be honest, in the end. So you need to face either Helm or Astragon. And I mean, maybe the teams, they see an easier route forward by beating Astragon on the lower bracket. But anyways, they will have to face them at some point. So if they go to the lower bracket, upper bracket and lose to Helm, then they will still, drop down on the lower bracket later on, and then we'll see. So of course, that's not the case. But anyways, the bans and the picks are coming up, and let's see the team perks for the final game. So big haul for Farming Friends. This is the perk which was played by Just a Tractor in the first game, and Unstoppable on Just a Tractor's side. So now this battle of the perks, which Alex, you said that these are not really the optimal ones against each others. Now it's gonna go the opposite way.
In a crunch game like this one, I do think Farming Friends are putting themselves at a disadvantage by using Big Haul against Unstoppable. You have to be so careful how much grain you deliver when you're going up against Unstoppable, and Big Haul is just not that precise. I think Farming Friends, I think Just a Tractor did well to control it as well as they did in the first game, but it very much was them on the back foot, needing to control rather than something being very disruptive. So I I think that Farming Friends have put themselves at disadvantage straight from the get-go here. We will have to see exactly how well Farming Friends can control this and whether they can use it as something that is disruptive against their opponents or not.
Okay, there we go. Krieger has a slight problem with the pole there. They're getting out of the gate, but yeah, he will find the speed. M-Trom's gonna be heading all the way towards the New Holland. We can see the upper one is gonna be a reserved as well, so that is being picked, and it's gonna be taken by just Tracty at the same time. So top liner. Let's see, they're gonna be heading towards the fields. Justicon gets the baler. And they will start building the first bale, and we do have some Yanka.
I'm very confused right now.
Yeah,
why have they gone for the top liner?
I don't know, because I think Yanka was surprised as well, because I don't know why they showed the camera, because I mean Yanka hasn't he been delivering the first bale that he has been driving the baler?
The John Deere's still available.
Maybe they. Okay, let's wait and see what's gonna happen here. Yeah, John Deere. Maybe he just. Oh, that's green as well. Let's go for it. I said that we have seen these colors, and 139 for Farming Friends at the same time. It's just the tractor's gonna be confused a little bit. So first bale is gonna be delivered, but I mean that green is green. So I'll just go for the green combine. Or
did someone shout at Yanka, "Go grab the green combine," and he grabbed the wrong one.
Yeah, I took the top liner. Like, why not?
That is the smallest tanked combine on here, and the smallest header as well. It's going to create more rows of smaller amounts of straw. There is no advantage to having that combine at all, unless you're desperate for a combine.
Desperate for a combine. I mean. Is that the feeling when you go?
Yeah, it's so.
I'm desperate for a combine. Sell me anything. And okay,
hang on. What is going on here? They're using grain as a ramp.
I don't know. This is confusing. I want to see what's going on here, though.
Direct delivery from just a tractor, interestingly.
I don't know. Maybe they maybe they're preparing that their belt is gonna be stopped and they are preparing it for somehow. But I don't know. I mean, okay, it cannot be stopped because they have the unstoppable even so.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, to me, it even seems that Yanka thought that he actually had a baler, and then he went and did the first delivery with grain only. That's how it is, and now he's driving something else. So, I forgot to take the baler. And they haven't. I mean, 7 minutes, and they haven't done the first bale at all. So this is really confusing, and now we can see Hayback's coming in.
Oh, hang on. This is.
So he wants to reverse directly on the belt.
Lift the belt, yeah, and then load bale straight onto it. Look at that! Look at that! Clapping in the crowds.
Yeah, that's a nice trick, though.
It's an absolutely brilliant tactic. Just enough. That's why he grabbed the small combine, because the small combine has just enough grain in its tank to lift that baler up.
Yeah, I mean, okay. So they delivered 3 bales instead of 1, and they are not that far away on the points. They have more bales. They definitely have less grain, so that's the thing. But they do have the unstoppable, so we'll see. I mean, I kind of like that idea. I mean, definitely I like the trick which they are now showing here. And let's see how efficient that's going to be. I'm just a little bit worried that it's the right game to show it. But he's going to go for the second delivery, and that's going to be another 3 bales. And that's going to be, that's going to be 66 points right there. And they will take the lead at this point with the reverse trick. Let's go, baby!
Oh my lord, this is
that's
crazy,
nice.
because this is so massively disruptive.
And they will just do these small deliveries now. They can just go there, do those 3 bales, go there, deliver, and do that back and forth. And if they will continue like this, they can actually reach
and they're
easily.
Look
at the amount of points. Look at the combo.
Despite a bale missing, there's a bale-tastic.
Oh my lord! This is something. I mean, I'm really happy that somebody else than Helm came up with something new.
That is Oh yeah, and the head is small enough. As Fielding points out, the other reason for getting that little Deutz combine is the header's small enough to fit over the bridge. You can't detach the headers.
This is
that's
so
the
nice.
only combine that could make it there.
Yeah,
I
mean, they can just continue doing this, and they can easily reach like a 700 points.
Yeah.
There we go. He's there again. And they have a problem on the Farming Friends side. One was going to drop, the other was going to go inside. They had the bale multiplier, so that's why they had so many points. But Emtron is just waiting with the big hole, wondering what to do. Just the track, this belt is, by the way, super fast as we speak. And Haypacks, these are just nicely getting there. That's going to be, okay, that's not going to be 66 points anymore, but it's going to be still 54 points. And they're going to be easily... Look at that.
And they got the bale multipliers. So,
I love this. Yeah,
this is great. Just fantastic.
Yeah, this is I mean, what I would love to see now, could cameraman please find JK's face from the audience? I want to see like how he's looking currently. And there we go. That's another load coming up from the different person.
I can bet you every single team sitting in that crowd is looking that and going,
oh, 524. Wow. That's... They have saved the best for the last game of the series. And we were wondering like what's going on here. And they had we were wondering that he made a mistake by accident, took the wrong one, but no, these guys, they know what they are doing. This is just lovely.
And because they've got Unstoppable, they're controlling how much grain can be put against them. So the multiplier is never going to go horribly against them.
Yeah. I mean, Emtron, he can go with that one. I mean, he can go there, but he can't use all of it. So they are definitely controlling the situation currently. And it's just a matter of time when they're going to pass 600 points. I think they will make easily 700 points on this game. And that's a big number with the 10-minute round. So I really love this strategy. And what I'm wondering now is that how many other teams are going to use this strategy on this tournament when they have realized that this is possible, actually. But this is really like, you hear it like, at least once in a week, if you work in an innovative area, somebody, oh, please think outside of the box. And these guys have been thinking outside of the box, definitely. So this is just nice to see. And there should be some more bales coming up. There's going to be a bottom boost. They will try to get a combo even, but no, Janka is going to reverse away from that. So it's going to be 588. They're going to do a couple traditional deliveries as well. That's going to be maybe a little bit more complicated as you have that extra.
It does make it difficult for them to deliver otherwise.
But I mean, they have made. I mean, these are the first bales that they deliver that way.
But it's completely frozen Farming Friends. Farming Friends just haven't been delivering bales because they've been waiting to sort the multiplier. They've had a player tied up doing that.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is that it's not just only about this is so smart, I would say, because I mean, in a way, you can just go and take those 3 bales and deliver them. You can just go back and forth. I mean, it's like it's just like, grinding and doing it. Of course, the multipliers and those have effect, but you don't really have like the huge amount of bales piling up next to the belt. Whoever's going to be packing the belt, you don't need to have resource there, so everybody can just come with the deliveries with the baler and just put them in directly. This is like.
I will say this probably
the best thing.
Probably needs a bit of refining. Oh yeah, but this probably needs a bit of refining because I am seeing Farming Friends catch up, and I think, oh no,
that's close. Yeah, they are catching
Oh,
up.
he
Of
didn't
course,
need
they are
that.
doing the points as well.
Yeah.
But still, this is. I mean, yeah, definitely you can still build on this. You can make some changes. The top liner is gonna be standing there just as a. Oh, it's not standing. Yanka's gonna go for it, and he's gonna.
It's gonna
The out of
just
fails. Let's go,
celebratory.
boys. Top liner. It's gonna be just the track there. Look at these
Wow.
guys. I said that these
I
guys'
just
faces on the past they were
yes.
just completely silent, and now these guys they are just so happy, and this is their moment of glory, and they have all the right to enjoy from it.
That's such a great tactic. That is just such a wonderful tactic. I can't wait to see how Helm pulls it apart, but it's such a wonderful tactic. Look at
I want
that.
to see
That is the
somebody's face.
lowest grain delivery we've had all day.
Yeah. They didn't need it. They didn't need it.
7,000 liters. They didn't.
I mean,
They
of course,
didn't.
I mean, there's a way for the opponent to kind of like destroy the multiplier quite badly. So you don't get so many points. So then you have to consider the fact that that do you want to get like 15 points per bail? I think there was a lot of things which are also like turning up for them pretty nicely. I mean that there was the bail multiplier as well, which you don't have that often. They were able to utilize the bail multiplier so much better because then you have like 3 bails coming out of the bailer immediately, for example. So I think there's a lot of elements that we need to understand better. But what I'm just trying to say is that one thing that we have to understand is the fact that the circumstances were perfect for this strategy, and also with the drops as well. And so let's say that when more time passes by and teams start using this, we'll see different kind of perks against it, different kind of drops. It might not be so OP as it was now, but definitely, I mean, I think that other teams they need to consider what they will do with this kind of a strategy.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We are going on a break now, though, so we will see you shortly.
And
we're
welcome back. There we are. So we had the second game of the whole tournament, more or less. And oh boy, what a strategy we had actually there. So Just Attractor will take the win, of course, from the series, and they will proceed all the way to round number 2. They're gonna be facing Helm later on, and Farming Friends will be dropping on the lower bracket. They will be facing Astragon later on. And the next match that we should have is Lindner versus Valtra. But I think we still need to discuss about the strategy. We gotta see some replays as well. And what do you have to say, Alex, about it?
I love it when teams do this. I love it when teams go and do something that is completely out the box and completely unexpected, and leaves us scratching our heads and going, "Why are they doing that? Why have they chosen that?" And Just Attractor did exactly that kind of thing. They went and did something that nobody's done before, and just had what the. We missed that. That must have been in the first game. All three of them just crashing into each other on Just Attractor's side. That's the first. And not quite sure why that happened at the start. Nice jump. Oh yeah, this is the tractor flip.
Yeah, and straight
into the tree.
But yeah, so I mean, I almost like completely forgot what actually happened on the first 2 matches because I was like so much thinking about the third game in the end. But okay, with some victory replays, this is the top liner, so this is what we are wondering about, like what's going on here. And kind of like the first bale delivery comes in the form of grain in a way, and then there we go. This is strategy unleashed. And
their first, I don't know how bad their first bale was, but it's that's at the.
I mean, we can see 0 points. This is the first delivery. So I mean, they got So they got like I think they got like 100 something points suddenly from that. Did they still have the multiplier or something? But yeah, the first bale was like really bad because it was like less than 7 minutes, so it's still like even any multiplier anymore at that point. But still, anyways, doesn't matter. They found a way, and we just see it replays of the same strategy more and more again. So with the help of a bit of a grain, you can do a lot of things.
That is right up there with
love this.
The whole pushing a massive stack of bales in. It is. It was also wonderfully controlled because they had Unstoppable and because their opponents had Big Haul. They were able to control how much the multiplier was the other way. The multiplier was against them. I think that Farming Friends missed a trick. I think Farming Friends could very easily have taken their multiplier up to 2.4 and made it much harder for them to score as many points as they did. And I think the first bale was a big missed opportunity. They needed to get in there. They needed to still score that first bale point, because you're going to have teams come up very fast behind you.
Yeah, interested to see will somebody else actually use the same strategy, but we're gonna figure that out a little bit later. So Lindner versus Valtra anyway starting now, and we saw that the Lindner guys, they are a bit of a showman, as we can see. They were showing the paper. They knew that they were on the camera, so they did that on purpose, pointing the paper like we're gonna go with this strategy or something like that. We saw that coming from New Holland last season as well, that they had the guy with the notes also on the pictures, and there was something written on the paper. I can't remember anymore what it was. Anyways, we can see that the telehandlers, at least one of them is going to be banned by Lindner. Valtra has been the team who has been able to use the telehandlers a bit on the same way as Helm has been on the past as well. So maybe that's the reason why Lindner wants to ban them. I think it's actually a pretty common practice from Lindner almost. I'm not sure if it always, but I think that they do ban the telehandlers quite often. Well, now when I think about it. Okay, anyways, so we can see Deutsche Fahrer and Lindner, Lindtrack being banned by Valtra, and then we have the New Holland telehandler banned by Lindner. So no big tractors taken away out of the equation. No John Deere's or anything like that. New Holland's taken away, and 20 points remaining. So Bottleneck versus Big Hole seems to be the perks, at least for the moment. Let's see if there's any last-second changes, but these are not really the teams who actually do it. So seems that we're going to go with this one.
Yeah, this is a much more normal setup that we see. Big Hole versus Bottleneck. You see these two perks go against each other quite a bit. Interesting that Ultra banned a larger tractor with the front loader and the smallest little Lintner with the front loader. I think that was a statement to stop Lintner using their own tractor. Something that Lintner didn't reciprocate with Vulture because, of course, they've banned the telehandlers. I don't know if Vulture use telehandlers very often.
I don't know that they use it often, but I remember that they have done the similar tosses as the Helm has been doing, so they do master that skill. So that's the one of the reasons, I guess. They haven't. I mean, we have seen them to use it. I wouldn't say that they use it with as efficiently as Helm has been using, you know, repeat, and just get the points, but they have been able to use it. So maybe we'll see. But I mean, did we have Unstoppable? No, we didn't have Unstoppable. So then, you know, the telehandlers are not anyways that, you know, much needed maybe. But we'll see. We'll figure that out a little bit later. Anyways, now the first game is ongoing already, and the battle for the pot is going to be Lindner, maybe. No, it's going to be Søren for Valtra.
That's going to...
No, it is Lindner, actually.
Yeah, it's going to Lindner.
Yeah, a tight battle anyways. Yeah. And we can see Zerzerus, he's going to be pretty close to the barn, so we should be expecting to have, is it Apollo who's going to make it, or no, it's going to be Bull 24. They do have a new player on the lineup, so Bull 24, or just Bull maybe, that's fine. So he should be delivering the first bale, going to be disengaging. We can see Valtra on the lower screen. Lindner has a slight advantage here. Going to be making up all the way to the bridge, and this should be around, if he's going to toss that in, like a 139-ish maybe. That's what I'm expecting. Yeah, 139. So that's going to be Lindner taking the first bale. And Søren just a little bit late. We'll take the safer route. And yes, we do miss Kermit, so he's going to be here at some point, talking about the safer route once again. And that's going to be a little bit complicated, but in the end, does it go in? No, it doesn't. Yeah, so he needs to shove that in with the front.
Come to the other side.
That should be fine. 113, so that's going to be 26 points of a difference.
Yeah, that's quite a big difference and quite a big disadvantage for Valtra going into the rest of this game. And in fact, Lindner are already delivering grain, and that is because they have got direct delivery. We're seeing more and more teams actually today using the direct delivery. You normally thought that would put people at a disadvantage, but no, more and more teams are going for that direct delivery these days.
Yeah, I mean, crazy tool, as we discussed about it, that sometimes it makes sense, and maybe it makes even sense here. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe on the early game. I mean, if it comes on the later batch of the drops, I think you can maybe prepare a little bit better for it. If that's the case, I do have a feeling that there is if you would be talking with the Helm players, because we saw them to use it. I mean, JK had it prepared. So he was. So maybe they have found a way how they can actually prepare for Crazy Tool. That's what I'm trying to say. That because you kind of need to have the setup so that you can actually utilize that time what you get from the Crazy Tool. So you need to have some preparing work done before that. So maybe they have found a way. And maybe when it comes on the later batch of the drops, then you actually have time to make the preparations for it, that you can actually utilize it. Anyways. We didn't see any of the teams going for, trying to mimic the strategy. Of course, it probably takes a bit of a practice as well, that you need to practice it. I wouldn't be surprised if some of the teams, for example, if they have like gaming laptops or something, or maybe they will find just a different stand from the venue to practice a little bit. And I guess you need to still, see how to actually drop the grain, you know, what's the distance, how you should park the vehicle, and so on. So maybe, you know, that's why we cannot really see the strategy coming up right away. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see the strategy from another team on this same tournament still at some point.
I think it's a strategy where you have to be very much in control of the grain delivery. Because if the multiplier gets too far away from you, it will absolutely negate that strategy. So, yeah, there needs to be a lot of control. I don't think it necessarily needs unstoppable all the time, although if your conveyor belt, if your belt is going a lot slower than your baler unloads, I don't know what effect that will have on it, whether that will cause problems to happen. So, yeah, it's I think it'll I think before other teams attempt to have a go at it, you'll probably see teams experiment, and then at the next tournament we might see it used widely if it is as good a tactic as it initially appears to be.
Well, yeah, we'll see definitely different kind of versions and kind of iterations of that strategy for sure on the future. So we'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, but for sure it's something that the other teams they can't really ignore, and we'll see. I mean, maybe Helm says that okay, they tried that and it didn't work on this and this kind of a scenarios, for example. So we'll see. I mean, it's pretty hard to tell at this point, so we'll just have to wait and see. But what we have here is that we have less than 5 minutes. We had the drops coming in, and now the big haul from Apollo is approaching the silo. We can see that Luca and the others from Valtteri, they are preparing something. Bale multiplier is going to be picked by Bull 24 with the last possible second. At the same time, comes in the delivery. Almost like a direct delivery, but it's the big haul delivery. 2.4, 2.5, 2.6, and Valtteri is trying to battle against it. And this is the time when Linder also needs to do something with the bales, as they have the multiplier in both of the ways. Valtteri is trying to even that out. I'm pretty sure that there should be bales on the belt currently on the Linder side already going in, and that they could be scoring.
Is it enough? It's not enough!
2.1, and they have the bale multiplier Linder as well, so they will get the bales in. These are gonna be what is it, like a 31, 32 points each as they will go in. That's gonna be about almost 100 points on the belt as they will go in. 171 is the current score, 203 and still 1, so that's gonna be 235, so 32 points per bale. And that's how you make the use of the multiplier and the big haul at the same time.
And that's also that advantage, that 0.1 advantage or 0.2 advantage that they have on the multiplier. That is because they used direct delivery. They went in there, they put some extra grain in directly at the start, and then they filled their big haul trailer, and that was enough to give them that 2-point multiplier advantage. Really, really great play there from Linder, taking full advantage and disrupting Valtteri nicely.
I mean, the Bale multiplier just wear out, just like 5 seconds ago.
Oh,
and
yeah.
They have made 400 points now. They had 300 something,
yeah.
And now they pick up the Bader Gesamelt languages, please.
I'm fairly sure.
Well, was it the Bale drop or something? I should have recognized it from the icon. But anyways, they have 400 points, so I think that they also... What I was saying before that was the fact that they did use the Bale multiplier even after we saw it on the picture. So they made another 100 points with the Bale multiplier while we were watching something else happen.
Yeah, they are using everything to their advantage properly. And Apollo hitting the safer route a little bit hard. But yeah, why Valtteri went and got speed rather than Bale multiplier, I don't understand. And a Bale-tastic for Valtteri.
Okay, so they were
That
planning,
is
but they
gonna
didn't
even
still reach
pick
them
up
with the
the-
points. But it's a very impressive to get
No.
the bale plastic in this kind of a situation. Maybe they realized that Lindner just delivered a lot of bales with the bale multiplier, so maybe they don't have any bales right now next to the belt as they used everything with the multiplier, so the timing probably was really good for it. But the Valtra is still catching up. They are more than 100 points away, so they still have to do something about the situation. You can see Anton operating next to the belt, Bull 24 just heading towards the fields. And yeah, Zerzerus is the man who is currently trying to get the bales inside of the barn. And the second floor seems to be the
not
target
enough
for them.
bales
So
there for
yeah, but this is
Valtra.
looking like really good. I mean that I'm talking about the points. So I think we saw in the first
yeah.
series of the matches there were like a 5,500 points was about where the points were, and now we had almost 700 with that strategy of just the tractor, and we still have 50 seconds to go, 8 bales, so this could be close to 700 for Lindner already.
It's whether Lindner have the bales there. I mean, they only have 2 bales sitting there. They're doing really, really well, Zerzerus, at getting bales onto the belt and getting the points scored with them. And it means that they just have nothing there at the moment to load up onto the belt with 25 seconds left. They don't need to worry about it too much. There are not the bales there at this point, I think, for Valtra to catch up. I wouldn't stop putting bales on if I was Lindner, though. 10 seconds left, 666 points, 686 points to 554, and Valtra can do nothing as Lindner take it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is what I meant, that they are definitely capable of getting close to 700 points, and they were just 14 points shy. So very, very well done and very well executed. I mean, everything was lining up just like it should. They were very stable at the belt, and they used the multiplier. They used the big hole the right way as well. And in the end, it's just about one more delivered bale. Okay, and actually Lindner deliver more bales on the bottom, but okay, they had the multiplier, so they kind of like had the time for it as well. But yeah, well executed, and I must confess, I mean, sometimes Lindner is a little bit unstable, especially when it comes to the stability around the belt. They have made some mistakes there, but this time everything was just spot on.
Yeah, it was a real masterclass, in fact, from Lindner there. They were in control of that from very early on. They knew what they were delivering, when they needed to deliver it. The direct delivery was a great choice to get their multiplier to the 2.5, force Valtra to have to get extra grain, knowing that they could then deliver with the big haul and just match the whole thing. So, yeah, absolutely brilliant play there from Lindner. We will see now if they can replicate that into the second game of this match, or whether it'll go to the best of 3, or whether it'll go to a third game by Valtra taking it.
And just as a reminder, so Lindner is now leading the series, and the winner, of course, will go straight on the second round. They will be facing the LOFTHN, and then the losing team is going to go, of course, on the lower bracket once again, and they will actually go and face. So we have the Astragon versus Farming Friends as the first game on the losers bracket. So the loser from this is gonna face the winner of the first lower bracket game, if I read the bracket on the right way. So anyway, just to let you know, and of course you can find the bracket information from the social media once again. So make sure to check the X slash the old Twitter. And of course, Instagram accounts of the FSL and Giant Software. You'll find the information from there. But now we're going to be preparing for the second game of the series, so Lindner versus Valtra once again. And we'll see what kind of perks are going to be chosen by the teams this time.
And up first for the batting is the Deutschfahr, followed by the Manitou telehandler. getting banned. Second by Lindner. Well, if they're banning the Manitou, the next will be the New Holland telehandler being banned. In fact, I don't think this is going to be a very
These are the
different
same.
set of rules.
Yeah, it seems that they want to. I mean, Lindner wants to ban the telehandlers. We saw Deutsch Far, and was there a. Yeah, Lindtrack was the other one which was banned on the previous game as well. So these bans are completely the same which we had on the previous match as well. We can see Unstoppable on the Vulture side and Bottleneck on the Lindner side. So Vulture are still wondering how they will play the big haul, and they will probably do it on the last game if needed, unless they of course they want to play the Herbicide, for example. And here I don't think we're gonna have a much of surprises. So Runner, Under Pressure, Archimedes, and then you also see the utility choices for the players. But the not really expecting any surprises here.
Two big tractors though for Vultro, which is an interesting choice. Followed by the Little John Deere. In fact, two big tractors for Lindner as well. So neither team looking to get a large number of bales back at once by taking another front loader. Neither team going for that JCB, which is fast.
Just imagine if somebody would now make a run for the top liner. Yeah, that's gonna happen. Maybe. Yeah, but it would be fun to see the reaction of the other team. You know, it's just scare them away a little bit, like what's going on here. Even if they would not do the strategy, of course, that would ruin the first bale and everything. But I would say that the reaction from the other team would be probably golden to see. Anyways, we're going for the pass. We can see Anton going for the case. Combine. We can see Søren next to him as well, so everything should be fine for the first bale on the Vulture side. And let's see, Bull 24. He was the one who delivered the first bale on the last match as well. So the new player on the team, at least on my books. So we'll just have to wait and see how this will play. Søren clearly has a better place than he had on the previous game. So, I mean, when you look at this picture, you can imagine that maybe Vulture actually has a better first bale, but you still have to deliver it, so no mistakes, please. And we'll see if Søren's going to toss that in. It's going to be anyways less than 140. Let's see if the bale is coming out. The birth of the bale is not there. He's going to reverse that in, so it's going to be about even actually for both of them. And it's going to be 131 for Vulture, and Lindner actually misses the toss. And he needs to shove that in. Let's see, carefully, 123. So it's not the end of the world. The difference is 8 points, but it's still a difference.
Yeah, well within a bale, even in the bottom. So not a huge job for Lindner to catch that up.
Yeah, I mean, at least they know that the silo close is not there for the second batch of the drops. Once again, so they can play the grain game. Well, okay, there could be grain multiplier still, as pointed out earlier. But at least they know that when the time is to deliver, they know that they can deliver immediately when the drops are cut. Okay, not immediately, but at least they know that it's not going to go to the last seconds or minutes of the game that somebody would be blocking the silo. So now it's about the grinding, pretty even, as we can see that the pretty similar pictures. So they are on the same parts of the field currently doing the collection, and probably going to be starting to press some bales pretty soon as well. But for now, it's about collecting the grain.
Yeah, and it's an interesting one with Unstoppable. Is exactly how far do Lindner go in delivering the grain? Do they wait for Vulture to deliver it first in order to even things up? Or do they try and take it to that point before their own belt stops? Because that is always against a team who are doing Unstoppable is, do you risk stopping your belt? And we can see Vulture are not delivering any grain. then they're not taking that risk. They're not going to be the first ones to do it and then cause Lintner to not make the mistake. And Lintner, quite wisely, are also not delivering the grain. So I think this is going to end up fairly even at the end of the day.
Okay. Yeah, this is like as we watch the pictures, the same vehicles, the same plan, more or less, almost like same vehicles passing by. So it's another drive, the Sunday drive at the fields. But of course, there's more than that. More than meets the eye is happening on the background. And the score situation is still pretty even. The bale situation and the grain situation is also pretty even. But of course, Valtra still has the unstoppable and Lindner doesn't, so they have the bottleneck instead. So we'll see how this will play out. We are just about to get on the 5.5 minute drops, and of course the grain multiplier is something that we are really wondering, will they come or will they go? And just 8 seconds, hopefully we'll see the drops as soon as they are arriving, so we know what kind of decisions the teams they have to make when the time comes in and the drops are there. And now we are still waiting to see what actually was spawning. We can see Bull 24 going next to the belt, has the baler full of bales, so 3, 4 at least inside, and the grain delivery will start. So I would expect that there is no grain multiplier because the team started to unload without picking any drops at this point. So we'll just have to wait and see when we know what is maybe available. This is something that they can. Yeah, there we go. Crazy tool and bridges rate. So nothing that they probably want to use at the moment.
And with Lintner having 2 people up there doing the grain delivery, Crazy Tool is going to be of no use to them. Valtra might, if Soren... Oh, Soren's gone for bridges raised. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So, making sure Lintner don't have any access to their bridges at all.
Okay, grain is being loaded. 2.2 Valtra slightly leading, but there's still like 20k of corn remaining for Lindner of grain. And I think they should be able to get 2.0 at least back, and they might even take a slight lead. Yeah, 2.1 for Lindner, and yeah, almost 2.2, but that's going to be awfully close. And now they are out of grain. So yeah, they will end up with a slight advantage. So that 8-point difference, whatever's going to happen with the bales, I think that's going to be closing up if they decide to deliver the same amount of bales. So and they do have a pretty even number of bales as well. So interesting to see how this will turn out. So I would say that we are once again in a situation where smallest mistakes can actually cause a difference. One bale dropping from the belt, maybe one small dip in the water for the driver, or maybe for the tractor, actually, not just for the driver. That will definitely have an effect.
Zestra's coming in. That bottom bale, that does not look secure. Whichever way he comes in, I think that bale is going flying. He's got a very big smile on his face. And oh wow, he's managed to negotiate the safer route quite nicely with that bale on there. And he's going to start scoring points now.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
they do have a lot of bales next to the belt, as we can see that they can definitely start doing it.
Control of this
Yeah, it looks good for Lindner currently. So let's just wait and see. I mean, now they also need to do the operation. A bit of a sweat there, sweating around the belt. I think one of the belts definitely didn't make it to the belt, so it's going to drop down for sure. And hopefully not going to do any other damage, like take the other bales with it or something like that, block the entry. So we can see on the x-ray the other bale. Yeah, those two are definitely going to go inside from Linder's side. So that one bale, yeah, it's already dropped that we saw earlier, so it wasn't on the belt anymore at that point. So both teams are now scoring points, of course, with the belt, as we have 2 minutes to go. And this will be a stacking challenge all the way till the end.
And Lindner needs to be exact with their bales. can't have any bales fall off because their belt is so slow that it just doesn't give them enough time to restack lots of bales on it. Vultra can make mistakes because look at the speed that those bales are going up. So Lindner, to score all the points they need to score, do need to be very exact with their bale stacking and not make any errors. They're keeping it fairly close, and they do have the multiplier advantage. So minute 20 is enough for them to catch up, especially as they have 3 extra bales. Well,
Yeah, I mean they have the extra bales, but I'm really worried about the belt speed, to be honest. I mean, because it's so slow for Lindner, and we have 1 minute to go, so for sure they cannot get all the bales on the second floor anymore. And the Vulture, they have so much faster belt that they can still deliver definitely more on the second floor. So I think that Vulture, I mean, it's gonna be very hard for Lindner to actually catch up. For a while, it actually seemed that that Lindner would be able to catch up. But now I'm not so confident anymore because, as we can see, they are just like so slowly going in all the time.
that is the thing. And there's exactly the thing they needed to not have happen. They must not fail to get those bales in. Because if they fail,
And they have 9.
then they are just not going to catch up. And yeah, it looks like we got a third game here that's going to go to.
But that's 63 points on the belt, and if they can do 80 points. Something, so it's gonna be very close. You don't have time for that
God,
one bale,
no, it's not enough.
Yeah. So in the end, Vulture will take it. Yeah, Lindner didn't have the time. They had the bales, but the as they needed to put some like a 5 or something on the bottom instead of the top, that kind of like made the difference.
Yeah, that's that is absolutely the speed of the belt there did Lindner in completely. They just couldn't score the points quick enough. And look at that, 23 bales with 17 at the top to 24 bales with 22 at the top. If they'd been able to get those bales, those 6 bales into the top, then they'd have had it. Absolutely, they'd have had it.
Yeah, I mean the gap was like a 29 points, and they still had 1 bale on the belt, so that would have been 21 points. I mean, 1 bale on the belt. They had 2 bales which they didn't deliver, and one of them was about, I would say, like 3 meters from the door. And then we saw earlier, you spotted that, Alex, earlier, when the 1 bale actually dropped from the belt, maybe like a minute before the end. So those 2 bales would have been 42 points. So it's close. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it's an unforced error. You're right. I said that they couldn't afford to have any bales fall from the belt. They had a bale fall from the belt, that and a bale in the bottom, and that would have been it. And it's those kind of small unforced errors that that do end up costing people matches. So
yeah, that's true.
That's especially when you got a slow belt like that.
So once again, I mean, it's a best of 3. So once again, we go to the 3rd game of the series, and then we'll see who's going to be advancing and where. But this is the last game on the first round matches. So after this one, we have done all of them. But of course, we have still 1 game remaining on the series, so it's not that easy. It's going to end right here. But yeah, the first round is done after this series has done, and then we're going to be, of course, moving towards the round number 2 games, and we'll see what's going to be the order of the matches from there on. But anyways, just saying that we're going to move on the second round after this one. And none of the teams who have lost so far, they are still in the tournament. They have just moved to the lower bracket, and the same happens for the loser of this match as well. So interesting. And of course, now as the perks have been, unstoppable has been used. We do have a big hole still on the Vulture side remaining, and nobody has used the herbicide. And do we have? What do we have still remaining on the Lindner side as well? Of course, herbicide, but then what haven't they used? Bottleneck?
They used unstoppable at the start, didn't they?
Yeah. So yeah, then they had used the big hole and the unstoppable. So then we should have bottlenecks still remaining on that side.
Bottleneck?
Yeah, that's what I'm expecting. The bans are gonna be the same as we can see. Deutsch far. We have 2 telehandlers, and then we have the Lindtrack as a last choice. That's what I'm expecting, at least for the moment. And yeah, so then it's all about the team perks. So just waiting for that to happen. But yeah, the bans are the ones which we expected, and now we have Unstoppable versus Big Hole. So this is the same. Interesting.
I would say again, that's a really great piece of play from Lindner. They've managed to force Vulture to go unstoppable again. Go Big Hole against their unstoppable. Lindner immediately in command of the grain game here makes it very difficult for Vulture to deliver grain without making a mistake that just means their belt stops working. So they've got to Vulture are going to have to be very careful about how much grain they deliver here. Otherwise, Lindner can just leave them to have a broken belt and score points at their leisure.
Yeah, I mean this is the circumstances where the you drop that bit of a grain in front of the belt and maybe take a baler and reverse that there. You said, Alex, that it's all about you need to control the grain game if you're going to use that strategy. So these are the circumstances, right?
This is one of the circumstances I can see. This is the circumstances that Just Attractor created. Just Attractor did it when it was completely unexpected. The Deutz Combine is out there. I do not expect Lindner to have a try for it. Teams rarely go for stuff they haven't practiced.
Yeah. Okay, let's figure this out. Anyways.
I wanted...
Yeah, Anton is running, so he wants to go for the ideal. So maybe he just likes the color black. I mean, it's great because it fits with all the clothes you have always.
It's very slimming.
Okay, so let's see how this is gonna start building up. Definitely a slightly slower start for Vulture, I would say. I mean, we saw that they were still running, and Bull is actually having a good speed here. Let's see if he's gonna swing that in. I think he has been reversing. But then he gets stuck on the bridge, and it's gonna start just getting up as well. But he's gonna be able to get away in time, and gonna lose that 140 point first bale for sure because of that. But it's gonna be still like a 134, it seems. So it's still first bale, and able to still win it. Yeah, and Søren comes in, so this is like a 120. I don't know, 9-ish, 124 maybe. No, this is going to be hard to call because he has some issues. So it's going to be even less than that. So I don't know, where's the bale even? It's still it's still coming out. So 114. So that is a
20 points.
One bale difference straight away from the start.
Squeaking in to a single bale difference. Yeah, little bit of a disadvantage there off the get-go for Vulture. So they need to now deliver a full bale at a 2 times multiplier, and then more. So a full bale more than Lindner do at a 2 times multiplier. Ooh, and Apollo missing the overloader here quite badly. They'll have lost some grain due to that.
Yeah, maybe the players are not so synchronized currently. But okay, let's see. I mean, still the situation is pretty similar. Lindner currently on the lead with the grain game, of course. I mean, it helped when you had the first bale, so you have more time to make the grain as well. So it's not just about the first bale points, but also about the possible lost time if you if you spend so much time trying to get the first bale in. So yeah, everything seems to be in control currently for Lindner. Nobody has been delivering anything and so on. So now we'll just have to wait and see for a while how this is gonna play out. Bull is gonna be heading towards the silo. And of course, Lindner, they don't have the big hole, so Valtra has the big hole. But the amount of grain actually on this big hole for the moment is not that. I mean, it's pretty low, so they will probably just park it on the side of the field, and then we're gonna feed that with the other vehicles, and then take that towards the silo a little bit later, maybe like in a 45 seconds or something. And yeah, let's see. Serserus, meanwhile, so I mean, Lindner, they need to come up with this. I'm not gonna say complicated, but the setup, anyways, around the silo that they will have that they can have a simultaneous delivery of grain from multiple vehicles at the same time as Valtra is going to be working with the big hole there.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think most teams tend to only just use the big haul to deliver when they have it. We did see. I think it was just a tractor. We saw this harvester at the same time and unload into a harvester while they were using the big haul. But that seems to be more the exception rather than the rule.
Yeah. It's pretty static situation for the moment, but it's not going to be just a 10 seconds when we should be having the second batch of the drops, and we'll see if there's going to be something that's going to spice things up a little bit. Yeah, big haul being loaded. The drops are there. Let's see what we have on the drops actually, and then we'll know how this is going to play out all the way till the end. As Lindner is already unloading it, so there's no multiplier or anything like that. So bridges lowered, speed up, so pretty standard stuff. Maybe speed up is going to be picked up by somebody if they are nearby, but otherwise I don't think they're going to be much bothering about it, because it's not really that point of the game that you will get a lot of help from the bridges lowered or bridges up. But anyways, so they're not going to make that much of an
Ultra
impact.
have grabbed bridges lowered.
Yeah. And it's going to be grabbed by both of the teams, so they will just follow it. And now the big haul unloading is happening as we speak. We can see it on the multipliers. It's 2.0 already at least, and 2.6 they have broken their belt. And
I was going to say, Lindner now just need to deliver nothing.
Yeah, but they are delivering. They want to get a better multiplier, so 1.6. And I mean, actually, this is going to be a Valtra winning the multiplier game.
This is a mistake from Lindner.
It's actually 2.0. So yeah, I mean, they could have left Valtra hanging there.
Yeah, Lindner have gone from having a 5 times multiplier advantage. They could have held Valtra at them having a 2.5 and stopped Valtra's belt and had a 10 point for every bale. 5 point for every bale advantage, because Valtra would have only been able to deliver in the bottom. And yeah, this is a mistake from Lindner. They have unstoppable and they haven't taken advantage of it.
Yeah, maybe Lindner is just wanting to play their own game. You know, they want to have the multiplier, they want to have the points. And yeah, but I completely agree. Maybe just should have just left the grain there and just start doing something else. And even if you would have, let's say that you would have been able to guess or know that beforehand, maybe just spend the whole time instead of collecting the grain to do something else. But now the deliveries are starting. 3 minutes remaining as Lindner is getting the bales on the belt. That's going to be a couple of them. They do have a pretty fast belt, of course, because they're unstoppable as well. Super drop is spawning at the same time. And we haven't yet, seen what it is. So we're going to figure that out at some point. It's going to be bale points. So if you're not nearby, you probably want to go for it. And the score situation, by the way, is completely tied with 194 on the both sides, but now Valtra is collecting something. Lindner is going to be collecting 214 because the bale multiplier is completely the same for both of the teams. So the situation is very, very much even.
That bale points, if Valtra were to get it, would negate the missing bale points they had for first bale. That would even first bale up.
More bales.
In fact, would just about even the scores up as well.
Yeah, I mean, Valtra will definitely claim the lead in a couple of seconds. Yeah.
I think well, Linda have the faster belt, so they're able to score points at a faster rate if they can get the bales onto their belt.
Well, there's a lot of action around the Lindner belt, as we can see. A lot of bales are available. And so Zero should have his hands busy. But the score situation is still very tight. It's well, now there's going to be some bales coming in for Valtra as well. They're closing up on 400 points. Lindner getting a couple more on the belt as well. So yeah, both teams are just stacking, and they're doing a pretty good job with it. So let's just wait and see how that's going to go in the end. But the yeah, it's still even, and we have about 1 minute to go. So that's the what I'm still wondering here, that how this is gonna play out in the end, because it's so even.
I'm surprised that Lindner were as many points behind as they were. They've got a much faster belt. They've got they had or have. It's getting stuck on the bridge. And yet he's not going to make it over that. He is heading off the other way. That's not good for them.
Well, at least he's getting out of the bridge. As Luca is here, not getting out of the bridge at all. He's completely stuck. So yeah,
wow,
he might have had some trouble, but Luca is completely on a different level. Look, Mom, I'm flying
in the air.
Yeah, that is hanging. Literally.
76, thanks for raid.
That one is gonna drop. But that was like the belt was so fast. I was actually worried that it's gonna stay there. It's gonna be even, but Linda's gonna be showing couple. They actually win it. They actually won it all the way till the end. That's love. That's love. I mean, there's no other explanation for it. They are loving it.
Look at that.
I mean, I'm just wondering how much would you say? I mean, Luca hanging in the air, 4 undelivered bales for Valtra.
Yeah.
So yeah, it probably was the decider here.
Yeah, I completely utterly. Him stuck in the air like that, in the end. As Fielden says, 1 bale in the bottom would have won that for Valtra, and they were stuck in the air on a bridge, and they're not happy.
Yeah, he's.
So yeah, Lindner go through.
Yeah, I mean there was definitely a pretty serious face, as we can see. I think that's Luca actually with the boss cap, if I'm not completely mistaken. And I mean we saw how when he was hanging in the air, how he was like looking this screen of his PC, like having this like almost like a completely empty look, like I can't believe that this is happening, and now he can't believe that it's actually the thing that actually decided the whole game in the end, the whole series actually. So yeah, Lindner will go through. We're gonna be heading for a short break. We'll be back with Alex in a matter of seconds, okay, minutes at least, like a 3-minute break, and then we're gonna be having our next game from the bracket.
Welcome back, everybody. We have just had a cracking set of matches. First, we had Helm versus Astragon, with Helm going through on that one. Just a Tractor versus Farming Friends on the second one, with Just a Tractor going through. And our most recent one being Lintner versus Voltra, with Lintner going through at the very last second, delivering a whole load of bales into the bottom. What a match that was, Matty.
Yeah, it was a pretty tight one, especially at the end. I mean, Luca hanging there in the air, and Lindner just understanding the situation. Okay, just get everything you can, and we can still win it, because there was Walter having a slight lead before that. And but yeah, Lindner, they did manage to pull that off, and the guys were like really happy about it, of course, as we saw. I think Lindner is the team that is showing most of the emotion always on the stage. I think it's really a team that comes to life on stage, and I think that the performances on the stage are better than on the online tournaments as well. So they are probably actually sucking the energy from the audience.
I think they feel a bit more of the pressure when they're in person like this, and we tend to see more unforced errors when we're in this kind of situation, and a lot closer games. And we saw the first game there going to Lint, the second game going to Valtra, with Valtra just using to their full advantage. They're unstoppable, and then Lindner not quite using it to the full advantage. And having some issues getting bales up. And then this is the last 5 seconds. Lindner just shoving bales in the bottom to win that. While their opponents had their tractor hoisted in the air on a bridge, and not able to respond. Just a cracking set of games that's seen Lindner go through. Of course, Valtra are not completely out of this tournament. Every team has can lose once and still make it through to the final. And so Valtra will go down into the losers bracket, where they will face either Astragon or Farming Friends later on. Our next matchup, though, we have Helm versus Just a Tractor. This is going to be interesting. Just a Tractor coming up with an amazing new tactic that I'm fully expecting Helm to just pull apart the moment they try and use it. But we'll see. Disruption is the name of the game with the FSL, and if they can disrupt Helm, then they might just beat them.
Yeah, one thing I gotta say about the previous match, still, I really love the ending. Oh, because DJ Gohan is actually there, so he's there as well. And he has arrived to Europe once again.
Tanya as well. Matana there with him too.
But regarding the last game, so what I was gonna say about it, that I really love the end when Lindner wins it, but then when you saw that when Apollo was pushing the last bale in on the lower right corner, there was the oops from Luca still like visible on the image as well. So that was pretty nice. We can see a lot of FSL merchandise there. So on these events, you can of course get your share of the FSL merchandise from the events. And now when it's getting a winter time, so maybe it's time to find those winter hats for you guys with the FSL or Farming Simulator logos. But yeah, this game is interesting, and I would say that definitely interesting from at least two things which are on my mind is that JK is still in the lineup, so he's still playing, and then, of course, Just the Tractor is the team who came up with with this new strategy to get those bales on the belt directly from the baler. So I'm really curious to see, will they use it? Has Helm found how Helm is going to play against it, or what's going to happen? I mean, I don't know. So that's the excitement that I have currently to see how this is going to play out in the end. And of course, you can't really do anything on the bans regarding the Just the Tractor strategy if they're going to try to utilize the same strategy here at some point. I mean, I don't think that they want to use it on the first game. Let's see. I mean, the kind of like the perks which the teams are picking are the important ones. As Alex said, that you kind of like need to be controlling the situation. So I think with the perks, you need to kind of like force the other team into a situation where you have that advantage. So if the teams play all the time against the same perks, for example, so if Helm chooses to, let's say the Just Attractor chooses Big Haul, for example, and if they just choose Big Haul and they go always against the same perk than the other team, then you can't really use the strategy, can you, Alex?
No, and that's the thing. It's you want to mix things up. You want to try and, as I said, be disruptive as you can. So, don't want to be using the same perks against teams all the time. So Helm very nearly went Big Haul then, and changed its bottleneck. So this is going to be a very standard game, I think.
Exactly what I mean. That they understand the name of the game. That if you want to deny that strategy from Just Attractor, you just go against the same perk all the time, and then because what happened on that series, and in the last series as well, in a way, if they would have, playing, is that when you go with a different perk, you might end up on the third game of the series in a situation where the other one is forced to play, for example, against your bottleneck with something else, like, for example, with Big Haul. So, and that is a situation that you don't want to have versus Just Attractor.
Absolutely. It's Just Attractor to properly use their tactic need to control the grain game, and you can do that having the same perk. You just need to be doing different things while you're playing, but without knowing that early on, then it makes it very hard. Just Attractor are not going for that Deutz Combine though, and Yanka has missed the Lexian and is heading up to grab the Ideal. I thought that the Deutz Combine was to his left. It's a way bit over.
At least he's not heading towards the top liner, so that's the thing. But yeah, so let's see how this plays out in the end. I think JK was looking pretty sharp there at the start. He was like having a very, very much focus on one single pad. So we'll see. Yanka is now... Oh, he's actually harvesting. So so they need to change the the setup here, because Yanka has been delivering the first bale. So and Justicon has been doing the the straw for the bales. And we can see actually on the X-ray that there's already Helm player JK heading towards the barn, so they should be having their first bell in a matter of seconds. If he's gonna swing that into 130 something, maybe we can expect 133. Yes, exactly, from JK. So he's gonna swing that in a little bit late, but still they will win it. So they will get the first bale, and JK will be immediately heading back to the fields and Just Attractor. They haven't delivered the first bale at all. And from the X-ray here, we can see that how far they are.
Coming in.
The first bale is right there. Hapax is now starting to bail it. It's like very, very slow
big
first
problem
bail.
with that baler. Getting a baler.
Yeah, a huge one. And that's why they went with a completely different kind of a setup, that they actually had the Yanka doing the straw, and Hapax will come later on with the baler. And this is horrible. They're gonna be at least like 2 bales away, I would say, more or less. But will they come up with something else? They will just leave it there. They will not even go for the first bale for the time being. So will they try to kind of recover from this situation by some other means? That's the question, because this is what they did when they used the other strategy as well. Speed limit and bale drop available on the drops, which are not going to make that much of a difference. So I want to see how these guys are planning to play it, because we are seeing something different once again, I would say. I mean, if it would have been just a mistake at the start with the pads and bad luck and not getting the utilities, then usually you still go and deliver the first bale. But now when it's like 2.5 minutes already from the start, they are still waiting. So maybe they have some different kind of alteration from the strategy.
That's my problem. That's what I don't get. Have we missed something? Now that they've gone and done a strategy that was completely unexpected, have we missed something? Are they doing something here that we just don't expect?
I mean, we're that's what they did on the last series.
Well, exactly.
I mean, we were thinking, oh, why did they go for the top liner? Did they pick up the wrong vehicle, or what's the case here? Like, I'll get the green one. You remember the discussion we had, and then they just blowed our minds.
Yeah.
So I'm eagerly waiting to see what's gonna come out of this one. Have they figured out something else, or I don't know. Maybe they just decided not to deliver the first bale, but that's a bit strange because I mean he was already next to the bridges with the baler, but then he decided that he's not gonna go there. He just left the baler on the other side of the river. So I think there's something, but I don't know what it is. Or it could be just, that they're trying to confuse Helm. I don't know. I have no idea. So that's why I really want to see this, of course. And I really hope that the viewers want to see it as well.
It's interesting. Why is Paul standing at the end of the field? Oh, I think no, that's a ghost. That does happen sometimes. That's not Paul standing there. He is elsewhere doing stuff. That is a ghost.
Yeah. I mean, to me, that seems that it's like a Michael Jackson second coming with the moonwalk.
Yeah.
But yeah, 5.5. We are getting the second batch of the drops already. And nothing has been delivered by Just the Track. They have 2 bales done. They have 56k of grain, and that's pretty much it for the moment. So we'll see how this is gonna play. But this is, I would say that this is strange from Just the Tractor's side that they I mean, they 2.7 multiplier for Helm as well. They are now delivering grain. Bridges lowered, bridges raised, so nothing disruptive when it comes to the grain game or the silo or the bales in general. So this is just about the logistics more or less. And now Just the Track
kind of wonder what happens.
Broken, but they will start pouring it down.
I kind of wonder what happens if you select bridges raised and the other team selects bridges lowered. Does that basically cancel each other out?
But bridges, yeah, I don't know. Maybe they will, yeah. Maybe
does
they'll
it matter the order in which you pick
yeah,
them?
yeah. Maybe it will come as the bridges in the middle. So then they are just like not open or not closed, and so
Breaks
then they're
all
just
the
acting
bridges.
as a jump points, more or less. But yeah, okay. So we are delivering grain, but Just the Track they have. I mean. Yeah, I'm really worried. So they either have to have something there, or then just not delivering the first bale was an honest mistake, or I don't know. So we'll just have to wait and see. Wooler's gonna be heading towards the belt, so he wants to get those 3 bales on the belt. They have 2.40. 2.4, not 2.40. That would be a pretty high multiplier. Okay, it's actually the same because we have the decimal point. Sorry, my math is not so correct today. But anyways,
it's so much more grain than Just a Tractor.
Yeah, this is interesting. Have they like given up or something? Because we don't see much of an activity from their side currently. I mean,
it's
there's like nothing going on currently. So maybe they are just because I saw there on the background one of the vehicles, and I think it was like static, like and a player inside of it as well. But okay, 200 points anyways for Helm, and they are just doing exactly as they want to do. And I would expect that one bale is gonna drop. It's not gonna go in, and we can see first bale coming from Just the Tractor. That's gonna be 46 points
46
now.
46 points.
So yeah, and it's 46 is not even like a multiplier of a multiple bales. So they are now getting bales inside. So I don't know, but this multiplier is really bad.
They can win this.
Yeah, they got the Lord Baler.
Got the Lord Baler.
I guess that came as a super drop earlier, which we didn't see, but now we know about it, and they are slowly. But I mean, what I gotta see from the points feed is that they are getting these points on let's say like a 3 at a time. Okay, so they're not reversing it in. They're now finally working with the belt the usual way. So they're trying to catch up a little bit, but they only have like 6 bales, and Helm has 15 bales. And Helm is also leading, and this is just like a really strange start for the whole series, to be honest. A bale combo has been counted, so maybe they tried to get a combo, but it's going to be countered, yeah.
I don't see how Just Attractor can win this at this point. They are 12 points per bale down. No, sorry, they're 8 points per bale down.
Yeah, and they have less bales as well.
Every two bales, they need to deliver an extra bale. That is not possible. That is Helm just pulling out and pulling out and pulling out.
Yeah, that seems to be the case.
I am confident in calling this and going. I think with a minute and 20 going, unless something major happens and Helm are unable to deliver another bale, Just Attractor cannot win this. There is no way.
Yeah, it's like 200 points of a difference, and they have 9 bales. So even if they would get all those bales on the top, it's not gonna bring them enough points. So, would be nice to hear what was going on at the start. Like, why did they? I mean, okay, they had some challenges with the vehicles, but then they decided not to deliver. So, did they have a bit of a kind of misunderstandings, or are they just trying to confuse Helm, or I don't know, maybe they want to make Helm to feel like so comfortable currently that we got this, that they can pull something off on the next game. I don't know, it's a question mark, total question mark for me.
It seems very weird. They didn't score a first bale, they haven't delivered all their grain. Helm have scored a 700, which is a good amount as well. But Just Attractor just seemed to stop.
Yeah, I mean, that's the first result over 700 points. We saw JK also climbing up all the way on top of the belt as well, so he did a good job with it. So I would say kind of like a standard performance from Helm. But then, Just Attractor, I just don't know what was going on there, honestly. I have no idea why they didn't do the first bale. And I think they scored the first points when there was like a 4.5 minutes to go or something like that. So that's way too late.
They delivered as many bales.
Yeah, but the multiplier, I mean, the grain game and everything.
Multiplied it. Yeah. It wasn't for lack of delivering bales. They delivered as many bales, but their first bale was awful, and they just didn't have a grain game. It's a very odd thing to see them go from as well as they did against Farming Friends and dominating at times to just completely fall apart like that.
Yeah, it is strange, but I mean, let's wait and see. I mean, Helm, they can definitely execute, and but it's a big question mark. Just the Tractor that they have been pretty good on this season. So this was like, we spoke about the uncharacteristic matches for Helm on the past, so I would say that this was a very uncharacteristic match for Just the Tractor. I'm not just talking about the strategy which they had in the previous series. Like in general, this is just not the level where they usually play.
No, that was a very odd game from them. It seemed to be a massive. It seemed to be a massive unforced error. So hopefully they can pick themselves up, pull themselves together, and come back with their A game in this second game of this match.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they had some kind of an idea that they want to play it differently. Maybe something went wrong at the start, that they didn't get the. So maybe they had something special on their mind, but for example, didn't get the vehicles to be able to do it. For example, I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. We're gonna figure that out. But of course, I mean, this is still the upper bracket, so no worries for them so far. I mean, they have lost one game. They still have a chance of winning the series, and even if they lose the series, then they will not simply drop on the lower bracket, and it's not the end of the world.
So here we go. Game number 2. Can Just Attractor pull it out and get a a much stronger performance this time, and hopefully win the second game here to take this to a game of 3. And first up on the banning is Helm, and they are banning that large John Deere.
Let's see. Yeah, telehandlers seems to be coming from the Just Attractor side, so maybe we'll see Unstoppable in work. Who knows? And another big one, yeah, from the Helm side as well. So class Axion 960.
Everybody,
there is an idea from
Chat's
the
going
chat.
with Big Hall versus Big Hall. No, versus You see, this is why Helm is great. This is why you don't pick Big Hall until either the other team's already played Unstoppable in a tournament, or they've already selected the one they're going to take, because Helm now in complete control of this game.
On the chat, it was suggested that Goham should play with Helm to keep things even. I guess.
Maybe JK will give up his seat.
On the Bale stacking challenge, we saw that DJ Goham, maybe he's not the guy who should be working around the belt. But that's a different discussion. Okay, so here we have it. Nothing so surprising. We saw the perks already. Nothing so special on the picks of the players. And now Just Attractor, they have their backs against the wall. With Big Hole, they should be fighting with Unstoppable. It's doable, but sometimes it's a bit complicated. So let's wait and see how that's gonna go. But of course, I mean, now the start is what I want to see, because it was just so strange what happened on the last game at the start and the kind of like the following 2 minutes. So let's see if Just Attractor wants to actually go for the first bale this time, for example.
And they're away, and Yanka is going for that John Deere. I think he's going to be beaten to it, though. Yes.
Yeah. Same as last time.
Quite fast enough to grab that combine.
That's Megan as well.
And he's running up for the ideal.
And that's the same. I mean, he ran to the ideal on the last game as well, and then he ended up, of course, harvesting and making the straw. And now we can see how close Helm is already to the barn. So JK, I mean, he's very close. So this could be 140 something, definitely, easily, pending, of course, how the toss is going to go. The bale should be ready, and I think he's on his way. So this could be like close to 150 as well if he's going to toss that in. But meanwhile, we're going to see what's going to happen with Haypacks, and there we go. Not going to be 150, but yeah, if he's going to toss that in like 146, yes, exactly. 46. So very good start. And JK, yeah, he's smiling. I mean, we can notice that his teammates are also like happy that JK's. I mean, honestly, he hasn't done any mistakes on this series. He did some on the first match of which they had, so that's why I'm saying it. Anyways, Just Attractor will come up with 130 points with the first bale, and that's going to leave us with the 16-point difference, and Alex can come with the bale counts if he wants to calculate that.
Yeah, it's a 1 point. Oh no, it's less than a full bale in the top and more than a full bale in the bottom.
I was actually gonna do the same. I was gonna say like 1.6 bale difference, and that's when I realized how easy it is to miscalculate it, and that's why I said that maybe Alex will give a try. But I'm really happy to see that your brain works the same way on these situations. Great.
That's why we work so well together.
Yeah. Okay, and that's a very little amount of grain. Somebody has been leaving something. That's that is something that you can do. Maybe pancakes or something from that amount. But yeah, that's gonna be way too much what we currently have for at least for a single oven. But yeah, 7.5 minutes closing in, and let's see, no bales done for Just Attractor. I think Helm maybe has a couple of bales. Multipliers are there, and just as a reminder, so we do have the Big Hole versus Unstoppable, and we do have the slowdown actually picked by Just Attractor.
And JK now taking the first load of grain in. Why is he hiding his face? What's he trying to say? That he doesn't want the camera to see.
It's hiding something. Let's see. But yeah, they're unstoppable, and now the unloading starts already for Helm, so they don't wait for the 5.5 minute mark at all. With the drops, this has been the case. We can see just the tractor still collecting 45k, which they have with the big haul, and I mean they should be getting somewhere close to 60,000 with it. But this is what Helm does actually pretty often in this point is that they will get this slight like 2.4 something, and then they will deliver some bales as well. So this is how they get the early lead quite often. That was the big haul is always like collecting longer, so you have the time to do a small delivery there and maybe get some bales as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some bales going in for the Helm, let's say during the next 45 seconds or so, and that's how they will get that 100 point gap, and then they will just start executing and getting their stuff done more or less, and then keeping the enemies away. But yeah, we haven't seen those bales yet, so not sure about that. Will that be the case this time? But that's what they have done a couple of times in the past.
And I'm wondering if Just a Tractor have left. If Helm have left their overloader up there. I've not seen them pull it back, but that just could mean that I've just not seen it. Just a Tractor are loading up their big haul though. That is nearly ready, and we've got Bale Multiplier and Bridges raised. Bale Multiplier right now for Helm would be amazing if Helm can get the bales in.
Yeah, but Helm, they only have 2 bales. They haven't done the bales.
Wow.
They didn't deliver, and they haven't done it, but they do have 56k of grain. So they are ready to counter whatever is coming from that big haul. That's what they have been preparing for. They have been waiting for the big haul, and now they are already unloading a little bit. And Just the Tractor will just keep them waiting currently. And now they're unloading it. And let's see what's going to come out of this. And at the same time, Just the Tractor, they do have a lot of bales. They have, 9 bales, but that's definitely more than what Helm has. So, yeah, this is interesting to see how this will play out. As the now Janka tries to go and deliver at the same time as well. The bale multiplier is going to be picked up, and this is Just the Tractor trying to surprise Helm almost with their own strategy, more or less. But they use the timing. Helm does the same. As I said, that I was expecting something like this to happen without the bale multiplier like 2 minutes ago, but it didn't happen. And now Just the Tractor will try to counter the whole situation with the same similar strategy, but just with the bale multiplier later on.
And Helm have actually managed to come out on. That's impressive.
Yeah, and they did a good job with the bales. They got 100 points. So they had at least 4 bales on that belt. They had the multiplier. So yeah, 30 points per bale, about estimated a little bit less than that, but still a good amount of bales. Points per bale. So they will take the lead. Now they're 400 actually, Just the Tractor. Bale-tastic for them as well. So they are getting a combo at the same time as well. And if they can still do a couple more, they could do even more. But yeah, Wooler's going to be, of course, going here and trying to counter the whole situation. Yeah, but the Just the Tractor, I mean, they just kept waiting with that big haul like long enough to make sure that I think Helm was a little bit confused there for a time being. So who knows how this is going to go. I mean, we still have 3 minutes and we know how dangerous Helm is. But I would say that Helm, they also have the bale multiplier, and they only made about 100 points. And that's very abnormal for Helm that they don't utilize these situations.
Just the Tractor took advantage of the one weakness that Helm does have. Helm does not create bales early on. And one of the great ways to beat Helm is to make early bales, and when you get an advantage like this, go and score the points. And so all Just Tractor need to do now is keep these bales coming, keep putting them in. They've got a 2-point disadvantage with every bale that's delivered, but they have a massive points advantage going into the last 2 minutes here. This has been some great gameplay by them. I'm impressed.
It is. Yeah, I'm really happy that that they kind of like waited with the big haul, and then they made Helm to wait as well. That they were not able to use the grain, so Helm used the all the time at the start to collect the grain. Just they can counter the big haul, and they did counter it. They have 2.1, but the timing is that the Just Attracted kept them waiting, and meanwhile they were preparing for their move, which was, of course, the Bear multiplier worked them very nicely. It was not guaranteed to be there, but in general, the timing was the thing that they just didn't use the big haul at the same time as teams are usually using, and then Helm wasn't really able to move forward as Just Attracted was building with it, so they almost used the big haul as let's say like a fine way of some sort of extortion. That's what I'm trying to say here.
Yeah, they use it as a great disruption tactic. They made Helm waste time.
Yeah,
and time, as we know in FSL, is precious.
Yeah. So 1 minute, and the last minute as well. And the point difference is about 72 points as we speak, and now it's it's growing actually slightly, so 90 points, okay, 89, but still rounded, I can say 90 points. Now it's 100, so yeah. And I mean, Just Attracted, they have 6 bales, we have 9 bales for Helm, so if they will just get all these bales, let's say on the top, it's not going to be enough for Helm to catch up on Just Attracted, just the 3 bales itself. So they will be about 40 points off if that's going to be the case, because the Hapax coming in, there's no chance for a combo, unfortunately. And so they will just use the whatever they have to unload it on the bottom. There's going to be a second batch of them. No combo possibility is still available, so it has been Helm at the same time, of course, delivering some bales as well. 10 seconds to go, and there's going to be Just Attracted still leading by 20 points. They don't have any bales. Thus, they have the time. Paul is going to be coming in if they can actually get these in. No! What actually happened there was a really close situation. There was a slight chance in the end, but it didn't work, and Just Attracted will get the second game of the series, and they will force Helm to the third game on the series.
Wow, that was really close at the end. There were bales coming in, 656 to 677 for Just Attracted, and yeah, Just Attracted delivering more bales, and just holding Helm and being disruptive to Helm. I love it. Fantastic game there from Just Attracted, coming back from whatever happened in that first game, and showing that yes, they are good enough to beat Helm. So I'm really hoping they can do the same in the last one. To see teams play, even if they don't win the last game of this best of 3, seeing teams play this well is great. So
I mean,
let's see if they can keep this level up.
They won Unstoppable with Big Haul, so that's the thing here. And now, what's the scenario on the last game of the series? Who has the Unstoppable and who can control the grain game? It is Just Attracted.
No, Unstoppable has not been used by Helm. So Helm, I guess will go Unstoppable. I'd be amazed. No, Helm will go Big Haul or Herbicide is all they have left, isn't it?
Yeah. And then Unstoppable should be on the Just Attracted side, right?
Hey Reaver, welcome along. For those who don't know, Reaver is my brother. He's just entered the chat on Twitch.
Okay. Anyways, but what I'm saying is that I'm thinking that there is a chance on this last game of the series that Just Attracted actually pulled off to get the perks way on their advantage again. So I wouldn't be surprised. Let's see.
They've given Helm a challenge here. Do Helm go with Big Haul and end up at a disadvantage because Just Attracted have Unstoppable, or do they go with herbicide? And either way, Just a Tractor have Unstoppable, which is a hell of a perk to still have in your back
Mm.
pocket
Yeah, yeah. I
in
mean,
the
they
last
won the
minute.
unstoppable with the big haul, and that's the thing that now they have the advantage on the perks as well. So this is interesting, definitely. To see how this will work out in the end. But yeah, this is great actually. The bands, as we can see, John Deere's, telehandlers. Do we have another big tractor? Maybe a class something. Who knows? Um,
Yep.
yes, Axion. There we go. So that is being banned, and yeah, let's see. Is it gonna be unstoppable for sure? Is it gonna be herbicide? Oh, yeah, herbicide. I mean, Helm hasn't been. Let's see if they change it on the last second. No, they don't. So, I mean, Helm has been playing with herbicide quite many times, and that's something I think which we realized at the farm con that they, we were expecting that for sure they will take the whatever else was left there, but they actually took the herbicide and they won it with it. So. Let's wait and see. But this is definitely interesting to see how this will play out. I want to see. I mean, these two previous matches on the series they have been unusual. I mean, the first one was so strange because the start was whatever it was, and now they kind of like did the timing thing. So we see some new stuff coming from Just the Track there, and of course we saw the strategy on the first series as well today, which they played. So I don't know what to expect from this one. This is a very fresh uh,
Yeah.
wind coming on my face from FSL.
This is nice. I can't believe that we've had we're in our fourth match of the day. Every single match has gone to 3 games,
Yeah,
which is
that
just
that is.
fantastic.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's definitely a tight series, and now we're going to be starting the last game of the series. Let's see what Janka is doing, and please stay with Janka. We want to see where he's going actually with it, because if they will go to something, something green, and I don't mean that the usual greens, but Janka hasn't yet found a vehicle for himself. So let's see what he's going to be getting, and he's
Oh,
going to
he's gone for the
find
New
the
Holland.
New Holland actually instead. So. Okay, doesn't go for the top liners, and maybe it's something that they don't. Maybe it's also about the pads as well, where they're gonna spawn and what's gonna spawn and so on. So it's not just that you cannot like always execute the same that kind of a thing. You need to have the stars. They need to align properly. But let's see. I mean, JK seems to be heading for the fields. Wooler's already on the job. So yeah, I mean, it's not going to be 140. It's going to be less than 140, at least for Helm. Hapax actually has a chance of delivering 100. About 140 is doable, and he's going to reverse that in though. So it's
Not
going to be
going
like a
for the flick.
136 maybe. 137, okay. So just the tractor will win the first bale, and JK
Ooh.
struggling a little bit as he's going sideways straight after the safer route. And by the way, good morning to Terminator as well, because I know that he's alive. And JK getting 121.
And people have been asking after Kermit. So yes, Kermit is alive and is about. He will be. He'll be taking over from me in a little bit.
Yeah, he's gonna
Right.
join in. I'm gonna be here for some time still, but yeah, there will come a moment when Terminator will replace me, and then he's gonna finish off the broadcast with Alex, because I do have a huge pancake party on the evening, and I need to relocate to another city. And tomorrow I'll be here, but I'll be doing the broadcast from the other city, so you'll find a nice camera angle from my hotel room most probably tomorrow. But that's a different story. Let's go back to the game, and 121 for Helm and just the tractor with 137, and we have been playing for 2 minutes now, so we have about 8 remaining, and let's see. I want to see how this grain game goes. I think that the element of time which just the tractor introduced on the previous game, that was a really nice touch, but now this is definitely a more traditional strategy.
I'm expecting Helm to be very cautious with their grain game here. They will let just a tractor deliver grain, and then they will try and counter it. I don't think they're going to try and go for a massively increased multiplier, simply because They know they don't have to do that, and they also are in a position where if they increase their multiplier too much, then they're going to end up stopping their own belt and causing themselves a much bigger problem. So we'll see what JK does here, but I'm not expecting him to deliver any grain before Just a Tractor do. And I'm wrong again.
Yeah, I mean, these strategies are just so wild these days that we are always like guessing. So, oh, this should be the case. Oh, they should be now having the bales, and no, they don't have the bales, and no, they don't have the grain. But yeah, I guess it's good because if the players can toss us away, they can definitely toss the viewers away as well. And it's really nice when we have a change of in things.
I wish to thank JK for proving me wrong again.
Yeah. Let's see if they're pressing the bales. Can they do? I mean, they have the 2.3 multiplier once again. And I said it on the last game as well that, yeah, usually at this point they deliver something, maybe with the multiplier or something like that. So, okay. Yeah, 6 minutes, so 30 seconds for the next drops. And both sides, just the tractor is actually collecting a lot of grain. They have 60,000 without the big haul. So that is a sign of something. And Helm is trying to catch up, of course. So they are 53 as well. And they have been pouring some down to get the multiplier. So I guess that the amounts are, in the end, pretty much the same. And let's see if there's going to be more deliveries coming up. Grain multiplier, if that's available, should be visible pretty much right now. A speed limit and direct delivery, so no. So we can expect that the grain will start to unload, and it will start exactly. We have belt stop. We have the speed limit has been picked up by just the tractor, and now we can see Helm's belt is gone. They don't have the telehandlers. So we'll see how they want to operate the belt. Will they be driving over? But of course, they're trying to battle with the amount of grain which they have.
It's again. I'm slightly surprised with Helm stopping their belt. That Just a Tractor have not just left it there, because that just leaves Helm completely out of control. You know, they have no way of coming back with that and sorting that. And you just then control your opponents completely and utterly. And it's odd. We've seen teams leave their opponents with a stopped belt and then go on to win. It's a low scoring game, but they go on and win because it's an insurmountable advantage there. The only team that's ever come close to being able to fix the problem is Helm, and they did it by driving up the belt or having the telehandlers. But it makes things so much harder for them.
But okay, so Helm has delivered all the grain, and Just the Tractor still have 10k, so they can go about even with the multiplier. So the multiplier is not going to play a huge role. The belt is not going to be stopped anymore. We know that for a fact as well. And there we can have the final bits and pieces. So kind of like, 2.1 just barely for Just the Tractor. I was expecting 2.0. So they will get that slight advantage, and they do have a way much faster belt as well. And that's one of those key things. They have 9 bales built, both teams actually, as we can see. And so this is once again the time when you can't really afford any mistakes. So I'm just saying this, just in case if JK is listening, for example, that he's gonna make sure that the doesn't do any of the flips or anything like that. I mean, he had a small flip already at the start when he went sideways when he was delivering the first bale. So now he just needs to take it like very safely. And bale winner is going to be on the super drop, and that's going to be worth 1 bale. So that is something, a slight advantage to somebody, but not the end of the world. But Helm, meanwhile, they have actually taken the lead now on the points as they have started to deliver. And when we look at the bale counts, it's actually turning the other way around, and we still have 2.5 minutes remaining, and somebody's going to be trying to get a combo, and that is Helm, as we can see Wooler waiting here.
That's Helm
and there's
going
going
for
to
the
be 9, and that's the bale-tastic.
They needed that. They really needed that.
Yeah.
They have a big uphill struggle the last 2 minutes because the number of bales that Just Attractor can. Oh my! No! The number of bales Just Attractor can get into their hayloft is huge because they have that speed. But they mustn't drop bales off the side of that because Helm will take full advantage of it.
Yeah, the bale-tastic turned the whole situation upside. I mean, there was a slight advantage to Helm already before that because they were leading by 40 or 60 points and they had the same amount of bales. But that bale-tastic really made the difference here because that means that Just Attractor, even if they now deliver all the bales, whatever they have, they are not going to be able to catch up with that 2-point advantage per bale. JK is going to be putting one in. And Wooler!
Oh!
That is...
and that's not good.
And he still has the bales!
On his roof.
He has the bales. He's going to go back to the water, maybe? No. But yeah, that's going to be 3 bales, and he's going to recover from it, but it was costing some time, and Just Attractor actually has taken the lead at the same time as well. But Helm, they do have 6 bales more. JK is coming to pick up some more bales as well. We can see the leaves of the tree on the cameras as JK seems to be heading. Wooler, of course, wants to recover from this situation. They have the bales. It's going to be 40-point advantage, and the problem is that Just Attractor, they don't have the bales. There's going to be 12 still remaining for Helm, and for sure they cannot get all of those bales on the second floor, but even if they stuff them in on the bottom, that should be enough. And Just Attractor, they need all the points possible. JK coming in, and 410, 50 points of a difference. We have 20 seconds to go. It's going to be still 50 points of a difference. 8 bales suddenly for Just Attractor. They're coming with the final deliveries, and it's so busy. So busy around the belts that Just Attractor is leading by 90 points. They might be just dropping down Helm on the lower bracket. It's going to be awfully close. 3 seconds to go. They're going to have a mistake. It is going to be.
Is enough?
Just Attractor will destroy Helm. They will destroy them, and they will go. Down you go, boys, on the lower bracket.
Just Attractor have forced Helm into the lower bracket and goes through on the winner's bracket. That's amazing.
These guys, I mean, the first game of the series, we had no idea what's going on, and I don't know if they had any idea what was going on. It was just like a completely lost game for them. Like almost they had like a given up. Okay, we'll accept the fate and we will lose to Helm. But then they will come back fighting, like really fighting, and having a great strategy on the second game. And then at the end, just, I don't know, these guys must have been taking some medicine or something as they were so fast.
In it. 7 points they won that by. What a game. What a match. And Helm have no safety net now. Helm are into the losers bracket and they have no safety net for the rest of this tournament. Just Attractor are on fire.
What I'm just
what a comeback from that. From that
yeah, what I'm thinking
game,
about.
Which
great timing. What I was just gonna say quickly is the fact that I'm already thinking that we know that Helm is a strong team. And if there's any team who can come and win the grand final from the lower bracket, it's Helm. And you spoke about the double final.
Yeah.
So it actually can be a reality. Who knows?
I think Kermit's going to take over from me after the break. So I will see you in a little bit. But Copter will be with you as well. So I will see you all later in the day, and I will hand over to Copter and Kermit during the break. We will see you soon.
And welcome back. And Alex didn't make the magical jump to anywhere. He's still with us.
No,
So welcome back,
I
Alex.
spoke too
Terminator
soon.
will be joining a little bit later, as the I guess the time zone is still doing the tricks for Terminator, so he'll be joining later. But the yeah, so we are back, and just to continue where we left off. So just the track there, they did beat Helm, and that's the first time this season I think that Helm has been you know actually lost a series of matches.
Yeah, it was just really well done. They had such a bad game, that first game, just to track it, and we were kind of scratching our heads and going, "What's happened? How's that been?" And then they came back in that second game and just beat Helm while they were at a serious disadvantage. And that was the thing. And once they'd done that and had Unstoppable as their perk for that last game, that just made it so much harder for Helm to win that last game. See, this is the first one. This is where Helm had over a 300-point lead. They had double the points that Just Attractor had. And then it came in the second game, and somehow with Helm having Unstoppable and them having Be Cool, they actually used Be Cool really well. They controlled what Helm was doing. They made Helm waste time. And then JK unfortunately had this error in the last one. And it was just enough. It was just enough to give them that nice big advantage and cause Helm to start having unforced errors like this.
That is true. Yeah, I mean it's not just only about the about just the tractor winning Helm, but the way how they did it. I mean, and I don't mean the second game, playing with the time or this last game of the series, but how they came back after that first game, which was like a completely under the books more or less. So it's really impressive that they managed to gather themselves and then just like win 2 games in a row. That's really something, I gotta say. And the I mean, after the game, after the Helm lost, I mean, we had some camera footage from the players as well, and I think it's the first time when I see that the guys are not smiling from Helm's side. That's what I mean. That usually they are pretty self-confident. They don't mind about the minor losses and so on, but they seem to be really thinking about the situation, and that's definitely um, yeah, a new thing to see. That's what I'm trying to say. Anyways, as we can see that the teams are ready here, so we seem to be having Lindner versus the Lu FTHN. That's, if I'm not completely mistaken, that should be the next. What do we need here? So we'll figure that out. But the yeah, okay.
Yeah, teams lining up. Lindner versus. So this is Luft HN or Luften.
Yeah, I don't. I mean,
Right.
let's see. I want to see the. I mean, I don't know where it's coming from. That's the thing. It's a complicated name to pronounce. So I mean it's almost like a Lufthansa for me. The airline company.
Yeah.
So I just don't know how I should. Maybe I'll just call it Lu. Oh, there is some kind of. It's maybe okay, FT Hechen.
Oh
So
wow.
okay, so it's maybe some kind of
Okay.
agricultural community, maybe. I don't know. Maybe if somebody on the chat knows what would be the right way of calling these guys, then please write on the chat. Tag me and Virtual Farmer on the chat, and we'll definitely try to find a better way than Lufthansa for these guys. And that's my fault. I'm really sorry about it.
So we are seeing banning of the John Deere from Lofoten. Follow. I'm going to call them Lou. And Lindner banning the telehandlers, and then again the Lindner Lind track being banned when people come up against Lindner seems to be a thing now. We've got Unstoppable versus Bottleneck. So Lou bringing out the probably the strongest perk, I think, at this point. Unstoppable really seems to be the perk to worry about a bit. And when teams deploy it, seems to be really, really telling.
Yeah, let's see. So Unstoppable. LFT. I think LFT is a good name. I'm gonna use that. LFT. As they have that as a tag as well. Okay, there is an explanation. LFT used to play Construct Simulator, didn't understand the full story. Okay, LFT. That's the. Thank you, Sos DK, about the explanation. So LFT, that's the one I'm gonna go with, and Lindner,
Go with
and
that.
yeah, Lindner won the first game versus Valtra. That was, I'm not going to say that it was an upset, but it was a tight series. I mean, we know that Lindner can perform well. So I think that these guys are definitely, I mean, Lindner on a good streak. Okay, we do have a bit of a challenge on the pads as well. It's going to be taken by Lindner. So they will get the Harvester, the class harvester, and they're gonna settle down with something else. We can see Apollo getting the Fend Baylor, gonna be dropping the weight at the same time as well, and the teams are well on the way to do the first bales.
And LFT coming in for their first bale at the moment. I'm just trying to see. Looks like, yeah, both teams are getting into actually pressing that first bale at about the same time.
Yeah, I mean, from the X-ray, we can see that Lindner is slightly ahead. So Bull 24 seems to be heading for the first bale, and he did toss on the past, if I remember. So this could be like a 140.
Yep,
That's
and
what I'm
he's
expecting.
going for it now. Oh, it is a
and there
140.
we go. Yeah,
good start from Lindner there. And actually, that's the highest scoring bale we've seen all day. Oh no, we had 145 from JK earlier, didn't we?
And 146, I think, as well. He did good, two first good. I think 145 and 146, if I'm not completely mistaken. But it's good that the. I mean, we had a bit of a break, you know, because we didn't have the last online tournament, and I mean, so it's been a while, not that long time, but a while. From the last FSL broadcast, so maybe my math has been a little bit like rusty. The calculation engine hasn't like properly booted up yet, but maybe it will heat up at some point. Anyways, so yeah, first bales are done, and let's see how this is gonna go from there. Now it's the usual grind. I kind of want to see how the Lindner will be playing this. I mean, they were enjoying from the last victory so much that we'll see how that's gonna go. But yeah, 12 points of a difference. The grain being collected. LFT actually has pressed a couple of bales, so that's the difference for the moment. And they have a slightly less grain, but that's not a big deal. The first drops we saw, there was nothing that remarkable. So we have all the options open still for the second batch of the drops, which will come at the 5.5 minute mark. And now, I mean, this road I have seen so many times, and you can almost see these. What are these, like a road marks, or I don't know what you call these sticks on the side of a road. Anyways, that in Finland they are used to mark that here's the road, that the snow trucks or the snow piles during the winter know where the road is going. That they can actually they have some reflections as well for the drivers as well. And by the way, it is like a -7 now in Finland, so it's pretty cold here already.
Considering this is an alpine-based map, it wouldn't surprise me if those were snow posts.
Yeah, snow posts. Yeah, thank you from the terminology.
I call them snow posts. I have no idea if that's the actual technical term for them, but that's
it sounds good. Yeah, I mean. It sounds definitely better than the snow sticks or whatever I call them. Yeah. It's. I guess that's the thing. I mean, I definitely like to do English broadcast, but it's not my native language. So sometimes my vocabulary is not always like finding the right words, and I try to find some kind of explanations for them. So it maybe sometimes generates some funny moments as well.
I was going to say, I wouldn't worry about it. I have the same problem, and this is my first language. Sounds legit.
Yeah.
Roll with it.
Yeah, maybe next time you try to find the Finnish word for it.
Oh god. As I said, I
I
can
don't even
hardly
know
find
what
the
that
English
is.
words for most things.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Anyway, so we are getting towards the second batch of the drops pretty soon, and yeah, it's all coming down together pretty nicely for the teams. But Linda, they have so much more grain, so there's something going on. There is something going on because they have 64k of grain, and LFT they only have about half of it. So they will
LFT
definitely.
have
Okay,
delivered grain.
yes, yes, you are completely right. Bale multiplier and speed limit, so that's not gonna do anything about the grain game so far. Um, but yeah, definitely interested to see how this will go in the end. But yeah, nothing so disruptive on the drops, and the time to deliver it is pretty soon. I think Linda they maybe want to get couple bales, maybe next to the belt at the same time as we can see Apollo building the setup here. And whoops, did he know it actually fell on the right place, so don't have to move that much. And sometimes they'll look like coffee beans a little bit that they would be actually carrying
Hmm.
there, but yeah, that is not the case. Maybe it's the Farmer Cop's famous midnight roast coming from this alpine village,
We
which
have
actually was pretty
Bale
good coffee.
multiplier, and I still have my bag of it in the cupboard. I haven't tried making any of it yet.
You should try.
Both teams picking up Bale multiplier.
Yeah, that's going to be picked. So now the delivery of the grain is ongoing for both of the teams actually. So and now I think LFT run out of it. So it's all about Linton. No, they still have 17k of corn instead.
Wow.
Um, so I think when I look at this situation, I think there is a slight chance that maybe LFT even can get a slight advantage with the multiplier. To be honest, when they deliver the rest of it. No, there's still 21 remaining for Lindner as well. So okay, it's not the end of the game yet. And but yeah, LFT has been delivering some bales, so they do have 270 points. So they have been actually delivering quite many of them, and we can see that on the bale count. So Lindner still having 9. So this is still looking pretty even when you take everything into consideration. But in a way, Lindner is far behind on time, but these bales are going to change the whole situation because that is 88 points on the belt. So they're going to be closing in definitely with that amount of bales. And they can still get that with 2.2 multiplier as well, which seems to be, by the way, the final as both teams have delivered the final amounts of grain. So this is no, there's still 9k remaining actually for Lindner, so they can still improve it if they want to. They just have like a super slow belt currently, and that's again the biggest problem for Lindner. But we have seen Lindner to be on that position on the past as well, that they have a slow belt and they have been able to get around with it. So that should be fine.
I think that's the thing. We've seen a lot of teams stop their belt when they're up against Unstoppable at 2.2 today, and I think that is the point at which you get a good trade off between having a powerful enough bonus on your multiplier and not slowing your speed down of the belt down so much that it just becomes a hindrance rather than a help.
Mm.
So that's why Lindner still have 9,000 liters of grain left, because they don't want to slow their belt down any further, despite the fact that that would give them a higher number of a higher multiplier. It's just not worth it to them.
Mm. Okay, so the last 2 minutes are going, and we can see actually Lindner passing now LFT on the score. So they have made more points, and this is looking pretty good. I mean, they have a pretty efficient operation. I think there was about 9 bales next to the. Okay, it cannot be 9 because they have 8 in total. But all the bales are right around the belt at least, and even though it's slow, but I think what I'm seeing here is that I'm identifying that Lindner actually, realizes that they have a slow belt and they are making arrangements for it. That I mean, they are working here now and not like 30 seconds, just before the end. So I think that this is really nice what they are doing, because that's huge amount of points on that belt. That's
Look at the speed
110
that ghost bale
points,
is going
and
up
those
there.
are gonna go in. They are lined up nicely. Cerceros is doing a great job with the bales, and that's gonna be another 22 points on the belt, and they still have the time. And yeah, I think that's really nice that they can actually make it. What I have to do on my Excel is that I have to make some kind of a thing that how how many seconds do you need time when the multiplier all the belt speed is this and this and this, and then to understand like which all the bales can still go in. But yeah, those are gonna go in definitely for sure. There's 7 bales remaining, so there's something that these guys LFT can fight for still. But it's getting awfully close. I mean, that's 100
no bale
120
combo counted.
points, and they will get a combo counter on the and that's gonna change the situation slightly. And is there any more bales available for LFT? This is getting like very close, and we can see these guys. Show me the scores, please. 10 seconds to go. 2 bales. No, they don't have the points. They don't have the points. The final bale from Lindner came in, and they don't have the points on the LFT side. So Lindner will claim this one, but it was definitely a close one still.
Yeah, Lindner taking that fully in control of that the whole way through. Yeah, really impressive. Good work there from them. 24 bales, 16 up the top, 18 at 8 at the bottom, versus 21 with 18 up the top and 3 down the bottom. So that is the difference that multiplier made. Just having that 2.2 multiplier and being able to constantly just load bales onto that belt meant that they had a constant inflow of points and were able to take it. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, now we have the paper again. The same thing that they are watching at the paper, and then they I mean, this is what they did on the first game of the first series of the day when they were playing. I mean, their first series or the third series of the day. But anyways, they had this paper, and then they kept like pointing with fingers that we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that, and then hiding it from the camera. So I'm pretty sure that it's just a blank paper in the end, and they are just fooling with us. Pretty sure that's the case. And at the same time, we have Tony actually on the chat saying that Copter has an Excel spreadsheet, must-see picks, and unfortunately, I cannot reveal the contents of that Excel because it's classified information, or information that I have gathered. But I have also got some information from the players who have told me that I'm not allowed to share that forward, so that I have some calculation formulas for different kind of things on this game, which will help me to estimate the scores and the points and some of the situations that I use as a backup material on my commentaries sometimes, but not actively, to be honest. Most of the tossing, the points from the first bales, I can these days calculate them on my head. I don't need the Excel sheet for it anymore.
I have a big A4 sheet of paper that I'm writing stuff down.
Yeah, Alex. I mean, Alex is having so much more information. I'm just having this couple simple formulas, but Alex has probably like some kind of he probably knows all the newtons from the tractors as well. Like, it's not just about the horsepower. It's actually it has this kind of a wheel, and the ratio should be on the gearbox then this and this and this.
So we are going into our second game here. Just a few more seconds, and here we are. So Lindner versus LFT. Can they pull it out of the bag and come back to take this to 3 games as we've had all day, or are Lindner going to be the first team through to the next round today, having only played 2 games?
This LFT as a team, I don't think we have seen them on the broadcast before. At least I don't remember. But Kiefer Cactus has been definitely playing on some other team on the broadcast. But then Humpy and Purinator, I'm not so sure about these guys. Do you have Alex memory? I mean, because I was struggling with the name, so I'm just like wondering now more about the team than just the name. I will actually put my focus on the other aspects of the team.
I would guess by the fact that 2 of them don't have official don't have FSL photos.
Mm.
They haven't been seen much on here. I think you can have up to 5 players on a team, if I remember. So it's possible that they've switched out for other players on the team who weren't able to make it to Agrotechnica.
But I would imagine that now this is going to change. That they have the photographer at the venue, so they will have pictures on the next turn.
Oh yeah, it'd be an opportunity to have those photos taken.
Yeah, I mean, we did a post at the FarmCon as well, and I did see that on one of the social media posts. Okay, that's me. Could I like redo it or something? But it's fine. It's fine. No worries about it. So okay, we have the second game of the series starting. There was nothing that surprising, and let's see. I mean, I'm sorry, I did miss the perks because we were talking about this other stuff, so I didn't notice the team perks. But now we can see that it's big hole versus big hole, so that's
both
pretty,
both big hole.
Yeah. So a lot of big trucks on the move,
which is very interesting because Lindner could have gone with Unstoppable there.
Yeah, this is interesting, and at least we can see, well, Optimus Prime in action. The red one, I mean, the red Mac.
Red Mac.
But yeah, okay, so Bull 24 going for the first bale, and this is actually looking really good. This could be 145, maybe?
It's gonna be... Ooh, could be.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's a 145. Fantastic.
That's really good. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, when we saw Lindner for the first time this weekend, I don't think that on the first game, I think Bull didn't get a good first bale. I can't remember the details, but I just remember that on the first game I was like a little bit wondering like how Bull is, you have a new player on the team, will that change something? So I had some doubts or ideas on my head that maybe it will change the dynamics. Of course they have been practicing and everything, and bale drop and direct delivery as drops, but I must say that Bull has been doing very well and he seems to be improving all the time, and that is definitely a very good thing for Lindner.
And LFT are going for direct delivery. Now, we've seen direct delivery used more today than I think we had across the entirety of last season. And being used really effectively as well. So what this will mean is if Lindner don't pick it up and both teams fill their big haul, then LFT will have slightly more grain because at the moment they're direct delivering the grain that they're harvesting.
Yeah, 2.5 for LFT. But then you need the bales as well. They do have one bale. They have started to press the bales. So they have 2 now. As we can see, Humpy actually just ejecting them on the field. And Lindner probably collecting some grain, but doesn't have any bales done yet. So 45, yeah, that's pretty good. So let's figure that out. But 7 minutes remaining, and then we'll see how this will turn when Lindner starts to delivering the grain. And of course, at this point, when you had the direct delivery for a while, so if there would be silo closed popping up, for example, that would be a pretty huge advantage for LFT.
And we haven't seen silo closed used today at all. We've actually seen direct delivery used. We've seen it appear, but nobody's picked it up.
Yeah, I mean, the silo close came, I think, only once so far, and that was on the first set of drops where it doesn't make that much of a sense always. So it wasn't picked. So we haven't seen Silo closed, I think, on the second batch of the drops in any of the matches today so far. At least that's what my memory is telling me. Maybe I'm wrong, and somebody from the chat is gonna point me being wrong. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So now LFT, they want to take the advantage of the multiplier which they have, and that's 75 points if nothing changes. 60k ready for Lindner, but they maybe want to wait for that 30 seconds to see the drop. So now it would be a time to drop all these bales actually inside, and this could be a big move for LFT, because I mean, if they actually get all those in before the unloading for Lindner starts, so yeah, 15 seconds about, and they do have a pretty slow belt though, so I don't think it's going to be all of them at least going in with 25 points each. I don't think it's going to happen, but they should start doing something about them. And I'm pretty sure that they're stacking them as we speak. Silo closed as we spoke about it. It's right now, right here, and LFT needs to go with ASAP for it.
Yeah, this is the point at which LFT really want to get Silo closed. If they really want to disrupt things, they go and do it just as Apollo's about to tip. But they need to do it now, otherwise their entire advantage they have. Oh, and Apollo clips the edge. And just as LFT pick up Silo close and waste all of Apollo's time. Perfect timing there from them.
Yeah,
now
they have...
Lindner can close the silo as well, but LFT have a 2.5 advantage, and Bull missing the bridge as well. This has gone, oh no, that's worse.
Ooh, but he might be able to...
No!
Okay.
Why?
Okay. That's not what the bales are in the water, and I think one flew somewhere like super far away. And this is the moment when LFT should be getting those bales on the belt. They have, I think that Pörinator was actually going there. Hampy is getting out of it, so the bales are waiting next to the belt. We saw that there was at least 6 of them earlier, so now they should be doing something on the LFT side, but they haven't been getting any bales on the belt, and that's a huge problem.
And you can bet that the overlap that exists here, oh, he's lost another bale. You can bet that Lindner is now going to take full advantage.
Yeah, but they still have they still have the time, but this is the because Pörinator was going there with 3 bales. I think they had an idea of putting like 9 bales on the belt. They had 6 ready. And Pörinator making that mistake, it meant that they didn't get any of those bales on the belt. And now because Linder's starting to unload, and they're going to take all the advantage away from that multiplier, unfortunately. And LFT, they made 1. Okay, now 2 bales are inside. So yeah, this is getting tricky.
And LFT are now completely out of position, and
the belt being stopped as well.
Lindner have a 3 times advantage and aren't taking advantage of it.
Yeah, this is, I think, I hate to say it, but to me, this is one of the worst lost opportunities that I have seen. At least today, maybe this season as well, because there was a huge momentum and the timing window for them to make a big gap towards Lindner. And because of that mistake, unfortunately, it costed them heavily. But okay, let's not call it yet. And now it's 2.0. Everything has been delivered, and LFT is still in the lead. They are still in the lead, and they still have all the bales here around the belt. So now it's the time that they the hammer time, as I say sometimes. The hammer time was, but let's say that there's an extension of the hammer time. Maybe it's not a DLC, but something that you can utilize still to gain something.
Yeah, it's. I can't believe that LFT didn't score a single bale while they had that 2.5 multiplier for that.
Yeah.
And then Lindner
really
get a 3 times multiplier and don't score a single bale either. You're right. This is one of the games that's had the most missed opportunities.
But okay, they're still fighting. As we can see, they managed to get the belt up and running. The belt speed is the same for both of the sides. We can see the belts moving in. The points are coming in, 20 points. So now it's down to the efficiency. The difference is 4 points as we speak. Linder has 13 bells. LFT, I think it's about the same. Maybe a slightly less. I'm not completely sure. But as we have 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, it means that not all of them will anyway go to the top. So you might need to shove something on the bottom as well. And Zerus, I mean, he did a great job on the last game getting the bales on the on that very slow belt in time, and now he will definitely make sure that they will have all the bales on the belt, even though it's faster. LFT, they are kind of like missing some bales around the belt area currently. We can see that they have 11, so they might have a problem with the logistics to get the bales right next to the belt, as Lindner is currently looking way much better on that sense, but they are definitely working it out. But the time is once again the problem. We can see that the gap is increasing. It's going to be about 70 points for Lindner for now, as we have the final 35 seconds of the game going.
Yeah, Lindner pulling away now, getting those bales in there. Absolutely used to getting lots of bales in quickly at the end, but both of those have fallen off. 20 seconds left. I don't think either of those that Xerxes has at the moment are going to make it up there unless he drives up, and he is going to... No, he's not going to try it. Those aren't going to make it. I don't think there's not enough time for them to get up there. I don't think it's going to matter, though, because they have nearly 100-point advantage. And they take it in 2 games. Our first best of 3 that's only gone to 2 games today.
These guys are happy, as you can see once again. Now we don't have the as huge group hug as we had on the previous game after the previous series, but it's pretty clean actually. 2-0. It's the first 2-0 for the whole day. So, and that's the 5th series. So the 4 previous series will have all gone to the 3rd game of the series, but now we have a 2-0, and Lindner will take the 2nd victory of today. So they won Valtra, and now they have won LFT as well, and that means that they will go straight towards round 4, where they should be actually facing just the tractor later on. So, but that's going to happen later on. I don't know actually when it's going to be. It's going to be today or tomorrow. We are not completely sure about how many matches we're going to show today. We will get that information. Depends on the schedule. Of course, all the technical breaks and everything affects into it as well. But well done, Lindner and LFT. They will go on the lower bracket, meaning that they will face. Let's see, match number 10. We don't know yet who they're gonna be facing with. Actually, it seems that they will face nobody. Okay, we'll figure that out later. They will face
whoever. Loser 9.
Yeah, exactly. There's nobody.
That is.
Somebody will come.
Yes, whoever's.
Yeah, I think.
I think they're facing. They're facing Helm. They'll be facing Helm. So we're heading off for a break. We will see you shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, we have just had a best of 2 with Lintner. And we are heading towards, I think, New Holland versus, Crone versus My Insanity is up next. But yeah, what do you think to the last
I'm not sure if
match,
Alex is
Copter?
muted or not, but let's try again.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello? I am here. I am speaking. What's happened? You can hear me.
Okay, I can't hear
me?
Alex at all. So hopefully somebody else can hear him. Otherwise, I'm gonna. Okay, they can hear Alex. I can't hear Alex. Okay, go on, Alex.
Yeah, we can. Okay, I can hear you, Copter. I can hear you. You can't hear me. But yeah, so we had a cracking game between Lindner and LFT there. Lindner dominating most of the way through and doing pretty well. Yeah, some really good first bails here from Bull. This is on the first game, a 145. In fact, no, I think this is on the second game where we just had he did a great first bail Bull, and then we had this dueling of silo closed, and then it just went horribly wrong for LFT. They got stuck on the top of the bridge like this, and it just, at this point, they were unable to take full advantage of that 2.5 multiplier. And rather than try and pick that bail up, he gave up on it. Yeah, it just fell off again. He gave up on it, and they just were unable to take advantage of it. And Littner able to come in and score enough points to win it. Just really good work from them. We've had some impressive work from them today. They've been doing well to win, as well as they have. Seem to be a team that is on fine form, and of course we know that they won't have to face Helm to get to the final now. They will be able to make it to the final without facing Helm, because Just the Tractor knocked Helm into the lower bracket earlier today. Amazing work by them. So well played. They are on absolute fire at the moment. Now we have Crone versus My Insanity coming up. Two good teams, both fairly well in the standings. I think My Insanity are currently sitting at number 8 overall, while Crone aren't actually in the top 10, aren't actually in the standings. So we will see if they can come back and win some points today, get themselves into the rankings. And we're just waiting for everything to start up. Looks like it's fairly busy there at Agritechnica. Lots of people hanging around the farming simulator stand. My Insanity looking good in position. And we are going through strategy. Always interesting when teams are in person like this, getting to see them go through strategy before they get onto the actual game itself. And they're psyching themselves. I say they're psyching themselves up. I'm building this up to be something huge. It is huge. It's the FSL. It's fantastic. And you can tell when I end up casting just me, I tend to go mad. Crone versus My Insanity is our next game up. Let's see what the ban phase has for us. Blue team banning first, so that is Crone, and they are going to ban the New Holland telehandlers. So it looks like Crone are going to take both telehandlers out. A popular choice for most teams due to the reach on them, Whereas the John Deere 8R is being banned by My Insanity. They are also banning the Valtra T255. So interesting. Normally, you see teams ban 2 of the same type of equipment. Here, My Insanity are banning a stacker and a large tractor. But no surprise from the last ban on Krone's side, they are taking out the second telehandler. We've got Unstoppable versus Bottleneck for the team perks, and then the standard choices of the Lexian and the Massey Ferguson Baylor. And then finally, we've got the choices of individual team members' tractors. The Case Magnum is Jan's choice, whereas Jackaroo has gone with the John Deere 6M. The Case is also the choice of STR, whereas Hannes has gone for the Deutz Fahr. And final picks are PB 400 with the John Deere 6M and Runner perk. And we got the Fendt. The large Fendt is the choice of Monty. And we are heading in. So having a look at what's on what podium. Looks like we've got. We have got the Deutz Combine. Actually, the Combine choices. All of the combines are over to the left. And they are away. And it looks like we've got Jan going for the Fendt Baylor. He's going to have to be quick because there is one of the Krone team members on it. And he's got it. Just a fraction. STR is heading up and seems to be a little bit lost. Not quite sure what to go for. All the Baylors, though, are over this side. So it looks like STR is having a late start to grab a Baylor. He's heading for the Class Baylor.
I'm back.
And he's going to hook up to that. Welcome back, Copter.
Bit of a technical issue.
And STR's messed up. He's got himself stuck on his weight.
Yeah, there was somewhere hardware restarts needed on this side. Sorry about it. I was just able to hear Alex at all.
That's
and I was
right.
pretty sure that it was something else. But anyways.
143 first bail for My Insanity. And STR has given up.
Okay. Anyways, so we're back on the action, and then Alex can rest his voice a little bit after the long segment. But yeah, I'm back here, and I heard that Terminator is pretty ready up as well. So we'll see when he's going to be coming up online as well. But yeah, just like Alex said, My Insanity gets the good first bail, 143, and Krone still. We're still waiting for that first bail to come up. We can see the first drops coming in as well, herbicide and direct delivery. I think it's the first time we see herbicide as a drop today as well, even though it's not something that teams are going to go and pick up. But in general, just saying that as we didn't see the silo close for a long time, we didn't see herbicide either.
No, and that's the thing. I don't think at this point where those are located and how difficult those are to get to, either team is going to go for them. Neither of them are strong enough perks to go out of your way for. Everywhere we've seen direct delivery picked up today has been somewhere fairly close to the side of the field and somewhere where teams don't have to go out of their way. Players don't have to go out of their way to pick them up. BB emptying a little bit early there, but has recovered. Jan with about 5,000 more liters of grain for My Insanity over Krone. My Insanity definitely seemed to have got the stronger start here of the two. As partly because STR had such trouble getting a Baylor. He basically got his weight in the way of him being able to connect it up. And as a result, had to leave the Class Baylor where it was and go for the Krone one. And Jan now lining up, ready to unload. As STR is bringing in a very empty. Now this is a little bit weird. Why is he bringing in such an empty overloader? I would have expected him to fill that up as much as possible and then bring it in. That way you can get more in here with the combines. It looks like Crone we know are actually fairly deficient in the grain at the moment. So they're really lagging behind a little bit in this first game. And I wondered if for a moment Jackaroo was going to try and empty in directly into Monty so that both combines could go. But they've got two large combines here and can fairly easily get a large amount of grain in. It is really a case of, do they have enough to counter the amount of grain that My Insanity has? And PB trying to get into position. I don't know if I don't know if Copter's still with me because I can't hear him. So I'm keeping going just in case. Silo closed and Crazy Talk. Silo closed at this point is absolutely brilliant. That would be a great thing to get. Neither team is anywhere near it. If My Insanity can close the silo, they've closed the silo of Crone. And yeah. I just chat. Can you hear me? And have you been hearing Copter while I've been trying to talk as well? STR is coming in. This is gonna be he's not even delivering the first bale. This is gonna be really, really bad for them for Crone. They're way behind. And just double checking. Yeah, my voice is coming through on the cast. So that's all good. And Jackaroo getting back in now, so they can start stacking and scoring points for Crone. But Crone having a big issue. Yeah, they're all switching over, and we're gonna see STR now go and do the stacking. PB is collecting up bales for My Insanity. They still have 2 seconds left. In fact, no. Now things are beginning to get evened up. And My Insanity have not scored any points at all on this. While they've had this advantage. And PB is coming in with the bales now, but it's not going to be in time to score points. And in fact, Crone have sent it the other way. Although My Insanity do still have grain left. So My Insanity can turn around now and deliver some more grain and get the multiplier back. But they are still locked out of their silo. Bale Withering is the 3-minute perk, and it has been picked up. So yeah, been picked up by Crone. So Crone have withered one of My Insanity's bales. Meanwhile, we've got more grain being delivered by both teams at the 2-minute mark. This is abnormal. This only really happens when you have a silo. No, I'm not hearing anybody else in VMix. I'm not. Hang on. wondering if my sound has gone wrong. Okay, so no, we're having some sound problems, so we're just trying to sort them out. Meanwhile, we've got a game going on here. It's 138 points to Crone to 143 for My Insanity. My Insanity are now up to 164, so they're now scoring points, and this is where the slow belt comes in. My Insanity need to be slow and steady with scoring points at this point in order to take advantage of their now 2.1 multiplier. If they keep these going in, they should score really well. Crone have no bales around their bale conveyor. I'm getting a little bit flustered. But they have fair amount. No, they don't. Crone do not have the bales to win this. And putting the bales on like that with 44 seconds on, they're not going to score the points with the ones they have. My Insanity is just pulling away at this point, and it's going to get further and further. 28 seconds to go. I don't see how Crone can be back at the moment. 433 points to 216. With 17 seconds left on, and it looks like My Insanity is trying to drive the tractor up the belt to score as many points as possible. They really don't need to. Crone have fallen so far behind at this point. There's no way this is going to change in the last 2 seconds, and My Insanity take it with a big, really big. Oh, I can hear somebody's keyboard. Is that Kermit?
That's probably me. Hello, sir. Good morning.
Wow.
Can you hear me now?
Good morning. I may have turned my volume up too high, trying to hear people. There we go.
Problem.
Right, so
it may
yeah,
be me,
so
just being loud and boisterous too. How's it been going, man?
Not too bad. Not too bad. Been a hell of a day. Helm have lost a match.
Oh, goodness.
Which is just...
All right, then.
Helm are in the losers bracket, which is just insane. And we got teams playing the games of their lives here. It's just been absolutely fantastic to see. So, yeah. Wow.
I was surprised to tune in, Alex, and see Jackaroo from Creative Mesh playing today on Corona. That's fun to see.
I don't quite know what happened to Corona in that first game. They had a really bad start. STR just could not pick up a Baylor. And even when he did, he detached his weight, got the weight stuck under the tractor, and then gave up trying to get the baler because he thought there was something wrong. It seemed he thought there was something wrong with the baler, and it wasn't. He was stuck on the weight. I want to say a big thank you to Copter, who is heading off now that Kermit has joined me. We will see him tomorrow. Thank you very much, Copter, for joining us.
Thanks, Copter. Safe travels to you. Yeah, he's got some traveling to do around Europe today, so he's headed off for now, but he'll be back with you guys tomorrow. So, Alex, have you had a chance to breathe yet? FSL back at Agritechnica, and you've been going strong for several hours now already, by the time I wake up over here on the other part of the world.
Yeah, it's. I remember saying to you when we were meeting before this, that if this went to the best of 3 on every game, we were going to be here like 12 hours. Every game has gone to the best of 3 except for the one with Lindner versus LFT. So we've been. So yeah, everything is that. That's how well the teams are playing today. It is every match has been close. Every game has been an incredible game. Even the ones where we've been left scratching our head. And JDT brought out a new tack as well. When they beat Farming Friends, they used the Deutz Far Combine, and they dumped grain because it can get over the safer route bridge. They dumped grain in front of the bottom of the conveyor belt, and then they backed their balers up to the conveyor belt and just underloaded straight onto it.
Okay, I love the innovation. Oh man,
how has nobody done that before?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to me. It's taken the players that long to find a way to be able to unload directly onto the belt again. We used to have the bale trailer, and we would see people with the easy stack use it to empty directly onto the belt, but we haven't had that now in a couple of seasons, the FSL. So leave it to the players to get creative and find something new to do, right? I love that.
Oh yeah, and then of course they went on and beat Helm after that. So JDT are just playing an absolute storm.
That's great.
We do not have much of a change in choices here, hence the reason me not talking much about what the players have been choosing. We had the same things banned, so telehandlers banned. I think we had the same tractors banned. We have Big Haul versus Bottleneck, I think. Yes. So Crone have Bottleneck. My Insanity are playing Big Haul. We will see how that affects things. It's a fairly straight up thing when it's these two perks together.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here for Agritechnica. Thanks everyone for joining us, and Alex, it's fun to be back with you in the FSL. And you never know what's going to happen. It seems like I've missed some cool storylines already. I'm sure we've got plenty more to write today before we're all said and done. But I'm just sitting here thinking like about teams going into the losers bracket and then seeing Helm there with them. Like, what will those teams be thinking? And will Helm be able to bounce back? That's a huge story already today.
The thing about that as well, it means that whoever faces, so if Helm make it through to the final, if Helm, defeat everybody in the losers bracket, Helm then have to win the final twice.
Yeah.
Because it's you get the chance to lose at least once. So yeah, they have to face the final twice. Whereas before they've always come into the final in that position where they have where they know that whoever they're facing there has to beat them. So it's going to be a very different proposition, the final, even if Helm make it all the way to it this time.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see. For now, we've got direct delivery and speed limit out there. My Insanity has picked up speed limit. They're going to slow down Krona. I would imagine that they might respond and do the exact same thing if they have the time to get over there.
Is it a perk that is worth them going out of their way to pick up? I'm not sure it is. We do see, they think it is, because it's not always worth getting out of the crop and doing that to do that. Right. I'm not sure.
It's a pretty decent placement for it though, because you're already going to be harvesting that field most likely. So it looks like Jackaroo has just kind of grabbed it, but hasn't wasted a whole lot of time.
And that's the thing, it's that trade-off. I think early on when we see it placed near the barn and on the other side of the river, we see teams not going for it for certain perks simply because it is quite a bit out of the way. We've had a lot of drops today that have been in really good positions and had things like direct delivery used a lot. For that reason, because it just happens to have been in the right place. last game.
So we have a question from High Maintenance in Twitch chat, Alex, asking about the tractor trailers for grain. That's always been a thing for a while in the FSL and, of course, in Farming Simulator as well. So if you have the big haul perk, you get the trailer to be able to empty your grain into. It's just one of the team perks that you can choose from, and it spawns one of those giant trucks over there with a 59,400 liter grain tank compared to the 36,900 that this Kinsey grain cart holds.
And it's also, I think it also gives a bit higher grain multiplier as well, and definitely empties faster because you just see the multiplier fly up when that comes on. Looks like they're using 3 combines on My Insanity's side. What's there? And again, My Insanity have a larger amount of grain than their opponents do, which is interesting. It's don't quite know how they're producing that much extra grain.
Yeah, and it isn't really going to be much of an advantage either. You have the big haul, which means you only have to take it in once, but teams have to figure out how they're going to counter that, and Chrono seem to be doing it rather well so far.
Crazy Tool versus Speed Up. If the teams go for anything, they might go for the Crazy Tool. We've seen that used fairly effectively. Hannah is stopping the belt of Crone.
Yeah, they have 30,000 liters of grain still left, Alex. But I think this is going to end up being just about even once Crone answers back with 4.5 minutes to go. As we see Jan bailing up some bales with that nice Massey baler.
And a Crazy Tool as well. So he's pumping those bales out as well. It looks so as we've hit the 5-minute mark, we aren't going to be getting a grain multiplier. So fully expecting the teams now to even things up. It might turn up fairly even, although that's a 2.8 that's sitting there at the moment.
It's interesting to me that with the rule changes in the FSL for this season, like even more so than before, Alex, I feel like a lot of the points are scored in the last 4 minutes. As we start to see My Insanity score some now, of course, they had Crazy Tool, so they were able to get some extra bales pressed. But the majority of the points now are scored starting at the 4-minute mark, and then most of them under 3 minutes. So even though it's a 120-point lead for My Insanity at the moment, that doesn't mean that things aren't going to flip-flop back and forth now. As we go on to the near final 3 minutes of this second of the best of 3, if My Insanity wins, they will move on. Krona will be out. Krona has to win this one here.
Yeah, and they struggled a little bit in the first game. If they I was going to say they need to even up this multiplier, and yeah, they're getting there. They still have 7,000 liters left. It should be just enough to get them to a 2 times. So that's evened up our multiplier. We will be heading. We're heading into the stage now where, as you said, Kermit, they are beginning to try and score points. They're wanting to get them onto the belts, and My Insanity have given themselves a nice head start. It's not insurmountable, but that they have got enough points to sort of fend Crone off for now. And
My Insanity did pick up the bale wither. Yeah, My Insanity are playing really well, Alex. The last 2 minutes, they've really been focusing on scoring the points. They picked up Bale Withering. They got Bale-tastic. So we have a question from Lollop. Hey, Lollop in chat. How do they score points? To put it simply, in the FSL, if you've never watched it before, You deliver the grain to increase your multiplier, and then that determines how many points you score per bale put into the top of the barn via the conveyor belt, or other unique and creative methods that our players have come up with over the years, like tossing them directly in, or apparently earlier putting some grain right in front of the belt so that you can drive a baler up on it. I can't wait to see that again in practice. That's a brand new one today. But basically, you want to score points with your bales, so you want to press as many bales as possible. But there's also so many other factors that happen throughout a round.
So PB is sitting there because he has no bales. He's sitting there waiting for Crone to get as close to a combo as possible, and then he's going to just shove bales in the bottom so that he can do a counter.
My Insanity are just playing really strong, aren't they? Like they have set the tone to where even if Corona were to get all of their bales in, it's going to be tough for them to get back in.
PB just sitting there waiting for that. And the moment they hit 8 bales, he was straight in there with the bale scoring in the bottom. Absolutely fantastic play. Mind Sanity are definitely come as a stronger team this year. Really, really
have. So the reason you sometimes see German in the UI bottom left is because you're looking at the player's camera view. And then when it's in English, you're looking at the observer camera. So most of the players are German speaking in the FSL. There's some French speakers as well. So you may even see some French at some point today. And then we've got some Swiss people in there and people from all over Europe. We do have a North American team, but this is an offline tournament. So they're not participating today as this is taking place live at Agritechnica. So Alex, My Insanity moves on, and that was a comfortable win for them. 25 bales to 18. The Bale-tastic as well. The Crazy Tool pickup was really helpful for them as well. I mean, both teams had one undelivered, but to get 7 extra bales over your opponent, you got to make sure if Crazy Tool is out there and your opponent grabs it, and you don't grab it, then it's going to be tough for you to make up that difference, isn't it? So good play there by My Insanity, and they'll move on.
I think that's the first time. That must be the first time we've seen Crone playing this year, because they're not on the leaderboard at the moment. So either they've gone out in the early stages all this year, or they are, or this is the first tournament we've seen them play. So I think they're a little bit rusty. Seeing off that game, they had they struggled.
They've been too busy working on the emergency pack, Alex.
It's very true.
We've got guys from Creative Mesh on Crone, and of course they've been at work on the emergency pack. It just came out in full release. And we're taking a break here, and we'll be back in just a bit. So get up, stretch, get yourself some water. We'll be right back. Hello, welcome back. We're at the Agritechnica tournament for the Farming Simulator League. Hello and welcome along, as my cohort next to me, Virtual Farmer, would say. Alex, it's been a fun morning for you so far. I just joined in the action in that last matchup, My Insanity taking out Crone in 2 games. So tell us your thoughts about that last matchup. My Insanity looked really comfortable throughout.
My Insanity were playing a really strong game. I mean, this is probably the strongest I think I've seen them this year, if not, all time. Crone, I think are a little bit rusty. They weren't scoring high. They were having trouble scoring points and taking advantage of times when they could score points. So I think Crone are just that slight bit rusty. Jackaroo hitting trees here on his way in, and this is kind of what I was talking about a bit. There is just that little bit of not of a lack of familiarity with the course, and a lack of familiarity with the changes that have happened this year that makes me think that maybe they're not quite as familiar with everything else as the other teams are, and therefore not able to score quite as high as the other teams are.
Right. Yeah, I'm not sure the exact reasoning behind that. Of course, I speculated it's because those guys from Creative Mesh have enough work to do with the mods and such that they're always making for Farming Simulator. The emergency pack just released, but of course they'll go to the strategy board now and see how they can improve. But things have changed a little bit in this season. The course is a little bit different, and if you're not prepared for that, if you've not been able to put in enough practice, then it could catch you off guard. As we're about to see New Holland and I believe Trelleborg is our next matchup. New Holland, of course, last season, the runners-up in the season final, and looking to improve upon that. They were really the team to talk about, as we see DJ Goham in the background there hanging out near the merch booth out at Agritechnica, and all the Farming Simulator fans hanging out in the crowd at the moment. It seems like a really cool event, and a guy taking a nap too. We need to get some exciting action to wake him up. All right, New Holland. Let's toss some bales into the top of the barn. Let's do something. We got to get this guy excited. Probably been partying hard in Hanover and catching a nap in the audience there, Alex. See some of the other players out there too.
I do not speak enough German.
To Deeple.
We got New Holland versus Trelleborg, which should be an interesting match. Trelleborg is a team that's struggling a bit this year, I think. Well, most of the team, it's a different team to what it was last year, isn't it? So, what was Trelleborg last year is now Helm this year, and Trelleborg is a new team. So, they've struggled a little bit. We'll see if they can beat New Holland and send Holland down to the losers bracket, or whether they will be able to win and go through.
When they zoomed in on that New Holland hat just a moment ago, Alex, how envious were you at that moment?
I would be envious.
I figured you would want one of those hats.
I don't have one of those. But I do have a New Holland hat on my wall behind me. So those are nice.
Right, I know you have a hat, but you don't have that.
Yeah, I don't have that hat, and that hat looks nice.
It looks really nice. I really want one now too. Like, how can you get one of these?
Yeah. Oh, if I was at Agritechnica, I'd go over to the New Holland booth and buy one.
There you go.
is what I'd go to. Maybe.
So,
maybe
Alex,
in January.
I know that we've seen some people in chat. I'm sure some people in chat are still here that live in the UK. How excited are you, my friend, for Llama, the first FSL event outside of
very excited.
German-speaking countries, and the first one in an English-speaking country coming to Birmingham in January?
On home soil, to be casting on home soil and to be back out on stage, that is going to be amazing. Filled in, it has arrived at the PO box, and I need to get it sent to me from the PO box. So filled in sent me something. I don't know what he sent me. So I've got to get it in from my PO box. But yes, I am very excited.
He's never sent me anything. Now I'm jealous.
I think he's. But yeah, I am so excited for January. January is going to be absolutely amazing. And yeah, I think it's going to be a real Farm Sim Fest as well. I know we got so many English-speaking creators who are going to be there, and it's just going to be a great meetup for the British community. We haven't ever had anything like that over here, so it's going to be awesome. It's going to be absolutely.
Yeah,
awesome.
I know we've got we've got a couple of guys from North America coming. We've got non-German speaking fans from places like the Netherlands and stuff like that as well that'll be making the trip over to the UK to hang out with the English-speaking community. And I don't know. I don't think I'm going to be there. The plan is to send Lars, but I'm really excited to see how it goes, at least from afar, because being the guy over here for the U.S. office, I of course am always looking at the English-speaking community out there, and it's going to be really cool to see everyone be able to have a chance to meet up. Not everyone, but everyone that can make it, and it'll make it easier for those of you in the UK to be able to meet up, having it in your own country, of course, and being able to see some people from other countries too. And then, of course, there's always FarmCon as well next year, and hopefully we'll see some people out at that one. But going forward as well, for my part, of course, I want to see more and more of these meetups happen in North America. So hopefully in the near future, we'll be able to do that as well.
And one of the things I like about Llama is it's gonna be the first time that a lot of the UK community from Twitch is going to be able to meet up, because there's been a lot of us have met up at things like FarmCon who are on YouTube, but there's not really been a meetup of Twitch creators for Farm Sim over here. So I'm looking forward to that, and there's several people I'm really looking forward to meeting for the first time. Being somebody who bridges both of these platforms, it's going to be really fun to see everybody sort of come together from both of them and sort of get to meet up for the first time. I'm very much looking forward to that.
I love it. I have you ever been to Agritechnica, Alex?
I did. I was there for the FSL back in 2019, and it was amazing. It was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it seems like a really amazing event. I have been talking to DJ Goham as he's been there. I'm like kind of living it vicariously through him. I love seeing, part of my job as community coordinator is like, I get so much joy out of seeing like you guys have fun at events and get to do cool things. So for me, even though I'm not there, I still feel like I'm experiencing all these really cool things because he's been calling me and telling me about them. And he truly seems like a kid in a candy store this week, having an absolute blast. And meeting for him, he's mentioned that he's met some people who knew who he was just like as he's walking by. And I think that's always a cool feeling, isn't it, as a content creator, to know, like, to meet someone that is like says that they've watched your content and that they've enjoyed it. I know that means a lot when you get that kind of feedback. So it's really cool to see Agritechnica. Hopefully I can go to the event one day, because it does look like an absolute blast. But of course, it's a German event, and the whole point of my job existing is to do things over here on this side of the world. So we're going to get underway now with New Holland and Trelleborg. And I'm not really sure. I think New Holland easily are the favorites here, with Trelleborg being, a new look as far as players this year in the league. But it is players that we've seen before in the FSL. But New Holland have to be the favorites coming into this as we get underway now.
And we're not seeing the telehandlers banned, we've had a couple of games like this today. I don't know if either team will take advantage of this or whether both teams will take advantage of this. But yeah, more often than not, we're seeing large tractors and telehandlers going today. Instead, we've got front loaders and large tractors banned this time. Very standard picks for the team vehicles and equipment. And yeah, there we go. The New Holland telehandler has been picked by Trelleborg, while it's the first choice.
Using a New Holland against New Holland. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting now. Like, we used to see the telehandlers banned all the time, but like the thing is, for me now, like, I think teams they want to use the telehandlers, but they're not necessarily like out of luck if they can't use them, So it's like, if you're going to ban them, then teams are just going to find an alternate way really to figure things out. So for my point of view, I think the telehandlers are exciting. So the more we see them, the better, right? For us, from a viewer's standpoint, because they can do things
I'd also like
tractors can't do.
I'd like to say thank you to New Holland for somebody finally using the JCB today.
Yes, I would also like to say thank you to New Holland for somebody using the JCB today. I love seeing the JCB out there.
I don't understand why teams don't go for it.
That used to be like the only tractor that I would use. When I first started playing Farming Simulator, Alex, I was like kind of a snob for a JCB. As we see Trelleborg's Loiku getting beaten to that combine there.
Wow.
He's going to have to run on foot a very long distance to grab a different one.
Just getting the Hayden getting the baler he wanted. And looks like Tata is in there first with the combine. So this is going to be a good first bale from New Holland. They are well ahead of Trelleborg here. Trelleborg coming in, getting the first one. Elrodes coming in with first bale. It's going to be a flick. It's going to be late. No, it's not. A 149.
Very nice.
That is the best first bale of the day.
You gotta love it. Well done by New Holland, and it's going to be a significant gap, Alex, as Hayden gets a little airtime there over the safer route. And he's going to take the really safe approach to unloading the bale as well. You're already behind. You might as well not compound your misery. Not too bad in the end.
But it is over a bale in the top, so they've got to score at least 2 more bales than New Holland in order to just catch up. We've got speed limit and silo closed. I don't expect either team to go out of their way for that. Speed limit might be worth it. Silo closed at this stage, absolutely. Only 149, he did several 150s last weekend. If it's not in a tournament, it doesn't count. We've discussed this before.
Yes, I'm glad you said it.
You can do all the 150s you want. If it's not in a tournament under proper, tournament pressures, it doesn't count.
Yeah, I mean, I could sit here and say I've done better. And you can't prove that I haven't.
No.
Although if anyone's watched me do like a scrim stream or something like that, you know my skills in the arena, and I'm lying. It was in the Danish tournament. Still, it doesn't count. Not sanctioned FSL. We didn't see it. We can't verify it. No, it's great. It's always fun as well to see players say, like, hey, I've been pulling this off in practice, so watch out for that in the broadcast. I'm like, okay, we'll see if you can do it. And then a lot of times they do. So
yes,
the players, the thing about the FSL is you can tell the teams that are really putting in the time to be able to kind of just practice everything and figure out new strategies. It blows my mind when teams come up with new things that we haven't seen before, because you would think that like we would have already seen just about everything. But then, you know, we've seen a new strategy unveiled today already that I'm really hoping that I get to see again. I feel like I'm missing out having missed that earlier today.
It's one of those strategies that I think surprised team, but it's like the one where all of the bales got pushed in at the into the bottom.
Was it the same way, Alex, in that like you were sitting there like, what in the world are they doing? Because that's what me, you, and Lars were doing when Lindner did that strategy for the first time a few seasons back. We were like, what in the world is he doing? And I wonder if Hayden knows that his weight is so low to the ground here.
I was just looking at that because that's going to be slowing him down.
Yeah.
That's also going to get him stuck on a bridge.
Yeah, that could, you know, potentially be disastrous for sure. But yeah, I'll never forget Lindner unveiling that push strategy for the first time. And like literally me, you, and Lars were just in the broadcast like confused. And we're like, what the heck are they doing? Like, did they know they're dumping their grain out? And oh yeah, they knew exactly what they were doing. So we tend to, I love being surprised as a caster though, you know, sitting there going, what in the heck? This isn't going to work. And then watching a team prove us wrong.
It was absolutely, why would any team consciously pick that harvester when the John Deere is still available? So he was
right. You're like, why do they want that harvester? And then it's like, why? Because it's tiny.
You know, have the other team got all the harvesters and blocked them, or no? The John Deere's still sitting on the podium waiting. Why are they doing that then?
Yeah, you look for every logical reason to try to just.
It's not to say the strategy was perfect, because they had no first bale. So as they got no first bale, they were massively down in points. But then they were able to just keep on driving in there and constantly unload bales. And it helped that they had unstoppables. So their belt was moving at a speed where it could easily unload the bales fast enough. But it also meant that the grain side of things were controlled because their opponents didn't want to go above 2.2 multiplier.
Yeah, wild. As speaking of multipliers, it was in Trelleborg's favor. It looks like they were gonna. That was actually New Holland bringing bales in, and now still 2.2 to 1.8. Unable to take advantage of it, but New Holland are in a position here where they can score some extra points here as the multiplier is in their favor now. Now Trelleborg answer back, and it's a good thing that they did. They might lose points now on this bale. Gonna lose a couple of points there. That is the
end of Trelleborg's grain. Do New Holland have any more sitting in those harvesters?
Ooh, some extra points potentially for Trelleborg now. They're putting some bales on the belt. They would get 21 points per bale going into the top at the moment. They've scored 1.
And in fact, that's
2 now. So actually a really nice job there by Trelleborg.
Yeah, they've managed to get that extra little bit of grain. They're not going for the multiplier switch. They don't need
It's in their favor, so yeah. Definitely don't want to do that with New Holland lurking with some bales heading into the barn.
Trelleborg have gone
this is going to be close.
And are
I think that.
Points.
Yeah, and there's another one at extra points. It's going to be 2 extra points per bale the rest of the way. Looks like L Rhodes is going to drop one into the bottom to reset the combo count. Trelleborg were starting to creep up close to a bale-tastic there. You can get extra points, by the way, if you score multiple Bales in a row, starting at 10 in a row. We don't really see Bale combos as much as we used to, Alex, with the trailer now removed from the game, but it's still really important and can often, change the course of a game if teams can sneak a Bale-tastic into the round.
I was going to say, you say that. I think we've had about 3 or 4 today.
That's really good, but we're not really seeing any of the really big ones, are we? Like,
oh yeah, no, we don't see any of the
Unstoppable Bale and all those things that we used to see, which were exciting.
Those are not. Those are just not on the cards anymore, because you're right. There's no ability to do that. And Trelleborg have run out of Bales.
I mean, an Impossible is 24 Bales in a row, and with the level of the quality of play of these teams, the likelihood that we'll see that like on the broadcast during one of these tournaments now is really low. Teams should not be allowing it to get to that point for sure. A minute to go, 377 to 349. Trelleborg in the lead, and if they hold on, this is going to be an impressive. Yeah, they are catching up. I haven't checked recently, as now we do see, because New Holland are French, now we were seeing the French user interface at the bottom left when we're spectating one of the player views for their team. But I haven't seen the Bale count, as now New Holland are in the lead. They have 9 Bales, but how many did Trelleborg have left? Now 444 to 440, Alex, 20 seconds to go.
And New Holland have the Bales to win this.
Ooh, that one's going off,
but
though.
Not if they load them like that.
Yeah. They need them into the top. They're going to throw some into the bottom. They're running out of time.
It's a jump.
It's enough.
It's enough. They need to get these in the bottom to secure it, but no, that's enough.
Oh my goodness. Yes. And the New Holland telehandler saves Team New Holland with 3 seconds to go. All he needed was one of those 2 to go in, and it went right on the belt and went in, and that made the difference. Are you kidding me? They ended up with 3 extra Bales, and for Trelleborg, 1 undelivered. If they had gotten that Bale in, even to the bottom, they would have won by a point.
Yeah, by a point.
Wow.
What a game. And their coaches definitely in there going, what are you doing? You nearly lost that. Wow. Kermit is today in a nutshell. We've had so many games that are that close. It's ridiculous.
That was insane. That was amazing to see. And that one woke me up for sure. I was waiting for an exciting moment like that, and it has come from New Holland. It has not disappointed. I want to point out, so New Holland, they used to have, their coach used to wear, a full suit. And they've gone, I feel like the football manager approach, where, he starts out at a football club and he's wearing the suit. And then they start getting decently successful, and he's like, I can wear whatever I want now. And now rocking the hoodie, the coach of New Holland. New Holland's runners-up last year, looking to improve upon that in this season. Trelleborg were, I thought, good for that win until out of nowhere came a Bale flying in. And they're kind of sitting there, I think, thinking the same thing. They're like, I mean, we couldn't really have done much differently except score 1 extra Bale at the end. So they played a good round.
They had a Bale. They had a Bale out there. The thing they could have done differently is score a Bale. You know, it's there. But mind you, New Holland did have 3 more, so it's possible. Because New Holland didn't push the Bales they had sitting around the bottom into the bottom. So New Holland had a chance to actually win by more. But yeah, that was close.
I'm starting to think it must be. Is it cold in the arena? Were those? It looked like they had hot hands or whatever that brand of them are called, the little hand warmer things. It must be cold in the arena where the FSL is taking place at Agritechnica, as we're about to get underway for our second matchup. Or maybe it's some new esports thing that dries your hand off in between rounds.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Keeps the mouse from
Someone tell
slipping
me.
out of your grasp.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. This time, we might see the telehandlers banned by New Holland, which is interesting because if they ban the telehandlers, it literally just saved them, Alex, from, and helped them win that round. So I'm not sure why they would ban them.
I
here we go.
think it's because they're going for unstoppable. If you are going to choose unstoppable as a team tactic, you don't want telehandlers in play. Especially if you're against a team you know will use them. So that's my prediction, is that we're going to see unstoppable from New Holland now.
They've gone for Big Hole.
They've gone for Big Hole, and I don't know why they banned telehandlers then.
Yeah, especially because it literally, like I said, it just saved them. We all watched it. The telehandler came flying in.
I will say, I literally have not. I've not made a correct prediction all day.
Well, that's the first thing you've said correct, is that you've got everything wrong. Here we go. All right. Well, Trelleborg has to win to force the third of the best of three. New Holland, meanwhile, what are they going to do differently now? Trelleborg played a pretty good round. They just fell short in the end. It's all good to get Bales pressed, but if you leave one out there, it often could come back to haunt you. So someone said in chat, that was cold, Kermit. Luckily, Alex and I know each other well enough by now that...
I was going to say, he's not wrong, though.
Yeah, I'm not wrong, and Alex knows it comes from a good place.
It's cold, but it's not wrong.
Yeah. Cold and correct. All right, here we go. 10 minutes between New Holland. Oh, bumping in to the starting line there was Cygnus for New Holland. That's going to delay him by a few seconds. Let's see who wins the fight for this Baylor. Boom. Trelleborg wins it. Oh, man, do you remember when New Holland shocked the team that's now Helm last year? Just came out of nowhere and beat them in a final by securing all of the Baylors and stuff on the pods. I think it was Baylors. It may have been Combines. But they just absolutely brought that one out of nowhere, that strategy. And it upset them at the time and gave them the victory. I love seeing things like that. Just thinking back to that last season now.
Trelleborg at the time nowhere to go. And
Yeah, exactly. And here's L Rhodes again. It's not going to quite be the same. This time Trelleborg are a lot closer, though. In fact, they're getting to the barn before New Holland. They're going to take the safe approach, though. Ooh, L Rhodes getting a little bit hung up on the bridge, able to save it in the end. 133, so this time Trelleborg starts with the advantage. This is a completely different scenario for L Rhodes compared to last round. So 118 to 133. So not too bad of a gap, but for Trelleborg, that's a good start, I think, to have that early advantage.
Yeah, nice little bit of advantage. Yeah, fully expecting. Oh, again, that is another appearance of direct delivery. We've gone from teams never choosing it to every single team picking it today. Versus
it seems similar.
It's as if everybody's suddenly woken up to it.
Yeah, well, and we started to see teams use it in the Gamescom tournament. And I think I've always been surprised that teams don't pick it, especially if it drops in this first window, because you're already harvesting here anyways. So why not grab it if it's in a location that's not going to take away from what you're doing? So it's good to see teams taking advantage of that.
And if you're running a perk like Be Cool, all it means is that you already have delivered some grain when you fill the big trailer. So you end up with more grain having been delivered. And it's at a multiplier as well. So it's not like you're losing the multiplier, because it does it at a that was a 1.5 times multiplier that both teams got while the direct delivery was going.
Right. And neither team ended up with an advantage, but that's just because both teams grabbed it, and you got to make sure, like, if your opponent gets it, that you grab it. For my point of view, I would like to see that increased a little bit. I would like to still see it be a little bit more effective, because it does count up rather slowly. It doesn't need to be by much, but I would like to see it make a little bit more of a difference in the multiplier.
Maybe a 1.
It doesn't either make it, either make it like a higher percentage that it's multiplying by, or make it last slightly longer, because it goes away really quickly and it counts up rather slowly. But still, I'm glad to see teams picking it here in the early rounds. If you were able to pick that up at a point where you're running 2 combines as well, like, it could be really potent and make a difference for you.
Which is what I think happened, and why Trelleborg have a slight advantage in how much more they need to deliver. Because I think they were running 2 combines at the time, and New Holland weren't quite, or they were running 2 combines for slightly less New Holland.
Right.
While that was running.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see. Like, that could make a difference of, extra points for an entire round again for Trelleborg when it's all said and done. It doesn't look like it's made a difference yet, but because they have that little bit extra, when the teams have finished delivering their grain, they could end up with the advantage. As we now have bale drop and bridges lowered, and the location that these have spawned in, unless teams are bringing bales in, I don't see them going for them. But some teams are probably ready to start bringing in some bales, as we have a look now at Cygnus for New Holland. In the cab view, playing at
and Trelleborg are delivering grain.
You play in cab all the time, Alex, or no?
I'm playing. So I go through phases. I go through phases of when I really like playing in cab, and I go through phases of when I, like to be third person. At the moment, I'm going through an in-cab phase. I will say,
Tita has the runner perk, and he's gone for that bridges lowered, and he's going to utilize it himself already. Look at that! There you go.
And I think the reason for my current in-cab phase is because of the new Thrustmaster kit.
Oh yeah, how are you liking that?
Oh man, it's changed my entire setup. I've got to move on Sunday. I'm going to move my mic because
all right,
where everything sits now and where I sit and everything is different. So my mic, where it sits at the moment, is not in a good place for me to stream and record videos with the side panel. I even went and bought a Thrustmaster flight stand, flight shelf, so that I could put the farm stick on it, so it's at the same height as the wheel.
Nice,
very nice setup.
Glad to hear it. We're under 4 minutes now. We're going to see a highlight here. A bale causing some issues and then knocking the bales off the front of his teammates. That could have been a lot worse, though. They're lucky that they came out of that relatively unscathed. So now both teams have delivered all of their grain, and it's actually ended up pretty even here. So it's going to be 20 points per bale into the top for both teams the rest of the way, which is, I think, kind of concerning for Trelleborg, given how the last round went, because they did end up with less bales than New Holland. So they need to make sure that they can find a way to press as many as possible. Grabbing that Lord Baylor will certainly help as well. So that automatically has scored some bales for them. I think as beneficial as that is, like, it would have been better for them, I think, if it had been bale points or like a bale withering, something that would have, given them extra points or taken points away from their opponent. Because all it's really done is just score some bales they've already pressed.
But it's also meant that they've had to drive out there for it. So They have 9 bales to New Holland's 14.
Yeah, so that's not good
They
news.
have spent time going out there getting stuff for stuff they've already done. And in the meantime, New Holland have just kept bringing in bales and pressing bales.
That looks so sketchy. For a player that I know is a lot more comfortable than that made, on usual occasions for Cygnus, that looks very shaky there coming across the safer route. Well done, though. Well played. Well placed onto the belt. 1:45 to go.
Oh, that's not good, and he's missed it. Bale's going in for 273 for 298 and 11 bales on Trelleborg's side.
I think it's
and
a
13
good thing
bales
that
on New Holland.
Trelleborg has a lot of bales at the barn, but now New Holland are bringing more in as well. So it's going to 298 to 293. I think it's still going to come down to the stacking skills for each team here. It's going to be close. 5-point lead now for New Holland with just over a minute to go.
So this is not going to be a straight draw. We know that much.
Right.
There's no way to get the 5 points. 358 to 353. If it keeps being bale for bale like this, then it's going to go to New Holland.
The thing for New Holland right now is look at how those bales right there are stacked. Like they weren't emptied out very well. A little bit messy and all over. I think New Holland are going to have to put some into the bottom, but Trelleborg are going to have to as well now with 25 seconds to go. 453 to 398, 463 because Trelleborg are just putting theirs into the bottom.
Trelleborg just scored a huge amount of points.
I think they just pushed them into the bottom as they were scoring some into the top as well. And I think those are going to – that one's falling off. That's bad news for New Holland.
There's not the bales there.
Not enough.
Oh, no, it didn't go.
It didn't.
It didn't make it to the top of the conveyor, and Trelleborg take it.
Whew.
So yet another game going to 3 rounds.
That would have been the win.
Yeah, that would have been enough.
With another last-second win. Like, New Holland are leaving it late, Alex. That time they left it a little bit too late. And I think that it came down to the placement of those bales. They were kind of messy over there, like stacked all over the place, and it slowed them down of scoring the points in the last minute and a half or so. So when that happens, it's tough to bounce back from. But yeah, good performance by Trelleborg. They make up for the disappointing last-second loss in the first round and come out strong in the second. And they're just continuing to move right along with their strategies. It's going to go to the third of the best of 3. What if we end up with Helm and New Holland going into the losers bracket here? That would be quite the story for this tournament.
It really would. For both and Helm to be down there, that also makes a really interesting winners bracket, because you're then talking about having JDT, Lintner, My Insanity, and Trelleborg in the winners bracket,
right?
Which is we haven't had a winners bracket like that in a very long time. I mean, this is the first year we've done this, but that is a strange.
It's unexpected for sure. Yeah. I see the New Holland fans in chat. I see Horsch fans in chat. Hello, everyone. Glad you're having a good time.
I was going to say, where is Team Horsch?
I know I've got a New Holland fan on the broadcast with me too. Mr. Virtual Farmer over there. Maybe just a little bit of a New Holland fan. Not Team New Holland. He's unbiased when it comes to the teams. He just loves the brand. New Holland.
I love New Holland.
There it is. He's like, let me prove how much I love New Holland. All right, here we go. All right, winner moves on in the winner's bracket. The loser here drops out. So we're going to the third of the best of three here. So, Alex, how do you feel about the best of three and like all the matches? Because it's not something that we've always had in the FSL. It provides us oftentimes with, it has the potential, of course, to make for longer broadcasts, but also I think we're starting to see a little bit more of a variety of like the upsets that we can see, teams being able to use different strategies. Of course, you have to pick a different team perk in all three of the rounds if you go to the third. So how are you feeling about it?
I'm liking it. It's encouraging teams to try different things.
Right.
So we are seeing strategies come through that we otherwise might not, and I really quite like that. It's creating upsets. It's making teams take more chances. It's great. I really love seeing it.
I think it seems like there's more variety now. There's a little bit more parity in the league. Like it's harder to sit here and predict, what's going to happen in a round, even if a team coming in this one, for example, we're going to the third of the best of three, and you have New Holland, who last year, took the FSL by storm. They ended up getting the New Holland sponsorship. They finished second overall in the season final and the regular season standings as well. And then you've got Trelleborg, who are kind of like a new look of the players that they have, of course, under their banner. But it is players that have been around the FSL for a while. So it's tough to be able to, kind of predict who is going to take part. And in fact, it just hit me now that Trelleborg have Hayden on their team, who used to be part of the team that is New Holland, if I remember correctly. Because he's a former Overwatch esports pro as well, and used to be on Vermeer's Flamboyance, who turned into New Holland last season. So now he's over on Trelleborg's side.
And Tita's got hold of the big class combine. That is always a good start for any team. That combine holds a huge amount and has a massive.
And we have Unstoppable against Unstoppable. So I feel like when you have Unstoppable against Unstoppable, then it should just be called Stoppable, right?
I mean, it just cancels everything out, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like neither team have taken a perk.
Yeah, if the teams play it the way that they should and we expect, then it's just going to end up being a wash, basically, with the teams picking it at the same time. Unstoppable is, I think, one of those that you'd rather be using it against a different perk than the same. A missed flick there.
That was El Rhodes.
That was El Rhodes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes, because this is Hayden coming in.
And
I'm loving
listen,
the camera work today.
It doesn't always make a difference, but so far in this matchup, as it's only a 1 point difference, so I mean that's going to be easy to make up. But we saw New Holland, even though it took them a last-second win in the first round, they had the first Bale advantage. They won the round, and then we saw Trelleborg with the advantage in the second. They won that round, even though it's just a point. Trelleborg are probably happy that El Rhodes missed that flick there because they could have been behind by a few points.
I just realized something. The second game was lost by 15 points. That was the difference in the first Bale.
Wow, yeah. So, yeah, I love this. It's one of the things I love though about the FSL is like that first Bale is all about speed, and then the majority, of the Bales are scored late in the round. But that one, at the beginning of a round, can oftentimes make the difference when the round ends too. Of course, you still got to play your game. You still got to deliver Bales. You can't just say, okay, good first Bale, and then we're going to win, because that's not how it works. But like anything you do throughout the 10 minutes now, it's our time for this season. Like anything you do could end up being the difference.
And it could, as Filden says, we need to remember that 1 point difference that exists right now. Because if this is 1 or then that's it. If New Holland lose this by a point, that is the first bail. That is missing that toss at the beginning.
Right. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see.
New Holland have a slightly more grain at the moment. Not so much that make a difference, I don't think. But it is going up faster, and that again is the advantage of getting both of those class combines. Having both those class combines, they are just going to produce more grain.
Yeah, they have the largest header at 13.8 meters. The John Deere and the New Holland have a 13.7, so not much of an advantage over those two. But if your opponents end up with like the Deutz, the Fendt, or the Case, which is rather rare, it is quite an advantage. But nonetheless, like a heck of a combine. Its work speed is faster as well, and a nice grain tank at 18,000 liters.
There we go. That's the difference. 200 liters. Because both the class combines are full, and both of the John Deere and the class combines are full on Trelleborg.
These two teams couldn't be closer at the moment,
300 liters. Yeah, it really is.
It's crazy. Like, I mean, we're in the third round of the best of 3, so each team's won a round. It was a point in the first bale. Just a couple of hundred extra liters of grain, as Trelleborg are going to start emptying into their silo now. And that tractor is taking a nosedive there.
Peter has really messed everything up.
Yeah, that's not good.
And oh no, Trelleborg are near. Yes, Trelleborg have disrupted. They have closed the silo. They have a chance now.
Score some points, Trelleborg.
3x multiplier to score points.
Get those bales in, boys. Come on. Let's score some points. Get yourself the advantage. Rose is trying to get to the silo close.
He's going to close their silo for as long as possible, but this is a serious closing the stable door after the horse has bolted.
I like that.
Yes, they can't stop them evening things up, but it's going to end up as a 2x to 2x.
But Trelleborg have not scored any points yet. And
they haven't got any bales. They've
score
only
a couple.
Got 6
Come
bales.
on. You've got 40 seconds left. Come on, Trelleborg. You will regret not taking advantage of this.
They've got them to abandon the silo as well. Ooh, this could This could very much end up going in New Holland's favour. Actually, Trelleborg have their silo closed for quite a while after
they picked it up too early.
Up again.
There they go. Now they've scored some. Up to 215. All of a sudden, how many?
I think that must have been a toss.
3 bales in.
3. Yeah, it was a toss.
Yeah. They put 3 bales in, so okay, good. At least they've scored some. So they scored 3 with extra points. Let's see how many New Holland can score. The problem for New Holland is that there's not much time left on the silo close.
That silo is going to open.
Yeah, so, okay. Nicely done. It looks like they might get one at 2 extra points, but that is definitely advantage Trelleborg. And Trelleborg might get the bale points in the super drop here. 33 extra points. So that's like getting another bale at the 3 times multiplier, even slightly more. Look at the triple toss, Alex, on the replay.
That's just nuts.
I love it.
Crazy. How did he get all 3 of those in there?
It's a good question, but it was a heck of a toss.
Those edge ones looked like they were going to fail.
Yeah, but they didn't, and that's all that matters, right? That's amazing. That because we were sitting
I
here,
think we're heading for an upset. I think New Holland are making it through.
It's going to be really hard for them to make it up. I think the thing in their favor, as it has been in all of the rounds. Oh no, it's Tita though. No. A mistake on the bridge, and that is the last thing they needed.
Yeah. We're 2 minutes left, and unless New Holland can really pull something out here,
he's just having a nightmare here, Alex. He's lost another one.
Are going into the losers bracket. This is going to be one of the strangest winners brackets ever.
That means, potentially, we could see some really strong matchups in the losers bracket.
Who are they? So the loser of this game 12 goes up against the loser of 13. Oh, sorry, the winner of 13. Okay, so Astragon or Farming Friends.
Okay.
Who the loser of this will be.
That's just, what we were sitting there like, come on, Trelleborg, you got to score Bales with this, 3-1 multiplier advantage. That is a huge moment, and we didn't think they were going to score them, and all of a sudden, Hayden comes in and just tosses 3 into the top at the same time. I think maybe it was Loiku. I'm not sure who it was at the moment that it happened, but either way for Trelleborg, those 90 points were perfectly timed. And even for New Holland with the bale advantage now, they're just running out of time as they're trying to empty as many bales out as possible. And I just think the gap is too much for them to make up no matter what here.
Yeah.
They just don't have
17
the time,
seconds
is
not enough to make up 200 points. They've got to score 20 bales without a single bale being scored by Trelleborg in that time. And Trelleborg are doing the toss.
Another little toss too, just a little extra show-off toss there.
Wow!
And Trelleborg tires. Oh, and we get the Siu celebration from one of the players too, and upsetting New Holland. And
wow,
very, very good performance there by Trelleborg tires. 558 to 394. That was the first of the 3 rounds, I believe, that Trelleborg had more bales. And 3 of those 4 extra bales they scored 30 points apiece on. So 90 points
crazy.
Just in that moment.
And
Even in taking those 90 points away, they would have won. That was a great round.
That was amazing from Trelleborg. Every single team has been incredible today. It's been so hard fought, and as I said, we've had the only game that hasn't gone best of 3 is Crone versus my Senator. Otherwise, everything. Oh no, that's not true. And Lintner and LFT. Otherwise, every single other game has gone best.
The Gamescom tournament, Alex, every single game, I think, it maybe bar 1 or 2, also went to best of 3. And I saw Klaus a few days later at PAX West in Seattle, and he was like, what the heck got into the players at Gamescom? He was like, maybe it was having the people in the crowd again, everyone excited, everyone wants to show off, they bring their A game. Don't know what it is, but as you see the fans there in the background. We're going to take a break here in a moment. We'll be back with more Farming Simulator League action live from Agritechnica in a moment. All right, hello again. We're back. Kermit and Alex here on the call with you. Copter was here earlier, and Maddie had to head off to travel to another country in Europe. He'll be back tomorrow along with Alex for the finals. Alex, I can safely say that I'm awake now after that matchup between New Holland and Trelleborg that we just saw. That was exciting.
That was amazing. Yeah, really indicative of everything that's happening today. So many really, really good teams bringing their A game here this weekend.
Right.
And just giving us some amazing matches. I mean, that's the second match today where we've had a game that has come down to a single bail. And the other one we had today that came down to a single bail was, the other one we came down to a single bail was both teams were on equal scores, and one of them happened to deliver one more bail than the other, and that's the closest game we've had today. But yeah, loving it, and what an upset for both New Holland and Helm to be down in the losers bracket. And our winners bracket currently sitting as Just a Tractor, Lintner, My Insanity, and Trelleborg is amazing. I would at the start of today, I would not have predicted those four teams being the four that have yet to lose a match this weekend.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at the replays now. This was L. Rhodes. He started off really well with the first bail delivery, 149. Alex, you said at the time that's the highest we've seen today. And then was unable to match that in the next two rounds with the first bail. So that kind of set the tone, and New Holland were able to win this first round. We're going to see it here in a moment. It was a last-second toss. This is, meanwhile, we're actually not going to see that one, I don't think. That is the third round toss where they scored 3, and that ended up making the difference. Tita there losing a couple of bails as well. At the time, Felden said Biscuit has ended up in the drink now. So yeah, for New Holland, some uncharacteristic mistakes, but also I think a really strong performance in all 3 rounds from Trelleborg Tires. And you were talking about some of the upsets we've seen. We now have our top 2 teams in the losers bracket already. They're not eliminated, of course. That just means that they're going to have to win out from here on out to be able to get to the finals. So yeah, kind of surprised by that, but also in a way not surprised given how this season is taking shape, and you're starting to see the playing field is a little bit more leveled between all of the teams. So it's harder to predict now, the Farming Simulator League, and I love that it's harder to predict. It's very exciting.
Yeah, the whole thing of not being able to have a team perk for more than one game has really shaken things up, as has the 10-minute rounds. It is so manic now with the 10-minute rounds. It means that you have to be really precise, or those unforced errors start creeping in. And yeah, I love that. I love that is the way things have gone. It makes it so much more interesting to watch. Not that it wasn't already. It's just, it takes it to that next level. I find myself, I find myself after the first day kind of going, right, I need to rest my voice a little bit, because otherwise I'm not going to make it through day 2.
Yeah, and, save yourself, Alex.
Normally I'm not streaming on a Saturday night, but this is a Friday. So, yeah.
It is a Friday.
It is a Friday. So I don't know how I'm going to rest my voice tonight, because, yeah. But yeah, I love it. It's fantastic. It's so amazing to see such close games, and to see teams being able to get in to the top end of these tournaments who haven't been able to before, because the variation means that a team can't just concentrate on one tactic for the entire season. Teams have to have multiple tactics, and they have to have tactics that will defend against multiple team perks.
Yeah, and you kind of have to play it differently as well, because you have to use the different strategies. And you don't know what perk your team or your opponents are going to pick until the last second. So you might have a plan in your mind, like, okay, if they pick this, we should be picking this. But I also feel like sometimes teams might approach the first round of the best of three as kind of like, let's play our weakest strategy first. If we win the round, then we can kind of take that as a bonus and then unveil our stronger strategies in the second and potentially the third. But you've got to approach the whole thing differently, for sure. As we're underway now, Astragon and Farming Friends picking out their bands for the round. We're seeing the telehandlers and a couple of larger tractors banned there. So Astragon banning the telehandlers, and we got Bottleneck for Farming Friends, same combine, same baler, no surprise there. And thought they were going unstoppable, switched to Bottleneck in the last second. Bauer Matson just messing with them from Astragon. I love it. This season of the FSL, like, you've been around it since the beginning, Alex. For me, I think that this is shaping up to be the best season as far as like the level of competition. Teams continue to improve, and it's also tougher to predict now who's going to win.
Yeah, it is absolutely. And it's for example, the best example I've got today is just a tractor beating Helm. The way they did it was in the second game, they managed to beat Helm while Helm were running Unstoppable and they were running Big Hall. So that, to me, that is, if there's a bad combination to go against, it's having Big Hall when your opponents have Unstoppable, because you just cannot use your Big Hall to its full advantage. And they beat Helm with that disadvantage, and it meant in the last game, Helm were forced to either have Big Hall or Herbicide against Unstoppable. And of course, immediately that gives, whichever way Helm went, they were at a disadvantage.
Right.
Because there was no way they could counter, or no way that either of those team perks were going to counter Unstoppable. And as a result, it gave Just a Tractor that inroad, that advantage to actually win that second game.
Do we know yet, Alex, who Helm will be playing in the losers bracket?
I was just trying to work it out. So they lost game 9. Game 9 losers are against game 10. LFT is who they will be playing.
Okay, I mean, because we have seen Helm, of course, loses rounds. They might go into the losers bracket here, but anytime we've ever seen teams poke the bear, if you will, of Helm, they often come out stronger. So I feel bad for the team that has to play them. But having said that, it is harder to predict. Even though it has been harder to predict, though, this season, the teams below Helm, they've still won every tournament so far. So even though they've dropped into that losers bracket, you have to still consider them favorites to bounce back from that,
And I think it's very likely. Well, I think it's very likely we'll see Helm in the final. I mean, we have New Holland, who are kicking around down there now as well. So I'm not completely counting out the fact that New Holland can take on Helm and knock them out before they get to the final.
Have we already seen
whichever of those two
Vulture? Teams, have we seen Vulture
yes,
today?
So
already?
Vulture are down there as well today.
Really? Vulture had lost.
Vulture.
So three of the top four. Lindner won, though, right?
Lindner won, yeah. Lindner
so
won.
Three of the top four are in the losers bracket. That's crazy. Yes. Three of the top four
and whichever team
standings.
But whichever team gets from there up to the final, they have to win the final twice.
Right.
And none of those teams have previously been in that position. I don't think. But certainly Helm has never
crazy.
been in that position. Where
Yeah, I
they
think
have
we're
to
still
play
kinda
the final twice to win.
we're still trying to, work out this double elimination. As you said earlier, it's kind of new. This time, at least from how I understand it, will be a true double elimination. There was kind of some question marks about like the way the format of the Gamescom tournament went, because it wasn't really a true double elimination bracket due to the number of teams and just how it had to be organized. So it's something that we're gonna kind of learn as we go and see how teams react to it. It's another layer of strategy in the league for sure. Meanwhile, as we've been talking about this, Farming Friends did end up with a 10-point advantage on the first bale. Teams are now starting to bring their grain carts into the silo area to get themselves ready to deliver some grain. 6.5 minutes to go, and Farming Friends going to go ahead and start emptying theirs out. I think, Alex, you might need to get your brother over tonight to say all the hello and welcome alongs for you. I see Reaver in chat, so you're going to have to get him over so you can save your voice.
He's actually joining me on Sunday.
There you go.
We've got a new multiplayer going on with the two of us, which is cool.
Yeah, how good Alex's voice is tomorrow would depend on the amount of hello and welcome alongs he has to say tonight. So it's a really good stream. Ooh, it's going to be a struggle for his voice tomorrow. I have watched you do that before, Alex, on your stream, and I'm like, where does this guy get the energy? I mean, for every single person, you're calling him out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just horrible when I get, I say horrible in inverted commas. When you get a raid of 60 odd people and have to say hello to everyone.
Yeah. Hello, welcome. Nice. Hello, you, and welcome. And hello, you, and welcome.
Lucky Lucker looks like he's going for the grain multiplier, which at this point is going to be massive. Now this is a thing. Should he be there? Is that combine full? And should he be trying to fill it for the 30 seconds when he's looking to get that? He's got the grain multiplier with 30 seconds left for it to be there. That means Astragon are going to get a chance to fix it. In fact,
Mats is just hanging out too.
There waiting. There we go.
All right.
88
It is
seconds.
a 1.6 for Farming Friends and a 1.5 for Astragon.
Which is interesting,
So,
and that must be due to 11 bales already pressed for Astragon. That is why the multiplier has gone the way it has. And waiting for Farming Friends to start dropping their grain. Why are they waiting? This is wasting a huge amount of their grain multiplier.
Yeah, maybe now they're delivering it. Maybe they're just trying to throw Astragon off by kind of delaying it a little bit. And now, Major Melon there was bringing some bales in, thinking that they would have maybe a chance to score some extra points. It's not going to work out that way. So kind of just delaying time, messing with the timing a little bit, perhaps. But Farming Friends now are going to get 27 points per bale for those put into the top. And it doesn't look like Astragon's ready to answer back. And in fact, Farming Friends now increasing it even more. So 29 points per bale, and Farming Friends has scored a few. Now, finally, Astragon are going to be leveling it up a little bit. Is it going to be enough, Alex, to get it back to 2-2, though, as now Farming Friends is delivering more? I think when it's all said and done, Farming Friends is going to have quite a decent advantage. 2.2 to 1.8,
kind of depends on
maybe.
How much.
Oh, yeah, 2.2 to 1.8.
Oh, that's bad. That's really bad for Astragon. 4-point deficit on every bale delivered, and Bawamatsi is just now
The good news is that they've already pressed quite a bit, so they have the Bale advantage, so that could make it up for them. That belt is super quick as well.
I think that Farming Friends spent more time out there with getting grain while Astragon started pressing bales earlier, and that is the difference that has had. And Kalmaris accidentally detaching his weight instead of attaching to the baler. And there is a weight just sitting in the middle of the field, ready to get in the way of all sorts of things.
That's like something I would do, but instead of getting away with it there, I would have like driven over it and gotten the tractor stuck or something. So it could have been worse. We did see
one team
100-point lead at the moment for Farming Friends.
Abandon a baler and go for another one because they thought there was something wrong with the baler, when instead they just happened to detach their front weight and was and it did cost them the match because they took so long to go and get the second baler. It cost them the match. It was ridiculous.
Bad news for Astragon now in this round. They're behind by 104 points. Farming Friends has evened out the bale count as well. So, barring a disaster for Farming Friends, they look good for this first round victory with just over a minute to go.
And Astragon having real problems here. There are a lot of unforced errors here for Astragon.
I never really paid attention to how much the field over there slopes, and Major Melon got way too close and found out just how much it slopes in that moment. Yeah, Farming Friends looking good here. 40 seconds to go, 415 to 291. 9 bales to 8 in Astragon's favor. That's not going to be enough to make up the difference.
Yeah, this is going. Ooh, they are making ground, Astragon, but it's not going to be enough.
No, it's one of those things where, like, you know, they keep putting bales in, but then Farming Friends like kind of adds to their lead a little bit. We just saw some bales fall off for Farming Friends, which kind of opens the door a little bit, but it's just 100 points still. The difference ended up being about 80 or 90 points in the end. The difference, good round by Farming Friends. And we'll go to the second of the best of 3 here in a few moments. So, yeah, I think that for Farming Friends, they have to be pretty pleased with how that first one went. That moment of, they took advantage of that grain multiplier, and 3,000 extra liters of grain. So you're right. Like for Astragon, they were out pressing bales early, which necessarily isn't a bad thing to do, but when the grain multiplier popped up, it backfired.
It's the multiplier. Look at that. 30. It was a good 12,000 liters of grain was delivered while they had the multiplier. More than Farming Friends.
No, so the arena mode.
Do we have a command in?
So I just wanted to answer real quick. Alex BMAC in Twitch chat says, Is the tournament map any different than the game competition map? No, if you play the arena mode in the game, it's the exact same map. The reasoning for that is that it's built into Farming Simulator 22 on all platforms now. Any team can use that to practice, and you can even register a team on the FSL website and participate in an online tournament if you would like.
Do we have a command for the FSL website? Because Pinky wants to know the upcoming matches.
I can just drop it in there for you.
Thank you.
There should have been a command, but maybe the bot is turned off at the moment. I'll have a look.
I could work out what it was.
Lucky Lucker there, all smiles from him after Farming Friends won that first round. We should be getting underway here in just a few moments. I'm going to look at the crowd in Hanover during Agrotechnica.
in there. He's sitting there.
JK just having a laugh from Helm there. Might be more, yeah, but here's the thing, BMAC. I get why you've suggested that, and that could be cool. But I also would argue that it's better for teams to practice within the same map. The map has been changed this year, so they've had to adjust at least to a new map for this season. But I think I would prefer to see teams get to know the map really well and come up with exciting ways to surprise us, like we saw earlier today.
We actually
picking a combine and dumping grain and such.
We actually saw earlier today Crone, who seem to be less familiar with the map, sort of struggled to score lots of points because of that. And yeah, I'd rather teams were really familiar with the map and worked out ways to disrupt their opponents than had trouble with the map and it forced lots of unforced errors that were just because they were unfamiliar with it. It's almost forcing unforced errors to me.
All right, here we go. We're almost ready to get underway.
Interesting choices from Farming Friends going for the two. In fact, both teams going for the two front loader setup with different tractors. I think that's almost all of the front loader tractors that we've got out there. The Lintner and the JCB are missing, and nobody's selecting the JCB again. I don't understand that.
I love the JCB. I want to see it used more as well. It's a fun one.
I was slightly worried. I thought I'd lost your audio again for a moment.
No, I was pulling up the chat bot for the Twitch channel because the FSL command was disabled for some reason.
Oh, so I did get the right command. Fantastic.
The command was right, and it should work now.
Lucky Lucka has just missed out on the class combine. That means that Astragon are in there with a bit of an advantage straight off. And they have two class combines. The other combine that Lucky Lucka did manage to get, though, is the New Holland. So it's not massively smaller. It all depends on how they use the grain capacity of them. It has delayed their first bale, though. And I can see in the background the ghost of Astragon is heading to score their first bale. Looks like they're taking it careful. And first bale of 139 for Astragon.
Very nicely done. And not only that was kind of a bad placement of where they were harvesting as well, because Krieger's had to drive all the way around the edge of that field. So this is going to end up being a nice little advantage. Let's see how much it's going to be. 139-2. Is he going to try it? Nope, he's going to approach it safely. Always prefer to see teams go safe when they've already been behind anyway. So 27 points, Alex.
That is a big deficit. That is quite a disadvantage that Farming Friends find themselves in at this stage. They're going to have to fight fairly hard to do that. We've got Bridges Raged versus Crazy Tool.
So Krieger just drove right by Crazy Tool to go out in the field and press fails.
Very true.
Why?
Sometimes
he literally drove right past it. Could have stopped, grabbed it, and then went out and pressed him. I get you would have wasted a little bit of time.
Neither team is pressing bales, so it wouldn't have been even those split seconds of jumping out, grabbing it, and jumping back in wouldn't be worth it for what he's doing because he's not pressing bales.
He was, though. He like immediately went out to the field and at least was trying to press 1. So it just threw me for a little bit. So who knows? He didn't press 1 completely. He just was getting it in place, I guess, and then grabbing the grain cart. So
he might have got 1 bale out of it.
It's easy for me to sit here and say, why haven't you done that? And I could not play at the level of these players too. You know, my place is casting the league. That's for sure. Although Astragon were kind enough at FarmCon a couple of years ago, Astragon were kind enough to, allow me on their team for an exhibition match. And we played the team now known as Helm decently well. I didn't make a complete fool of myself. They didn't invite me back again last year, though, I noticed. But it also wasn't a show match. It was an actual tournament.
Yeah. So this is the question. I noticed that they're taking it up to 2.4. So it doesn't stop their belt, but I suppose it speeds up their opponents quite a bit when they're both running unstoppable.
It's hard to predict where the grain is going to end up right now. It's 2.2 to 1.8 for Farming Friends, but Astragon has about 10,000 extra liters at the moment. It's interesting to see like how the 10 minutes has really changed, not just the strategies, but also how like a round develops, because you have to spend more time out there. I think like you're harvesting later into a round now than you used to, because you used to have 15 minutes. And so by, the 8-9 minute mark, you were done harvesting. Both teams were still out there in a combine until just a moment ago. And in fact, I think Farming Friends is still out there in the harvester getting a little bit extra grain.
Farming Friends are doing the exact thing that they did last time. They are out there slightly longer, getting that little bit of extra grain. And as a result, I think we're going to find that they end up with a bigger multiplier. Just because they are out there that little bit longer than their opponents. In fact, that's their combine coming in now, isn't it? No, that's on the other side. Bale multiplier is going to be an obvious choice for both teams here. Although, no, who's that missing out on it? Farming Friends has missed out on Bale multiplier. That is not good.
Not good at all. That's for sure.
They're going to end up really badly down, especially if Astragon take good advantage of this, with the multiplier having evened out now.
And we're about to have the super drop show up here soon as well. So let's see what that's going to be, as Farming Friends now is going to start delivering grain. So they're limiting the impact. That's 27 points for that bale. It's going to decrease a bit as their regular multiplier keeps going up. Major Melon emptying 3 more bales out. So now more grain being delivered by Astragon. They still have about 15,000 liters of grain left. 190 to 112, 3.5 to go.
Oh, they're not going to get advantage of this. They'll be able to take advantage of this this bale multiplier, though, because Biomancy is missing the end of the conveyor. That first one might go in. I'm not sure the second will. And it's a 1.9 to 2.1 multiplier as well.
Ooh, 29 points there for that one. So they scored a couple. Major Melon scored like 1 or 2. Matza scored 1 or 2 with the extra points. And now I think we're pretty much where we're going to be as far as the grain goes. So it has ended up in the favor of Farming Friends, but those few that Astragon scored with the bale multiplier in their favor may end up making the difference in this second round here. As we have Bale Withering as a super drop, looks like Krieger is going to be able to grab that. That's 2 bales destroyed for Astragon. Farming Friends needed that, as they have closed the gap a little bit, 276 now to 257. It's going to come down to who can get the most bales pressed and, more importantly, delivered, with 2 minutes and 23 seconds to go.
4 bales more in hand, though, for Astragon, as there is only 2 points in it. So if Astragon can deliver all these bales, then they will take it.
That was nicely done by Matza to get that one to fall there for him, because it was not on that fork very well.
A nice bit of stacking from Major Melon there.
Very lovely. Lovely. And now Major Melon coming around with the 2 on the fork. Back and forth we go, Alex. Astragon needs to win this one. Minute and a half now to go. They're looking pretty good for the victory, but it's going to come down to, who can get all of their bales into the top. Farming Friends need more at the barn. Lucky Lucker kind of just driving in circles there, waiting for his teammates to come in. I thought for a second that Krieger was going to drop the ones on the fork on the belt.
Minutes and 10 seconds, 371 to 341, and Lucky Lucker is knocking bales off the stack.
Yeah, and he's put that one in a rather tough position. We can see the ghost of the Astragon players. So basically, when you see this ghost on screen, you're just seeing what's happening on the other side of the map. Krieger, a little bit of an issue there on the bridge, but comes out relatively unscathed. 409 to 383, still too close to call.
This is going to go down to the wire at the moment. I think there are more bales on the other side for Farming Friends than there are for Astragon, and Farming Friends got bales going in.
Oh, they 20 points.
All of these.
Oh, I think it's going to be Astragon. They've got 2 on the belt.
It's going to be.
Amtron coming in with some to put into the bottom, though. Get that in.
If they get these at the bottom, this will do it.
Oh, no, he missed it. He missed it.
And that's it.
Wow.
Astragon have taken the second game, and we've got another match going to 3 games.
A sigh of relief there from Power Matza. They had one last bale, but it was scoring them with those extra points. That bale multiplier you see in the pick drops, they grabbed it, and then no drops picked up for Farming Friends in that entire round.
Look at that.
So that made the difference.
6 points between them. If Farming Friends had got that bale in the bottom, that would have been it.
Yeah, so all those we're down points. It was two or three bales, I think, Alex, they scored with extra points, Astragon. That really helped them. Without that, they would have lost by, almost
I was going to say,
to 80 points.
Say it with me again. It came down to 1 bale. 1 bale in the bottom.
Yes, indeed.
Would have done it.
I think that's what I really enjoy about the rule changes that we've seen for this season, is that it makes it hard to predict and it makes the rounds a lot closer. Now, there's still rounds where teams kind of get blown out, of course. Things can go wrong, etc. But it has really leveled the playing field. And I think that the FSL is finally at a place where it's more about skill than it is about, a little bit of luck most of the time, right? Like, we used to see luck be a lot bigger of a factor as far as what drops came out, or with the bale loading trailer that we used to have, it would come down to combo points and the timing of them and all. It really now, I think, comes down more to the skill of each player, in each round. So that's the way it should be. And I think that the FSL is in a really good place now in this season because of that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's and all of these, 95% of the games have been really exciting, coming down to the last few moments. the number of games we've had just a single Bale's worth of points between, and either we've had a Bale scored and it's won it, or a Bale hasn't been scored and it's lost it. Has just been so numerous today, and I'm loving the closeness, and how much it is now, as well as just tactics. It is the skill of the players, because it's tactics are great, but can be there are some tactics that can just be massively overwhelming. We've seen that on a lot of previous tournaments. This time we're seeing that because they're having to be more inventive, the tactics are a little bit more spread, and a lot more of the players' skills are coming through. And the players who are able to put Bales on the conveyor nice and straight, who are able to carry the most Bales back without dropping them, all of that kind of thing, are the teams that are winning. And because it's that skill, it's also making the games close. And yeah, loving that. Absolutely loving that.
I agree, and it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top in this matchup. It's winner moves on in the upper part of the bracket. The loser of this third round of the best of three is not out for the weekend, but they will drop into the bottom part of the bracket and have a harder round.
This is the first match of the losers bracket. Whoever loses this match is out for the weekend.
I stand corrected.
Yeah, both these teams have lost.
More to play for than I initially imagined. All right, then lots to play for then. And these teams have been so close, it's hard to predict.
This is where
it could come down, and it probably will come down, Alex, to one Bale will make the difference between one of these teams moving on and one team going out. Let's see if it does. We got 10 minutes to decide it.
And it looks like Farming Friends getting off to a really good start here. They are into the crop and cutting, and at the same time, looking at the mini-map, it looks like Astragon are similarly... They've got their Harvester in. They've not got their Baler in. So we're looking at a higher first Bale here if everything goes to plan for both these teams.
Much better for Krieger this time around than last time. Yeah, very good start. And this is going to be a pretty good first Bale. He's going to try to do the flick on the move. 148 second best we've seen today.
Fantastic.
Very nicely done. And Major Melon is just lagging behind here.
Farming Friends are coming back nicely from their loss earlier today. And 129, so almost 20 points, 19 points between them, almost the entirety of a single Bale. That is about the best start that Farming Friends could have hoped for there. A really, really high score, followed by their opponents lagging. Crazy Tool and Herbicide, I don't think either team will be going for those. Not where they're positioned, certainly.
So I love I'm looking back at the tweets on the Farming Simulator League account today, just to kind of keep track of the matches I missed when I was in La La Land asleep. And I really like the one. And JDT wins against Helm. David beat Goliath, it says. I love that. So Astragon lost to Helm in the first game of the day. And then Just Attractive beat Farming Friends. And then Just Attractive, of course, as you've said, went on to beat Helm as well. So lots going on already here in the Farming Simulator League. And good news, there's still more to come tomorrow for the finals.
Absolutely. And we have one of the most interesting top half brackets we've had. JDT, Lintner, Mayan Sanichi, and Trelleborg are the four teams who have yet to lose a match today, which is just absolutely crazy. And,
so we've just got word, Alex, we've just got word that we are going to have, of course, this one is going to play out, and then New Holland is going to play the winner of this match on stream today, and then Crone against Valtra will be the final match of the broadcast today. And then Just Attracta against Lindner and My Insanity versus Trelleborg will be taking place off stream at Agrotechnica today. So that's what you have to look forward to. So we still have, if it goes to the third of best of three, still got a couple hours or so to go to get through and get done. We'll see how it shapes out, but we've got this one to decide for now, 6.5 to go. Who will take it and move on?
Interesting that Krieger dropped a little bit then, and then immediately has headed back out to get more. Farming Friends, their tactic, which is a very general tactic, no matter what they have, seems to be, let's get more grain than our opponents. And they very much go that way to try and win.
I'm not sure what's going to happen in this one. I'm really not. I think, of course, Farming Friends had a strong start. Anything can change right now. Astragon has the multiplier in their favor. And we've got direct delivery and speed up. So not the greatest drops here. Silo close, I think, would have been something that Astragon would have been all over if it had popped up there.
Yeah, I think direct delivery as the first drop would have been picked. Direct delivery here, I don't think either team will pick. Both of them are looking to stop doing their main harvesting at this point.
Yeah, I would have liked to seen Silo close there. That would have given Astragon like a huge boost. It's going to be speed up in the end that both teams go with. That seems about right. Okay, 4.5 minutes stands between one of these teams going out and one moving on. And it's still too close to call at this point. As Astragon is now delivering more grain.
This is going to be incredible.
But boom, here we go now. The speed.
And this is Farming Friends just going, we're going to win this. You're going out.
That is brutal. I've still 15,000 liters for Astragon to deliver. That bale is going to fall off. How is that held on that long? There it goes. Now finally. And that bale is going to be scored at quite a disadvantage.
There's no coming back for Astragon now. I don't see how. They have an 8-point disadvantage on every bale.
But they do still have some grain. They have 11,000 liters they can deliver. And Farming Friends have not yet scored any points with this in their favor. Now they're
Here we go.
As Astragon are starting to even out the multiplayer. Just one. Okay, it's going to be a 2-1, 2.1 to 1.9 the rest of the way. So they did not score any at more than that. So they do have the advantage the rest of the way. But I think Farming Friends missed out on an opportunity to take advantage of an even higher multiplier there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I did miss, because at the time we didn't see it up on the screen, but I did miss that they still had some grain there, which surprises.
I would also like to point out. I would also like to point out, Alex, that it's really good news for Astragon that you predicted them to have no way back into this.
Yes, you have a very good point there.
That's what they needed, that to go in their favor. They needed you to predict them to lose. That would be a huge boost to them.
In trouble with Farming Friends now. Oh, man.
You heard it here first. If Farming Friends lose this round, they can thank Alex for their failures here. They are in the lead and they are looking good for the victory, but you just never know when Virtual Farmers predictions come into play.
Oh, God.
Oh man, under 2 minutes to go. 3:18 to 2:45. Some airtime for Major Melon. One of those bales has gone off. Both bales now has gone off. He
Both bales have gone off.
Drive over top of them. Oh man,
that's not good for us. In today's news, Virtual Farmer gets it wrong again.
To be fair, like you honestly should only make predictions when it's really in the one team's favor, because you might just get away with this one, Alex. You might get this one right.
Wow.
102 point advantage for Farming Friends with just over a minute to go. It's going to be really hard for Astragon to make that up. They do have some extra bales out there, but they need a lot more to make up this difference. Some of the bales falling off for Farming Friends.
It's so unfortunate for Astragon because they played really, really well against Helm and were unlucky not to beat them at one point.
I think that honestly, that is the luck of Astragon a lot. I almost said it earlier that like Astragon are a good team and they practice the FSL a lot. You know, they're always competing well. But the draw just almost always kind of seems to go against them, or a little bit of luck here and there, maybe a mistake costing them. But yeah, having to go up against Helm in the first matchup of the day and losing that one has put them on the brink of elimination here. And just, you know, a couple of bad rounds have knocked them out basically of this weekend's tournament. As Alex, you can safely say now, 5 seconds ago, it was a good prediction from you.
Yeah,
this time.
there is no way back from this for Astragon. I predicted something right.
Well done, Alex. Dear. Well done. And well done, Farming Friends. Good victory for them in that one. So we're going to have New Holland now will take on Farming Friends. And we'll be looking at elimination for one of those teams. So Farming Friends now has to prepare themselves to get ready to take on New Holland.
Yeah, that is going to be quite a game. I think Farming Friends, it's probably a little bit worrying for them because New Holland are a really good team. But we've seen really good teams beaten today. That is why New Holland is in the losers bracket. There is quite an upset today.
Yeah.
What we have.
And here's the thing: Farming Friends coming into this weekend, they're in 6th place. You know, so New Holland are in 4th. And Farming Friends has actually made it to a final and lost this season. New Holland haven't yet made a final, so we very well could see Farming Friends come out on top in that, and it wouldn't surprise me at all. You know, whereas last year I don't think we would have counted New Holland out against anyone but maybe Helm. You know, so things are definitely changing, and we're heading to a break. We'll be back in a moment.
Welcome back, everybody.
We're so excited to be here. Agritechnica, well, we're not there, but we're here. But Agritechnica has been going on for the last few days. The FSL tournament taking place today and tomorrow. We're not going to have replays, we just got word, but we are going to go into shortly here. We're going to have New Holland taking on Farming Friends. So without seeing the replays, we can still kind of talk about how that went. Astragon, looked decent for it. They played 3 decent rounds, but things just kind of went against them, and Farming Friends played really strong, Alex.
Yeah, absolutely. Farming Friends just coming back and really controlling the grain side of things. They were constantly throughout all 3 matches. They had the just slightly more grain to give them that 2.1 to 1.9 multiplier. And in the 2 games they won, that was just enough to give them the advantage to win the game. Astragon were a little bit unlucky with various bits and pieces, and as a result, they just fell behind and weren't able to answer the challenge that Farming Friends were giving them. And Farming Friends are playing really, really well. I mean, the team that they went out to first thing this morning and went out into the losers bracket with was just a Tractor, who then went on to beat Helm. So yeah, they're a strong team who only just ended up down here, and I think we've still got a lot of really interesting, really good stuff to see from this team.
Yeah, so do you think it's an advantage or a disadvantage, or do you think it doesn't matter that Farming Friends now have to play back-to-back matches where they face elimination?
I don't know if it is a disadvantage at all. It's certainly not an advantage because you basically after having concentrated that long, you will be a little bit mentally tired. But they've come off the back of it winning, and if they can continue that momentum, then that might stead them fairly well against New Holland.
Yeah, we'll find out. We're going to get underway here in a few moments as we're having a look at Klaus Eilerman, the FSL organizer and event manager for Giant Software. And Farming Friends look ready. I think that, the pressure is on, though. Like, for who's feeling the pressure more, though? Like, you would have to think that it would be New Holland, right? But both of these teams, it wouldn't surprise me whoever wins this, because New Holland are only 30 points ahead of Farming Friends so far in this season's circuit points. And as I mentioned, Farming Friends has actually made a final and ended up losing that one. I think that was the Gamescom tournament, if I remember correctly. So they're a team that has shown that they can go all the way to a final. New Holland, of course, made a lot of finals last year, won a tournament or 2 as well. So there's a lot to play for. Big stakes in day 1 of this tournament at Agritechnica, that's for sure.
Absolutely, and we have big teams down here now fighting for their survival. New Holland. Our next match is Crone versus Vultra, and that is huge. That is incredible to think that the three of the top 4 teams are all down in this losers bracket this weekend.
Right.
Incredible.
And kind of already at stake in this one, Farming Friends and New Holland, like being 30 points behind. If Farming Friends were able to get the win here, then they would be, setting themselves up to, possibly overtake New Holland in the season standings. Whereas if New Holland advance, then they can put a little bit of a gap between themselves and Farming Friends potentially. As we're having a look at the players from Lindner, that they're all on their phones, laughing, having a good time. And
I just noticed that out of the window there, that the glimpse that the sun is setting at Agritechnica at the moment. It's dark. It's going dark outside by the looks of things.
Yeah, it's that time of year, isn't it? Unfortunately, someone has asked in chat, "What's the reward for winning?" So, for each circuit tournament, you get prize money. If you get into the quarterfinals or beyond, it goes up. I believe it's about 5,250 for the winner in euros. You also get a Noble share. If you get into the final, you get some Case King vouchers, some Nitrado vouchers. And the prize money makes up that total prize pool. And then for the final tournament of the year, there'll be 50,000 euros at stake. The winner will come away with 22,000. The runner-up 14,000. So, like, you want to win circuit tournaments, but what's more important, I think, throughout the season is that you get as many circuit points as possible to set yourself up for the grand final, because that's where the big money is at stake. It's per team, Hans, per team. And it was 5,000, not 50. It's 15,000 total prize pool across all of the teams for each circuit tournament, and 50,000 total for the grand final tournament for all 8 teams. That's the total prize pool. So, well over, like, I think it's this year, Alex. I think it's been 100,000, right? Before total throughout the season. I think that's been doubled.
200,000. It was.
This year it's 200,000 total, right? So
I think it was 200,000 last season.
Okay, gotcha. No problem. Hello, everyone in chat.
Hey, Jap, welcome along.
It's really weird for me to. It's really weird for me, Alex, to be doing FSL on a normal work day. I would be working for Giants anyways on a normal Friday. So for me, by the time this tournament's done, I'm only a few hours into my day. So usually, I'm looking at waking up early, doing a tournament on a Saturday or a Sunday, and then once I'm off, that's it. But here today, I joined you guys later on in the broadcast so I could sleep. Thank you guys for allowing me the opportunity to do that. Thanks, Copter and Alex. So after this, it'll be back to the regular community work for the rest of the week. Gearing up for, of course, Thanksgiving week in the U.S. next week. So taking the latter part of the week off next week.
I can tell it's Thanksgiving. I can tell it's Thanksgiving coming up because everywhere in the UK is launching their Black Friday stuff.
Right, that's the important part for the other parts of the world and for us too, of course. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. My wife has to work Thanksgiving Day, but she does have the day before and the day after Thanksgiving off. So we're looking forward to spending some time together next week. All right, here we go. All right. A lot at stake here, Alex, as we're underway in this best of 3. One team moves on, one team out.
Actually, off to a really good start. They've got both of those class combines. The Farming Friends have managed to get the John Deere combine, so they're not that far behind. But that class combine
could be a really good first bale too.
Grain quicker.
Really
this is going to be a great first bale. Oh,
if
wow.
He gets this in properly on the flick. Oh, so close. 149.
So close.
I thought he was going to do it. I thought it was going to be 150 plus, but
that's a 137. Right, so not a huge amount in it. A single extra bale in the top will cover it.
Yeah, that was a good reaction by Krieger.
We got Big Hall and this is the thing. I'm not quite sure why they don't just leave the big hall there and get pressing bales. I suppose it's quicker or they'll get more harvested if they go and empty with the combine. It always strikes me as you could get a lot of extra bales press doing it that way.
I was about to ask you, who do you think's gonna win this one, but I think it's way too early for you to curse one team. I'm not gonna go there.
Yeah.
Although you're at the moment, you won your last prediction. You know, you're on the winning track now. But do you want to push your luck?
Advantage at the moment is to New Holland, but it's only a small advantage, and it's only because they've managed to get the slowdown, and therefore Farming Friends are going slower, and also Farming Friends have that 12-point disadvantage. Look at the difference in grain from having that slowdown on Farming Friends. There's nearly 10,000 litres in it between the two. That's a massive disadvantage at the moment. And Krieger is now heading up there. That must be a full cart that he's got? I never know whether that's Kinsey or Kins, but it's.
I say Kinsey.
That grain cart. That grain cart is looking pretty full and ready to unload. Whether they do it at this 6-minute point or wait, they're probably gonna wait for the next.
Have you seen the video that DJ Goham did with the guys from Kinsey at Agritechnica, where the guy makes fun?
No.
So the guy kind of criticizes the speed at which DJ uses the Kinsey equipment in the game, the planter, and he was like, "You might want to check your owner's manual. Not a suggested, or safe way to operate your Kinsey planter." Yeah, Jab knows. I thought that was funny.
Check the owner's manual. Fantastic. Pushing a bale along. He is pushing a bale along. The dropper spawned at the 5.5-minute mark. Bridge is raised and direct delivery again. Direct delivery coming in late. So I don't think either team is going to go for that. This is having a look though, but has chosen Bridges raised just to cause that little bit of disruption. If it works, why not, Reaver? you work for class. Don't go saying things like that. Oh dear. So Mtron is heading in. I'm guessing that's with a combine. And New Holland now trying to score, in fact, with a 2.5 multiplier. This will be big if they can get some bales in there before Farming Friends actually manage to even things up. And the grain is not there. They've not got that grain in that overloader. So this is going to be a great chance for New Holland to get a massive bit of advantage. 200.
They're already scoring too. Yeah, they took advantage of it. Good. That's for sure. We didn't see them scoring them, but we saw that score going up. So, and they've just scored another 1 or 2 with extra points. So yeah, really strong play there by New Holland. Things going their way here early in the first of the best of 3. And this is in the double elimination bracket. Remember, one of these teams is out for the weekend and one will move on.
And actually, New Holland really needed to score those then, because Farming Friends have done what Farming Friends do every time. They get more grain in than their opponents. So New Holland scoring points while they could is going to soak up those extra points that Farming Friends are going to be getting now.
Yeah, and I think it's good that for Farming Friends that they'll be scoring 2 extra points per bale the rest of the way. Although multiplier switch has popped up now, which could change things temporarily. But for New Holland, they scored, 25 points or so for a few of those bales, and then 24, 23, 22 maybe for one or two of the others, as Cygnus having a little bit of an issue on the
bale off the
there.
Front.
At least that one didn't fall into the water. It has rolled the right way, hasn't it? It could have been a lot worse. We've seen that a little bit from New Holland today, Alex. Just a little bit shaky on the bridges and such. We saw Tita do it earlier. We just saw Cygnus do it there. So a little bit of nerves maybe just with the crowd at Agritechnica, the stakes of the tournament, and knowing that, there's a lot at stake and a lot to play for here in this one.
We've seen that with quite a few teams today. I mean, we've seen it with we saw it with Helm as well, and we saw a little bit with Vultra too. It looks like all the top teams are a little bit shakier outside of the online tournament setup, or the in person setup. When they're actually at an event, it's always more pressure.
Yeah, more pressure, but also, the teams are together in person and maybe, enjoying themselves in the evenings before a match. And maybe causing them to be a little bit shakier than normal, when they're at home and playing an online tournament. Who knows? 458 it was there briefly to 452. It's gone up a little bit for New Holland. And New Holland does have the point advantage. They have the bale advantage. So for Farming Friends, it's not over yet, but they need New Holland to drop some bales off here or fail to get the rest of their bales in. That one's looking a little shaky. He's going to try to grab it back off, but couldn't. It might fall. It is falling off, as a matter of fact. So that could change things. They need to get these into the top. Do Farming Friends, and they're in the lead by 2 points. 20 seconds to go. New Holland now in the lead. Now New Holland bringing more.
These are the last bales they'll get on there. So
572 to 557. Right
high on the
578, 588 to 570. Those are going to make it. That's going to do it for New Holland.
New Holland going to take it. Yes, New Holland are there.
Wow. Woo. Okay. Man, that ended up being a lot closer and a lot shakier than really I thought it was going to be. But New Holland executed well there. They bounced back from those 3 bales falling off at the bridge. There was enough time to recover from it. 2 extra bales for them, 1 extra end of the top. But most importantly, the game was won. The difference was made, at least in that moment, where they scored the extra points with the multiplier in their favor.
Yeah, that was the best thing they could have done. Going in and scoring, I think it was like 4 bales. I think they scored 100 points while they had that 2 times multiplier. And that was enough, as I said at the time, to soak up the extra points that Farming Friends were going to get from having the extra grain. And I've yet to see a team be able to counter Farming Friends getting the extra grain. Farming Friends' grain game is absolutely brilliant. And they come up against team after team and after team and always have more grain than their opponents. And it's been winning them games.
Yeah, I think the issue with doing that, though, is that if a moment like that happens, you're out there spending time to get the extra grain when your opponents are instead scoring points at a moment where they have a significant advantage. It's kind of like weighing off like the long game versus the short game or something almost. Like, do you want a 2.1 multiplier for the majority of the bales that you score at the end of a round? Or would you rather try to snag like a 2.5 and score 3, 4, 5 extra bales at those points? So kind of differing strategies and showing that like each one could be successful for these teams. So it's one of those things that I think we'll continue to see Farming Friends do, and they'll just kind of take the result that they get because it does put them in a good position to have that advantage.
And we're all right, here we go into the second game now. So Farming Friends gotta win this one, or that's them out.
Yeah, and I can see them winning it and forcing the third of the best of three. We've seen a lot of the best of threes here today, just like the Gamescom tournament as well. So, I wouldn't be surprised if it happens again here, as Farming Friends is banning the Manitou. So that means here comes the New Holland. There it goes. Both telehandlers are out. And I'm guessing we might see the Case Magnum. There it is. Goodbye. All right.
I think if New Holland are smart now, they will use Unstoppable.
Both teams, as a matter of fact.
Well, the thing is, they won the first game without using Unstoppable, and you go into your second game to win with the biggest advantage you can, which at the moment is Unstoppable. And the only real perk I've seen that works against it is running Unstoppable.
Right.
So, yeah.
Some slight differences so far in the player picks.
It looks like we're going with the same setup. Yes. Yep.
So just the trackers are different for the stackers, but same pretty much otherwise. Okay, here we go. We're about to get underway. 10 minutes stands between New Holland and moving on. 10 minutes potentially could stand between Farming Friends and going out as well, unless they force the third by winning this one. So let's see how things go. Farming Friends had a really good first bale earlier. We've seen them kind of, be hit or miss. They could do with a really strong one here, though, Alex, as we see Lucky Looker is going to use the runner perk, and he is setting off likely. Looks like he's going for that John Deere combine so that he can get set up for that first bale. So that's a good pickup because it's directly away from that field. It's almost perfect placement for where you want to start harvesting. As long as his teammate, looks like New Holland's won that baler, but here comes Krieger now with the Corona baler. So this is a chance for a potentially good first bale here. But New Holland, look at this. They're neck and neck, Alex.
Oh, in fact, Krieger looks slightly ahead. Although, no, they are neck and neck. This is also really fast.
Are both of them going to attempt the flick? L Rhodes definitely is, as we see in the shadow. L Rhodes misses, and Krieger's going for the safer approach. So it's going to be the safer approach that wins out.
He's going to get the higher points with a 141. And El Rhodes is having to.
The bad news as well is that is not a good spot to push this because it's up against the wall. Yeah, that is like the worst place that could have landed because he can't easily push it in. There he goes. He was smart to not force it too quickly there because he could have easily gotten stuck on that. 141 to 127.
That
Farming Friends
nearly a very, very big score for that. That would have been an over 150 if he'd got that there.
Crazy tool on bale drop, and really probably the worst spot for that first drop to show up near the silo. I don't see either team really going for those.
Both teams now filling up their grain cart. It is very much the setup stage of everything now.
Just a reminder to all of you watching, we will, of course, see out the conclusion of this matchup, and then we'll have one more matchup on the stream today. We'll have Krona against Valtra coming up, and that'll be the end of the broadcast for the day. There's a couple of matches that are going to take place off stream today, and then, of course, we'll be back tomorrow for the quarterfinals and beyond. You'll have my cohort at the moment, Virtual Farmer, and Cast by Copter will be back tomorrow for the finals broadcast with you guys. Hope you guys enjoy that tomorrow, Alex. I'll be watching from afar. Looking forward to seeing how it plays out. It's crazy that we're in November, Alex, and the season is really just still getting started for the FSL. And we're only a couple of months away from Llama now in the UK. So
yeah.
It's still a lot to play for and a lot to take shape. So Llama will actually be the next tournament in January, and then we'll have an online tournament in February. That's the current plan. So,
and then we're getting towards looking at when FarmCon is going to be, and
FarmCon, you say?
That's going to be FarmCon, yeah. I am so getting out to FarmCon again this year. It was so much fun last year, and yeah.
I can't recommend enough to people if you're watching this right now and you're a Farming Simulator fan. Listen, I know it's not cheap to travel. I know it's not easy, depending on where you are in the world. But if you're a Farming Simulator fan, you should try to do everything in your power to make FarmCon at least once in your life. Because
it's a
special event,
and there's a good growing contingent of us English speakers who are going out there every year now.
So. I mean, Argsy came last year all the way from New Zealand, so if he can do it, you can too, guys out there. I think we're still a long time off, Taz, from having a FarmCon or any big event like that in the U.S. It's just not. We don't have the manpower nor the equipment or the setup here that we do in Europe. So we're still quite a ways off of that. The thing about doing it right now in Europe is we can produce the entire thing ourselves. We have the equipment to drive in onto giant semi trucks. We can set the stage up. We have everything we need to run it. We have the staff to staff it. So we're just not at that point in the U.S. and likely won't be for a while yet.
New Holland picked up Silo Closed way before Farming Friends did. So New Holland now have a 2.4 multiplier to score with. If they go and score with this, that is going to give them a...
They do have 10 bales, and they're on their way to score some. Here goes Cygnus now. They needed that after the first bale mishap.
FarmCon, I cannot speak about such things, Mystic.
Well, you have Llama coming up, which is going to be a huge opportunity for those of you in the UK to be able to meet up together. I know a lot of people are already planning to go. Others are hoping to make it. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that
that's probably going to be the
out.
Closest we get to FarmCon UK for a while. I would definitely consider coming along to Llama if you want to meet a load of English farm creators. Excellent, Mystic. Although no one can see me putting my thumbs up right now because we're in the middle of a game and things have been evened up by Farming Friends. In fact, no, things have been more than evened up by Farming Friends.
New Holland did score some bales with extra points, meanwhile, which is good.
It did.
Farming Friends is scoring a couple. They've scored just one. Farming Friends scored with the extra points. And now that one's actually going to be some points lost. New Holland now flipping it back in their favor. And then that is just about all of their grain for New Holland. So Farming Friends now delivering some great. And this time it's 2-2. Yeah, they took away that little
2-2. They've held them 2-2. Yeah. So Farming Friends
advantage in New Holland's favor now, Alex, because and New Holland meanwhile scored extra points for Bales, and Farming Friends didn't. So they have gone into the lead, 2.5 to go. It's going to come down to execution. Meanwhile, New Holland picks up the Bale points. So that's just basically they just scored one extra Bale there with 20 points added just for picking up the super drop. So it's all going New Holland's way at the moment, which is bad news for Farming Friends because they will be eliminated if they lose this round.
This is tense now. Farming Friends absolutely on the back foot. They don't have their normal advantage. We are seeing little mistakes. So like dropping that Bale there, those are creeping in. New Holland just need to press their advantage now. New Holland have more Bales than Farming Friends. Farming Friends are crashing into each other as well.
That wasn't very friendly by Farming Friends crashing into each other.
The stress and the strain is beginning to show here. And they need to they need to score Bales, and New Holland not. And New Holland are scoring Bales.
Yeah, and New Holland has quite a bit of Bales. If they can get them in as well. Like New Holland are looking good at the moment. We've seen things change in an instant, and the end of rounds get really exciting at times. A minute to go, 435 to 362, and Farming Friends, they're at a Bale disadvantage. They're at a point disadvantage. They need an absolute miracle now. They need New Holland to drop some Bales on their way into the barn here or something to be able to make this up. New Holland are playing a great round.
Look at that. New Holland do have Bales just hanging around here. They're not in a great position to get them in, but they don't need that at the moment. They've got Bales kicking around. And so they will collect these up. There's 28 seconds left. Even if they get them just in the bottom, but they've got time to get them in the top. So 19 seconds. If they can get 2 of these on here,
they're good.
They're going just for the one. The rest they're going to place into the bottom and give themselves a pretty insurmountable lead with 5 seconds left.
Oof.
New Holland, 605 points. They take it.
That was a great round by New Holland.
Through.
At least for the time I've been on the broadcast so far, Alex, that's been the most dominant round I've seen from any team. 25 Bales, just not even close. They scored several with extra points. They also got the Bale point super drop as well, and they just played that silo closed moment really well. So congrats to New Holland. They move on. And for Farming Friends, unfortunately, they fall short here in the Agritechnica tournament after, having a really strong showing so far this season. So back to the drawing board for them. For New Holland, they move on, though. They bounced back from that loss earlier really well.
Yeah, that was that's good work there from New Holland coming back into it and showing a little bit more of the New Holland that that we know and that have done so well over the last couple of seasons. So they are through. We've got Crone versus Vultra next. So we will see you after the break.
All right, we're back again. The Agritechnica tournament for the FSL is underway. We're about to wrap up day one. Farming Friends just got eliminated by New Holland. Alex, let's talk about that matchup. New Holland looked really strong.
They did. They looked like they'd picked themselves up from their defeat from Trelleborg earlier in the day, and yeah, more of the New Holland that we're used to. Good bit of adaptation in that last game. We saw New Holland actually countering the thing we've seen Farming Friends do to every other team this weekend or today, and that is Farming Friends normally end up with extra grain, and that gives them an advantage over everybody. You can see it right here in this replay. Farming Friends are sitting at a 2.1 to a 1.9 multiplier, and in the last game, they New Holland got rid of that. They actually stopped. Lots of air being got here.
Yeah,
they actually got the multiplier even, and it meant they lost their advantage, and suddenly Farming Friends began to fall apart a little bit. Without that advantage there, with the pressure on them, they weren't able to score and as well as they had in previous games.
Look at that, Vultra bringing out the Vultra as maybe a little good luck charm maybe for them as they're about to take on Crone in our last broadcasted match of the day.
I've got one of those. I've got one of those on my shelf behind me, but in blue, in New Holland nice. Blue.
Of course it is. Naturally, it would be. So, Alex, I think for New Holland's sake, the most important thing is that they've moved on. We saw some rather uncharacteristic mistakes from them, but I think they have to be pretty confident, or at least happy that they have moved on with those mistakes happening. And maybe going into tomorrow, they can kind of clean some of those things up, and they'll, if they do, they'll really be a team to be reckoned with, as we've come to expect from them. All right, here we go. Crone against Vultra. Shock Therapy is asked in chat, why do teams always ban the big case tractor, the case Magnum, and the Kloss TerraTrack? Simply put, it's either usually those, the case especially, because it only costs 2 points to pick, and it has a lot of horsepower and a pretty good work speed. It's the cheapest tractor that gives you an advantage as far as how fast it drives, because it costs the same amount as some of the tractors that are slower than them.
I think we have a problem. Nothing got banned.
Just one telehandler was banned. It's interesting. Crone didn't ban anything, and then maybe Vultra was like, okay, then we're not going to ban the other telehandler. I'm not sure.
I don't know what's happened. Is that an error, or is that...
Well, considering how quick they picked their team perk and equipment, and now they're doing the... I don't think it was an error. I think that Vultra very well would have banned the second telehandler, but once they saw Crone didn't ban anything, when they were like, okay, we'll just leave it out there then. Interesting.
That's very interesting.
No one has picked...
I'm a little bit confused.
A telehandler, though. No one picked the New Holland telehandler. So I think you usually see the telehandlers banned a lot, but if you ban one, you typically see the other one banned, because then it takes it out of play completely. And then, that case Magnum is probably, along with the telehandlers, the most popular, definitely the most popular tractor ban, because teams like to use it. I mean,
none of that. Normally, there's no cost for banning the tractors and things, so there's no big advantage to not banning it. Oh, no, it's too slow. Vultra is going to get that baler.
Nicely done by Surin. Meanwhile, meanwhile, across the map, his teammates getting set for the first bale. We see New Holland, or not New Holland, Krone had to go for the New Holland combine, and they're not in as good of a spot for the first bale. Soren got there just maybe a tiny bit late. But I think, look how far away Krone's baler is. This is a good chance for Valtra to get a nice little advantage on the first bale here. So the first bale is all about speed. It's this really crazy math equation. You can look it up on the stat sheet on the FSL website if you would like. 138 points for Valtra. And Krone are going to be lagging behind. Where are they at this point? There he is. He's just now ready to come in. Jackaroo's having a look at his phone, getting a text in the middle of the match.
What's going on?
That's what happens.
Have struggled.
That's what happens when you're in the FSL and you're also the head of Creative Mesh. It's probably like, hey, we got a problem here. We got a bug in the emergency pack. Probably something like that. As we have a look at Jackaroo again there.
That's a 29-point deficit, though. That's not a good start. And that is in a great place if someone wants to harvest in that direction or even head that way.
And here comes Monty now.
And Monty is going to go...
I think Monty's not going to go for it. He's going to go for speed limit. Yep.
And Luca is heading in that direction while harvesting.
Do it, Luca. Pick direct delivery.
I think he's going to pick... It would surprise me if he... Oh! No, speed limit.
Nope, he's gone with speed limit.
So I was having a look at why teams might be picking speed limit more, and there is something in the patch notes. So direct delivery drop calculation has been fixed. So I don't know what has actually been fixed about it, but it's something that might have made it more attractive to teams.
Yeah, I would like to see it, either last longer or go at a higher speed. I said that earlier because I think direct delivery could be a really interesting drop, but it's just not quite beneficial. Doesn't last long enough. It doesn't give you enough extra grain in your multiplier. So that's why you see most of the time teams ignore it.
Giant bonus for first bale. The quicker you get your first bale in, the more points you make. Looking fairly full. Step to the top. Yep, there we are. We are now going to be taking that over to sell point.
You've been, here all day, Alex. So what you've been going for like 7 hours, but I can't believe I've already been here for like 3. Like I just looked at the clock. I was like, holy cow, what? Oh man, time flies in the FSL. That's for sure. And a lot to play for these two teams here. This is the last one of the broadcast today, but one of these teams will be setting themselves up rather nicely.
I started from my sound check 8.5 hours ago.
Wow. So earlier, Lindner beat Valtra in 3 rounds.
Yep.
And then we saw Krone lose in 2 straight games to My Insanity. And now, of course, both these teams playing each other here. One will be eliminated from the weekend, and one will move on. So there is a lot to play for here with 5 minutes to go in the first of the best of 3. Meanwhile, Bridges Lowered has been picked up by Valtra. Krone have not yet picked up a drop, and a 3-1 multiplier advantage at the moment for Valtra.
Try and compare what we've got. So we've got a 3.0 multiplier advantage to Valtra, but Wow, there's actually still quite a lot of grain for Vulture as well. So whenever Crone decide to actually tip their grain, there's still a lot of grain there to counter.
Yeah, the Vulture are looking really strong at the moment. And it's not necessarily as, pressing for them they haven't yet scored any with it. As we see, I don't think they're worried about scoring them now because I think they know they're going to have the advantage at the end once all the grain's delivered. Both teams now delivering grain, as a matter of fact.
They have about an extra 6,000. That should be enough to give them a 2-point. They know that they're going into this last section with that advantage. That they've grabbed that extra little bit of grain.
And it's 2.6 still for them, so they could even score some here and get the extra points for it. They have time to do it.
I think that is because Vulture are. Oh, sorry, that's because Crone are trying to move grain between various bits.
We see Anton grabbing some bales now, Alex, and now's the moment where they might bring some in to score them. It looks like he's going to go grab one more. Our super drop has already popped up, and we haven't had teams deliver any bales yet beyond the first bale, so there is still a lot of points to be scored here. Now more grain being delivered, meanwhile, by Crone. Bale withering picked up. And I think Anton may have had one of the ones he went and spent time to pick up deleted off the front of his fork. Because he was going to grab a third and switched. And then they picked up Bale Withering, and that's just what I'm guessing, at least, is that one of them was deleted right off of there. They are going to score Vulture 22 points at the moment per Bale. The grain is gone now for both teams, Alex, so this is the way it is the rest of the round. Vulture with a 4-point extra per each Bale advantage, so they are looking strong here with 2 minutes to go. And a lot of bales there ready to deliver, too.
Equal numbers of bales, big points advantage, big multiplier advantage.
And getting their bales in earlier, too, here. So now it's it's over 100 points, 117 points, and going up now. And Krona are running out of time here.
And this is very much been Krone's day. They absolutely have struggled to meet what the other teams have been doing. They've been beaten by sort of 200-300 points each game. I think in one game they were beaten by well over 300 points, and they're not quite as familiar with this season's of FSL as the other teams are, by the looks of it. They're struggling to counter the stuff that the other teams are doing.
Yeah, 380 to 259. Vulture just kind of cruising along in this first round. 103-point lead at the moment, 40 seconds to go, and just barring a disaster, they're looking good to take this first round for sure.
I'm actually pretty sure that even if Vulture stopped delivering bales right now, Crone would still lose.
Yeah, and they're not, unfortunately, as well for Crone.
No,
it's just going to keep getting worse.
That's the
here.
thing. Yeah, there's 500 points.
So
Vulture, in fact.
The amount of grain you deliver determines your multiplier, which is the yellow under the scores is the team's multiplier. And you get 10 points multiplied by that for each bale put into the top. You always get 10 points for bales put into the bottom, except for the first bale and if the bottom boost super drop shows up, which gives you a brief moment where you can score as much into the bottom as you would into the top. So yeah, it's about delivering the grain as to give yourself, as many points as possible for ones delivered into the top. So look, I mean, the bale count, they only had 2 extra bales, Alex, but it was those extra points per one that really made the difference. Look at the delivered grain with multipliers. 95,000 to 87,000 liters, and they had the overall grain advantage as well. So yeah, great round there by Vultra.
And that just maybe a massive.
Look how cool the like the front screen of the tables look. It's showing each of the players there. There's just something, you know, a little bit extra special, Alex, about an in-person like tournament compared to the online.
Yeah.
It was nice that we were able to keep the FSL going during the pandemic with the online tournaments, but it's so nice to be back to this kind of hybrid format where we have online tournaments so that anyone anywhere can sign up and participate, but then having these offline tournaments mixed in as well so we can see the teams come together in person and have a crowd out there. And they always seem to enjoy getting together and having a good time too. It's always nice to have the Farm Sim community meet up.
It is, and it's wonderful to have everybody meeting up like that in person. It's brilliant. I think everybody's having lots of fun at Agritech. I'm a little bit jealous.
So now for Crone, Alex, like they need to find their A game, and they need to find it quick because they're facing elimination here.
Yeah.
And they just looked second best in that first round. They've got to do something different.
They've been struggling to find it all day is the trouble, and it would be amazing to see them pull it out of the bag now and go, hey, here, we've been hustling everybody. Here's us winning 2 games in a row and staying in this. But at the moment, with seeing their form, I think this has got to be Vultra taking the game and staying in here, especially as strong as Vultra are. You know, Vultra are one of the top 3 teams, and you really kind of expect them to be making it through to the quarter and the semi-finals. Really.
Yeah, they've finished runners-up in a tournament this season. They've made it to the semi-final stage as well and gone out there. So they have a silver and a bronze medal so far this season. And currently sitting second in the standings. They also have they've placed, basically, they've made it and scored circuit points in all 3 of the tournaments so far. So they're kind of joint second with Linder on 150 points. Helm out into the lead early on. And again, strange bans going on from these 2 teams.
Like, toying with us.
As a joke, just the Deutschfar has been banned. Like, all right, none of you pull out that crazy thing.
And that cost them a point. It cost them a point to do that.
Yeah.
Why?
Maybe Vulture are hoping that by doing that, they'll win good favor with the members of Crone who are part of Creative Mesh, and they'll give them like an early look at the next mod that they're working on or something. Like, who knows what's going on here? I'm just kidding, of course, but Unstoppable against Unstoppable, same team equipment picked. So far, the players are a little bit different, but I have a feeling it'll be kind of evened out in the end. We are going to get to see the case Magnum this time around because we have some silliness going on with banning, which is interesting. Okay, here we go. I have no idea what to expect, Alex. Like, they're throwing us for a loop with the ban phase.
The thing is, I think the ban phase is probably the less important of the phases. You know, what you ban, there's always, unless you're banning both telehandlers, there's nothing in there that can't be replaced.
But even still,
like,
I feel like when you ban, yeah, I agree with you. The ban phase isn't as powerful as it used to be, I think. And like, even if you ban both telehandlers at this level of competition, like, the teams are going to be more than fine with just using a triple stack tractor instead. You know, like it doesn't really have that much of an effect. You take away the ability to like toss bales into the top, but we're not really seeing teams do that a whole lot. We did see New Holland, I believe it was earlier, win around by doing it late on, but yeah, the ban phase is just not quite as impactful as really you would like to see it be. Teams have to be more adaptable now, Alex, and I think that's helped. It's helped teams be more competitive, but it's also kind of, lowered the impact that the ban phase can have. You have to be able to play multiple ways in the FSL. You can't just I think I would work over and over.
I think I would quite like to see 134 is not bad considering how slow that was.
Oh goodness! Is this how far away they are?
Along the lines of you can't ban the same the same vehicle twice in a match.
That'd be interesting.
Well, because it then means that you then have to tactically think, okay, this is the team perk we're using. What do we choose to go to ban? Or, we've got
32
knowing a
points.
team has a team perk, going right. I'm going to bag that. Yeah, that is quite a thing.
At 32, that's not like in a must-win round. That is not a good start at all for Corona. They have had their worst performance in a first bale that they've had today, and the match that they're facing elimination with this, so not a good start, that's for sure. Yeah, I think it would be cool to see the ban, like you were talking about, the ban phase. I think the only issue with that is that it would be really hard to track who's picked what and who hasn't. So it would have to be hard coded into the client, wouldn't it, for that to be possible? Whereas unlike that with the teams having to pick a different perk, it's pretty much just the organizers are keeping an eye on it. It's not something that is actually locked out via the game itself. It's just a rule that the teams have been told to abide by. So maybe something we could see in the future, though. It's always good to see things switched up and more variety and causing teams to be a little bit more uneven. And there's a huge list of machines, Alex, that you can use in the FSL, and we see the same handful of them pretty much being used over and over, right? Depending on what's banned. You see the telehandlers come into play quite often when they aren't banned, but because they get banned a lot, you don't see them a lot. But usually you see teams going for the John Deere 60 120M. Every team's going for the Kloss Combine now, the Massey Baler. So you start to see the same equipment being picked over and over, despite the fact that there's close to 30 machines, I think, total in the FSL that players can pick. So that's not counting the balers and the harvesters. I'm talking just tractors. So it would be nice to find a way to get more variety in the machines that are being used.
It is that
134.
How is that made more? How is that made more impactful? That is the question.
Right.
It does. I mean, these teams here are showing that actually it's not impacting their players. They would have easily picked something else. They'd have just picked something else if one of the tractors had been banned. So, yeah, I think that is possibly something that would be good. We've got grain multiplier at the 5.5 minute mark, as both teams have over 60,000 litres of grain. Both are absolutely going to want to grab that, and in fact, Vulture have done just that.
Nice recovery there by Luca. Thought he was going to make a mess of that coming in with the Kloss Combine. It's tight spaces in there.
Ooh,
and we saw New Holland kind of getting themselves into a pickle. And Grain Multiplier.
Crone doing?
He's coming back. Surely he's going to pick it up, right? Like, he's not going to leave.
He's got 12 seconds.
Right? He's going to get it, right?
He's got 7 seconds.
He'll get it. There we go. He's just waiting until the last second, literally. There we go. All right, so it will last longer for them.
I know Luca is up there and needs to start unloading, but oh no, this is Vultra. Wow.
Yeah, Vultra just hanging out. Vultra needs to get a bail or two in now if they can.
This is great play from Crone. Crone are making Vultra run their timeout on the multiplier, and then they're going to start unloading when Vultra don't have a multiplier anymore. And they've got
Smart.
a 1.8 multiplier.
And a whole lot of grain as well. They needed this after that first bail. This will give them a lifeline here.
Here we go. This is going to hurt Ultra badly.
Vultra now emptying the rest of their grain, so let's see what it ends up being. It's going to be a slight advantage, I think.
Work for Crone.
Crone are running out of time
now
too
needs
now,
to get
though.
this in the multiplier, and that's not going to happen.
Yep, they needed. Yep, they're running out of time. They are going to end up with an advantage no matter what. Now they're emptying some before it runs out. More grain being put in now by Vultra, and it's 2-2 at the moment.
Vultra need to score now.
Crone are going to have it in their favor. They're probably going to have about a 2.2 to a 2.3 or so, maybe slightly higher. It's going to be a 2.3.
Oh no, they've still got grain.
Yeah, it's going to be a 2.3 once he gets this in.
So well played.
Yeah, don't worry about getting all of it in there because it's not going to be enough to get it to 2.4. There you go. Just get it to 2.3, call that good, move on, and get the rest of your round played. The problem is now, there's only 2 minutes, 20 seconds to start scoring these bales, and meanwhile, Vultra had been scoring some. So a nice little cushion for Vultra. And will Crone have enough time, as we see SDR needs to not lose these on the bridge.
A
That was very
Bale-tastic!
nicely done.
A Bale-tastic from Vultra. They're now at 368. This might have backfired.
Yeah, Crone spent so much time focusing on the grain that they've not been paying attention to the Bale combo. Blue Burby, you're listening to myself, Kerminator, and Alex, Virtual Farmer, on the broadcast at the moment. Maddie, Cast by Copter, was here at the start. He'll be back tomorrow along with Alex for the finals. And yeah, I honestly, I thought that was going to go in Crone's favor, and it did, but the problem is that they were running short on time by the time it all played out. And so, meanwhile, Vultra were just scoring bales and then got the Bale-tastic for some bonus points as well on top of that. So I think they've given themselves enough of a cushion with a minute left that it's just going to be too much of a gap for Crone to make up, even with the 6 points extra per bale.
It was a good tactic from Crone, but unfortunately, I think
they needed another
better.
minute and a half, 2 minutes on the clock, and they needed to avoid the Bale-tastic too.
I think they would have done better just delivering the grain. They had enough of an overlap to make it.
If you need the ghost mode, that's just so you can see both teams at the same time. So both teams have a reverse mirrored image of the map, and they're playing across this huge ravine from each other. So the ghost mode is a good way to show what both teams are up to without having to cut the camera. So it's used a lot at the end of the round to see what's happening near the barn, and so that you can see what each team's doing. So Vultra moves on. Congratulations to them. And that's our last match for the broadcast. We'll see whether or not we'll come back for replays. I don't quite know yet if we will, but that is the last matchup we'll see. We'll be back tomorrow 10 a.m. Central European time. You'll have Virtual Farmer and Cast by Copter on the call for the finals from the Agritechnica FSL tournament. But yeah, really strong showing there by Vultra, and for Crone, Alex, not very good performance from them. Something that they'll definitely go back to the drawing board and see how they can improve.
Yeah, it's they've. I think Vultra needs to get familiar with the season 5. They are
maybe there's something to that Vultra tractor as a good luck charm, Alex.
Quite possibly. But Crone do seem to be struggling a bit. They haven't had a good match today, and yeah. But I don't think we've seen them this season. As I said, I think they're a little bit rusty, and we know they're a good team. So what happens to them going forwards?
All right, we're going to get some replays now, so we'll get to see some replays from this match before we call it for the day. Here we go. So this was Surin winning this battle for the Baylor there, and now a little bit of a.
This was that
nice recovery. I would have made an absolute mess of that, Alex. I would have made an absolute mess of that. And that was an absolute good recovery there by him. So we didn't see a whole lot of replays there, but that's it. So we're going to be wrapping things up here in just a moment. It was awesome to be here with you, Alex. Copter, great job earlier. Those two will be back tomorrow. I won't. So I'll see you guys next time around. But Alex, we still have a lot of storylines to play out. Just Attracta and Ledner and My Insanity versus Trelleborg is going to take place off stream. So we don't know exactly what's going to happen between those two teams. So coming into tomorrow, things will start to take shape a little bit more. Helm in the losers bracket. New Holland were down there as well. It's been a wild day.
It has, and it's and all the matches. Well, 95% of the matches have been so close today, and really, really exciting. So we're going to be back at it tomorrow. We're going to see who is going to win the Agritechnica tournament. It has been wonderful to have you stream with me again, Kermit. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's awesome to be here. We'll see tomorrow if Helm, if a team other than Helm can win the tournament this season. They so far have won all of them. It was awesome to be here with you too, Alex. That's it for us today. Thanks everyone hanging out and chat with us. 10 a.m. Central European time tomorrow for the final. See you then.